Chapter 103. Seeing the might of the purple thunder true fire, Xiaochen revealed an astonished expression. He did not expect the purple thunder true fire's origin flame to be so strong. Xiaochen took out another wooden staff and placed it on the ground. He held the lunar shadow saber in his hand and raised his spirit, qi, and spirit to the peak. His mind entered an empty state. There is only me in the world, only the saber. Drawing the saber, chop. Shwa. 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 Xiaochen chopped out 9 times, and the wooden staff broke into 9 pieces. However, this featherlight wooden staff still did not move at all. It did not show any signs of moving. Xiaochen sheathed his saber and revealed a satisfied smile. This drawing the saber was finally not far from great perfection. Xiaochen took out the 7 petals of the 7-leaf flower from the universe ring and thought for a while. Then, he returned to the flat rock and sat down cross-legged. Xiaochen plucked a red petal and slowly placed it in his mouth. The moment the petal entered his mouth, it instantly seeped into Xiaochen's flesh. Following that, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. There was not a single part of his body that did not hurt. It was like being pricked by needles. Xiaochen clenched his teeth and endured. This was the 7-leaf flower cleansing his bones, skin, and flesh. He had to experience this pain. Xiaochen felt like his skin was peeling off. Even the slightest movement of the grass or a gentle breeze would cause intense pain. Xiaochen did not dare to open his mouth. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would not be able to resist biting off his tongue. In an instant, his face was covered in sweat. He was like a person made of water. This heart-wrenching pain lasted for 2 hours before it stopped. The instant the pain disappeared, all the hair on Xiaochen's body opened up. An indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout his body. His dark skin also underwent an extreme change. It became snow-white like a beautiful jade. It was a sight to behold. Xiaochen could clearly feel the strength of his physical body increase significantly. He rejoiced and did not hesitate to take out another white petal and place it in his mouth. Finally, Xiaochen placed all 7 different colored petals in his mouth. This feeling was inhumane torture. Every time he sucked in a petal, the pain would double. By the time he sucked in the 7th petal, the pain was indescribable in words. Xiaochen almost fainted from the pain. If not for his spiritual consciousness being much stronger than the average person, Xiaochen feared that he would have really fainted, never to wake up again. Bang! 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 Xiaochen stood up from the stone platform, the bones in his body crackling non-stop. His bones, which had undergone marrow cleansing 7 times, began to reshape. After the remodeling, Xiaochen realized that he had grown taller. His height, which was originally close to 1.7 meters, had now grown to 1.8 meters, an increase of 1 centimeter. His face, which seemed to have been carved by a knife, became even more distinct. His originally sharp aura was restrained, like a treasured sword that had not been unsheathed. A flicker of light occasionally flashed in his eyes. His aura immediately became sharp, like a treasured sword being drawn out of its sheath, emitting a sharp, cold light. His body had already been tempered by the heavenly lightning. Now that he had undergone the marrow cleansing from the 7-leaf flowers, his body had become shockingly strong. Jumping down from the stone platform, Xiaochen did not use any essence. He only used the strength of his body and ruthlessly smashed his palm against a huge rock beside him. Bang! Countless tiny cracks instantly appeared on the rock. The cracks spread continuously. With a shwa sound, the huge rock shattered into countless stone fragments, flying wildly in the air. Xiaochen looked at the stone fragments falling to the ground and sighed in his heart. When Xiaochen first came to this world, he could not awaken his martial spirit. At that time, his biggest dream was to cultivate a strong physical body. This was because in this world, there were indeed people who did not awaken their martial spirits, but relied on their physical body to become a sage. Who would have thought that today, he had already reached the small success stage of his physical body on a different path. The bright sun shone down on the ground without reservation. Occasionally, the calm surface of the Zhuang River reflected a dazzling light. Xiaochen leaned against the rock and took out the map of the ancient remnant that caused him to be chased endlessly from his universe ring. He had looked at this map many times before. However, he did not discover anything. The location of the ancient remnant on the map should be somewhere in the inner regions of Savage Forest. Unfortunately, Xiaochen had never been to the inner regions of Savage Forest before. He could not make out the location of the ancient remnant on the map. Only a person who was extremely familiar with the inner regions of Savage Forest would be able to understand this map. The ancient remnant of an ancient human being would definitely have valuable treasures. Holy weapons, battle armors, high-ranked spirit weapons, ancient martial techniques, secret treasures. All of these had a fatal attraction to Xiaochen. The ancient era was 10,000 years earlier than the Tianwu dynasty. It was the most glorious period of the human race. Sages roamed the streets, and martial emperors roamed the land. They could split mountains, move rivers, and drain seas. There was even a legend that a martial god was born in that era. He could pluck the stars and the moon, and spit out stars from his mouth. Unfortunately, that glorious period was lost in the long river of time. The inheritance of the ancient human race was not left behind. There was a gap between the Tianwu dynasty and the ancient era. No one knew what happened during that period of time. The ancient humans seemed to have disappeared just like that. Most people believed that the ancient humans were exterminated by the demons of the demonic world. After all, the Tianwu dynasty from tens of thousands of years ago was destroyed by a demonic calamity. However, aside from the orthodox three holy masters, no one knew the truth. The three holy masters had never revealed any information about the ancient era. Xiaochen was very interested in the ancient era. This was because he had a faint feeling that the blue dragon martial spirit in his body might have appeared in the ancient era. Unfortunately, he was not familiar with the inner regions of Savage Forest. This map was useless to him. I have to find someone to work with, Xiaochen thought to himself. When this thought appeared in his mind, a figure immediately appeared in his mind. It's him, a smile appeared on Xiaochen's face as he said indifferently. After Xiaochen spoke, he sent his spiritual sense into the spirit blood jade. He looked at the unconscious Bai and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "It is time to go out. I can deal with these two matters at the same time." After leaving the illusion formation, Xiaochen headed for the outskirts of Savage Forest. Not long after, he met a group of cultivators who had entered the outskirts of Savage Forest to train. Xiaochen's current appearance had changed a lot compared to before. His originally somewhat immature temperament had disappeared without a trace. He had become incomparably steady. When that group of cultivators saw Xiaochen walk past them, they did not pay much attention to him until Xiaochen had walked a distance away. One of the cultivators seemed to have thought of something and took out a portrait. "Look, does that person look like the person wanted by the Jiang clan?" that cultivator asked the people around him as he held the portrait. Someone at the side took a careful look and said, "It does not look like it. The Jiang clan's people clearly put out a wanted youth of 16 or 17 years old. However, the aura of the person who just walked over is completely unlike a youth." Another person said, "I don't think so either. That person was obviously a medial grade martial master." However, the Jiang clan said that the person in the portrait was only a superior grade martial disciple. It has only been a few days, and no one has been able to raise their cultivation by so much. However, I feel that it is very similar. I can't explain why. In any case, it just feels like it. Someone at the side gave a different opinion. The leader of this group of people was a man with a terrifying scar on his face. As he watched Xiaochen leave, he did not say anything. After a while, he suddenly opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, "It is indeed the person in the portrait." Although he changed his clothes, he did not change his shoes. Everyone quickly looked over. Indeed, the shoes of the person in the portrait were the same as those of the person they were looking for. After they found this clue, the more they looked at it, the more they were certain that it was the same person. "Boss, should we do it?" The Jiang clan promised 1,000 gold taels. 1,000 years of gold is equivalent to our annual income. That's right, he is just a medial grade martial master. Everyone here is a martial master. Boss, you are a peak martial master. There is no need to be afraid. The man with the scar smiled sinisterly and said, "Do you think I am a fool? I sent ninth brother to follow him long ago. He left marks along the way and is just waiting for us to make our move. Boss is indeed the boss. You are indeed able to see further than us." Everyone immediately flattered him. A ruthless look flashed in the eyes of the man with the scar. He smiled and scolded, "Cut the crap. Quickly follow him." The group did not go far before they saw the mark that ninth brother had left. They immediately felt joy in their hearts and increased their pace. When they thought of the Jiang clan's 1,000 gold taels, a look of greed flashed in everyone's eyes. Where is ninth brother's mark? Why can't I see it? After walking for quite a distance, the group suddenly discovered that the mark that had been guiding them had disappeared. The man with the scar saw some ashes not far away. He had a bad premonition. Where is ninth brother's man? Where did he go? Even if he was killed, we should be able to see his corpse. I see him. Xiao Chen is over there, someone in the group suddenly shouted. The group looked in the direction he pointed and immediately saw Xiao Chen's figure beside a big tree. When the man with the scar heard the voices of the group, he quickly put down the doubts in his heart and looked in that direction. He saw Xiao Chen standing quietly beside the big tree. It was as though he had already anticipated the arrival of the group. There was no change in his expression and his black eyes were tightly shut. No one could guess what he was thinking. The man with the scar suddenly felt that something was wrong. He wanted to say something to stop his subordinates. However, their eyes were already filled with greed. They raised their sabers and charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his right eye and his aura changed. His clothes fluttered and his black hair fluttered. He was like a treasured sword being unsheathed. A cold light flashed, revealing its sharpness. There seemed to be a boundless flame burning in the depths of his eyes. Finally, it gathered into a rhombus-shaped purple flame. The purple light was connected to Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. He had already silently planted a trace of origin fire seed in these people's bodies. When Xiao Chen opened his right eye and the purple light formed, the origin fire seed in these people's bodies was immediately ignited. Purple flames soared up from their bodies. They did not even have time to cry out before they turned into a pile of ashes. Although the man with the scar knew that something was wrong, he had already retreated backwards. However, his left hand was still ignited. He decisively used his saber and chopped off his left hand. Seeing the ashes on the ground, he opened his mouth wide, unable to say anything. His face was filled with horror. A group of people who were alive earlier had actually turned into ashes without a sound. Is this a demon? The man with the scar finally knew what the pile of ashes he saw earlier was. However, it was too late. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber and slowly walked towards him. The forest was extremely quiet. There was only the sound of Xiao Chen's footsteps and the beating heart of the man with the scar. Chapter 104. Pu Ci. There was a spurt of blood in the air. A horrifying wound appeared on the chest of the scarred man. He had never seen a medial-grade martial master execute such a fast saber strike. He regretted that he had sacrificed his life and the lives of his brothers because he coveted that 1,000 taels of gold. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. When he sent Xiao Jiao to follow Xiao Chen, his fate was sealed. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stood upright. He sank his consciousness and looked at the essence in his body that had been reduced by half. He sighed in his heart, the exhaustion is too great. It seems like I can only use this move as my trump card. Normally, after using this move twice, the essence in my body would be completely exhausted. This was the first time Xiao Chen used the Purple Thunder True Fire's origin flame with his spiritual sense to kill an enemy. The effects were rather satisfactory, but the exhaustion of essence was too great. There was a bag on the scarred man's back. It was the harvest of this group of people in the periphery of savage forest for a month. Xiao Chen took it out and took a look. After he took the rank 3 spirit core and a few rank 4 herbs, he did not bother with the rest. Not long after Xiao Chen left, a group of Jiang clan cultivators discovered the situation here. They quickly informed Jiang Yunze. Jiang Yunze rushed over at top speed. When he saw the wound on the scarred man's chest, he revealed a contemplative expression. "First Elder, what do you think? Was it done by that brat?" a Jiang clan cultivator asked. After a while, Jiang Yunze said, "The wound on his chest is the same as the one from a few days ago. It should be done by the same person." The Jiang clan cultivator at the side said in pleasant surprise, "That brat finally came out. Looking at the temperature of the corpse, he must not have gone far." "Chase," Jiang Yunze said in a deep voice with a gloomy expression. Xiao Chen headed for the exit of Savage Forest. Along the way, he met a few groups of cultivators who were greedy for money. He directly dealt with them. Some of these cultivators recognized Xiao Chen. Some saw that he was alone and purely wanted to rob him. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food, survival of the fittest. Within the savage forest, the natural law of the weak being prey to the strong was reflected to the extreme. Even humans could not avoid it. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen now relied on the rushing thunder saber technique and the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Within the martial master realm, he could be said to be unrivaled. Not only did these martial artists who attacked Xiao Chen not obtain any treasures, but they also lost their lives. The city gates of Whitewater City were already in sight. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes and looked into the distance for a while. Then, he walked out of Savage Forest without hesitation. The instant Xiao Chen stepped out of Savage Forest, he suddenly felt a killing intent coming from behind him. He quickly dodged to the side. Chi! An arrow carried a strong wind as it flew past Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was astonished in his heart. This arrow was very fast. If not for his purple thunder divine incantation advancing to the 3rd layer, he would not have been able to dodge it. If not for the fact that his purple thunder divine incantation had advanced to the 3rd layer, he would have been struck by the arrow's killing intent. Xiao Chen pushed his feet off the ground and leaped into the air. After he landed, he immediately turned around to look behind him. Behind Xiao Chen, Jiang Yunze led a group of Jiang clan cultivators and quickly chased after him. When he saw Xiao Chen's appearance, he was slightly astonished. After not seeing him for 6 days, Xiao Chen's appearance had actually undergone such a huge change. The thing that shocked him the most was that Xiao Chen's cultivation had risen from superior grade martial disciple by 2 grades. He directly became a medial grade martial master in a mere 6 days. "Xiao Chen, hand over the map and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead," Jiang Yunze said sullenly. With his cultivation as a peak martial grand master, although he was astonished at Xiao Chen's cultivation realm, he did not pay much attention to him. Xiao Chen looked at the group of people in front of him and extended his spiritual sense into the surroundings. His thoughts were very fast as he quickly thought of a countermeasure. Should he fight or should he flee? There were 31 people in one move. Aside from Jiang Yunze, who was a peak martial grand master, the others were only martial masters. However, most of them were superior grade martial masters. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense detected another 200 Jiang clan cultivators rushing over. Among them, there were 3 martial grand masters leading them. If Xiao Chen could quickly end this battle before the 3 martial grand masters arrived, he would be able to leave safely. This was an opportunity. Xiao Chen made up his mind. He looked at Jiang Yunze and smiled faintly. "Since I will die whether I hand it over or not, do you think I will hand it over?" Jiang Yunze smiled coldly. "Do you think you have a choice? Those who dare to offend the Jiang clan in Whitewater City will not have a good ending for the past 100 years. He held a steel saber in his hand and led the people behind him towards Xiao Chen. A sinister smile appeared on his face. In his eyes, Xiao Chen no longer had any ability to resist. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He silently counted the distance between him and these people. When these people were only 5 steps away from Xiao Chen suddenly made his move. Lightning evasion. A bolt of lightning flashed and Xiao Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he appeared in the middle of the Jiang clan cultivators. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Chen shouted and leaped into the air. His figure kept changing positions in the air. Saber lights flickered and the crowd cried out miserably. Move back. Jiang Yunze roared loudly. Xiao Chen's figure rapidly changed positions in the air. His speed was so fast that no one could catch him. The many Jiang clan cultivators quickly ran outside. However, the saber lights were too fast. Every time the saber light flashed, someone would be struck. Blood and severed limbs fell to the ground. The disordered dance of 1,000 years was a martial technique with a large area of effect. The more people there were, the more they could bring out its might. Saber lights flickered and Xiao Chen instantly sent out more than 1,000 saber strikes. After they landed, there were less than 10 Jiang clan cultivators who were still in one piece. The others were all struck by more than one saber strike. Their corpses had already been chopped into pieces. Thick blood flowed continuously from the corpses on the ground. Severed limbs and internal organs were scattered everywhere. The entire scene was extremely bloody. The remaining 10 people were all somewhat pale. Normally, they had killed many people. The number of people they had killed was far more than the number in front of them. However, they had never been so cruel before. If they had not run fast enough, the corpses on the ground would have been them. When they thought of this, the remaining Jiang clan cultivators felt their hearts tighten. They all felt a chill run down their spines. Jiang Yunze's expression was somewhat unsightly. He looked at the Jiang clan disciples lying on the ground. They were still alive earlier, but in the blink of an eye, they had turned into corpses. He shouted angrily, "This old man will kill you." He held a steel saber in his hand and leaped into the air, chopping down at Xiao Chen's head. A resplendent saber light gathered on the steel saber. Saber light could infuse essence into the saber. It was a technique that only martial grand masters could grasp. The saber light that Jiang Yunze used as a martial grand master was more than 3 meters long. Its aura was very shocking. Xiao Chen did not dare to clash head-on with him. He pushed off the ground and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, flying backward. Boom! The saber light struck the ground violently. Dust flew up and a small ravine appeared on the ground. Jiang Yunze quickly withdrew his saber and condensed his aura. A resplendent light appeared on the saber. Kill! Jiang Yunze shouted loudly and chopped down ferociously with his saber. A surging saber chi shot out from the saber towards Xiao Chen, who had yet to land on the ground. Xiao Chen was astonished. This Jiang Yunze could actually send out saber chi. Although he could not circulate it as he wished, he had already touched the threshold of a martial saint. The might of the saber chi had not decreased by much. Furthermore, the angle of this saber chi was extremely crafty. Xiao Chen was unable to borrow any force in the air, making it difficult for him to dodge. Flight on wings, one-line chop. The brilliance on the lunar shadow saber was withdrawn. It looked very ordinary, but it was actually a very skillful move without any fancy moves. However, it contained a huge force. Bang! When the lunar shadow saber chopped down on the surging saber chi, it gave off a loud sound. Xiao Chen was actually not sent flying. Instead, he landed firmly on the ground. Whoo! Suddenly, a whirlwind appeared on the ground. It was unknown what martial technique Jiang Yunze used, but his speed increased significantly. He instantly arrived in front of Xiao Chen like the wind. The steel saber lit up with a resplendent saber light once again as it chased after Xiao Chen, who had yet to stabilize himself. Drawing the saber. There was a flash of saber light and the lunar shadow saber quickly clashed with Jiang Yunze's saber light. This saber strike actually arrived first despite being launched later, striking the steel saber first. Bang! The huge force transmitted from the saber caused Xiao Chen to retreat 5 steps. Jiang Yunze wanted to stabilize himself, but the force transmitted from the steel saber caused him to retreat 2 steps. Is that person Xiao Chen? He actually clashed head-on with Jiang Yunze and did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Earlier, he killed over 10 Jiang clan cultivators in one move. It could be a superior grade profound ranked martial technique. This person's background is definitely not small. Looks like the Jiang clan is going to become a joke no matter what. So many people died just to capture a medial grade martial master. I heard that he has the leaked map of the Jiang clan. He defeated the first disciple of the Misty Sword sect, Chu Chaoyun, the Hua noble clan's Hua Yunfei, and the Duanmu clan's princess. Looking at the current situation, it might be true. This place was the entrance to Savage Forest. Normally, there would be many cultivators coming and going. The battle between the two immediately attracted countless passers-by. They all stopped and commented on it. When the words of the crowd reached Jiang Yunze's ears, the rage in his heart grew even more vigorous. He took a big step forward and a resplendent saber light condensed on his saber once again. Boom! Xiao Chen, who had clashed with him before, did not hesitate to meet him head-on. It was still drawing the saber chop. It was still drawing the saber but arrived first. Xiao Chen still retreated 5 steps. Jiang Yunze did not want to retreat again in front of everyone. He forcefully suppressed the force transmitted from his saber and continued to rush at Xiao Chen. Jiang Yunze completely suppressed the force of his saber. This was an extremely dangerous thing to do in a fight. If he could not finish off his opponent before the force rebounded, he would immediately receive a backlash. At that time, the suppressed force would be rebounded many times over. Boom! 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 Jiang Yunze's aura was like a rainbow as he hacked out 5 times. Xiao Chen retreated backward. He had already retreated to the borders of Savage Forest. Xiao Chen's right hand, which was holding the lunar shadow saber, felt numb from the impact. His chest even felt a slight pain. Xiao Chen's gaze was calm. He did not panic at all. He had been enduring, accumulating his strength. He did not believe that Jiang Yunze could continue hacking like this. Now, it was time to see who could last until the end. Boom! 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 Jiang Yunze took large strides and roared continuously. A saber light radiated from his saber and he hacked out another 4 times. Xiao Chen was sent flying into Savage Forest. However, the force that he had been suppressing in his body had already reached its limit. Jiang Yunze wanted to stop, but when he saw Xiao Chen's pale complexion and the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he decisively gave up on this idea. That brat is only a medial grade martial master. It is impossible for him to withstand my strength. He is sure that I am suppressing this force as well. Now, it is time to see who can last until the end. Thus, I cannot retreat. Thinking of this, Jiang Yunze shouted loudly. He was prepared to hack out one last time, to completely suppress Xiao Chen to death. Xiao Chen's eyes were as clear as water. He noticed a crack in the saber in Jiang Yunze's hand from the corner of his eye. Then, he looked at Jiang Yunze's reddened face and knew it was time. Rushing thunder chop. He shouted loudly and the lunar shadow saber suddenly released countless arcs of electricity. The energy of the rank 6 Thunder Rock demonic core was completely released. The energy that he had been suppressing all along was unleashed with the most ferocious attack of the rushing thunder saber technique without holding back. A clap of thunder rang out behind Xiao Chen. He moved gracefully, leaving behind an afterimage in the air. He broke through the air and left behind 2 waves of chi as he clashed with Jiang Yunze's saber light. Bang! The 2 sabers clashed and something that no one expected happened. The superior grade profound ranked saber in Jiang Yunze's hand was actually split in half. Side body strike. Taking advantage of the moment Jiang Yunze was shocked, Xiao Chen leaned to the side and focused all his energy on his shoulder. He ferociously charged forward. His body that had been tempered to a horrifying degree crashed into Jiang Yunza's chest. Pu ci. Jiang Yunza vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. His body flew high into the air before landing heavily on the ground. The energy that he had been suppressing exploded out. After he landed, he vomited 9 mouthfuls of blood. His complexion was deathly pale, without any trace of blood. He looked at the slowly approaching Xiao Chen and muttered, "How is this possible? How is this possible? He is a medial grade martial master and he actually defeated me in terms of strength." Chapter 105. This Jiang Yunza is too conceited. He actually suppressed the strength of his saber in battle, thinking that the youth is the same as him. Indeed, his defeat is too unjust. If he was not anxious, after 500 moves, he would have a higher chance of winning. That youth's momentum is too horrifying. He is actually so tenacious, accumulating power for one strike, deciding the battle in one move. When the surrounding cultivators saw Jiang Yunza instantly defeated, they all shook their heads and sighed. They felt that it was not worth it for him, but they were also astonished by Xiao Chen's horrifying momentum. Seeing Xiao Chen getting closer and closer, the shadow of death suddenly appeared in Jiang Yunza's heart. He quickly ran in the direction of the city gates and shouted to the subordinates beside him, "Cover my back." The remaining 10 people were the deathsworn of the Jiang clan. Although they felt disdain for Jiang Yunza's actions, they did not hesitate and stayed behind. This was because their families were all in the Jiang clan. If they did not listen to orders, even if they managed to escape, not only would they be punished, they would also implicate their families. On the other hand, if they died in battle, their families would receive a large amount of compensation. They had no other choice. Xiao Chen's expression was calm as he continued walking, as though there were no obstructions in front of him. Under the astonished gazes of the surrounding people, Xiao Chen directly rushed past them. Chi! Chi! Xiao Chen did not make any movements, but the 10 Jiang clan cultivators were suddenly engulfed in a purple flame. They were instantly burned to ashes. Jiang Yunza turned his head to look at the commotion behind him. He was immediately scared out of his wits. He increased his speed and rushed towards the city gates. Dang! From the pile of ashes, a longbow with a cold glint and a pile of arrows fell down. This was the spirit bow that Jiang Yunza had used to pierce through Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen picked up the bow and knocked an arrow. He circulated his essence to his right hand and tried to draw the bowstring. However, he discovered that the bowstring did not move at all. This bow is actually able to repel essence, Xiao Chen thought to himself. After that, he dispersed his essence and used the strength of his physical body to draw the bow into the shape of a full moon. Xiao Chen placed a marker on Jiang Yunza's chest with his spiritual sense. He could clearly sense Jiang Yunza's position. No matter how much he jumped, he was unable to shake off Xiao Chen. Hu Qi! The arrow buzzed in the air and streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, chasing after the stars and the moon. The arrow that was still on the bowstring a moment ago had pierced through Jiang Yunza's chest in the next second. The arrow's power did not decrease, and it actually carried Jiang Yunza up towards the city gate. Bang! The arrow fiercely pierced into the city wall, hanging Jiang Yunza on it. The first elder of the Jiang clan, the #1 faction of Whitewater City, was actually pinned to the wall of Whitewater City by a youth. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. That youngster actually pulled the soul demise bow into the shape of a full moon. Unbelievable. That's right. The Jiang clan spent a large amount of spirit stones to purchase it from the Heavenly Craft Villa. One can't use origin power to draw the bow and can only rely on the strength of the physical body. In the Jiang clan, only Jiang Yunza can slightly draw it. Even so, who knows how many people have died to this bow? Jiang Yunza probably never imagined that he would actually die because of this bow. He used this bow to kill who knows how many people who went against the Jiang clan. Today, he was pinned to death on the city wall. This can be considered karma. He should be in a bad mood. After a while, those cultivators recovered their wits. When they saw Jiang Yunza pinned to death on the city wall, his face was filled with dissatisfaction. They all rejoiced in his misfortune. It was clear that these cultivators had been bullied by the Jiang clan. Xiao Chen looked at the soul demise bow in his hand. He was somewhat surprised. He did not expect this ordinary-looking bow to have such a background. After placing the soul demise bow into the universe ring, Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at Jiang Yunzi pinned to the city wall. He did not hesitate and directly entered Whitewater City. After a while, 3 Jiang clan martial grand masters led 200 martial masters out of Savage Forest in a grandiose manner. When they saw Jiang Yunzi pinned to the top of the city wall, they turned pale with fright, their faces were filled with horror. That night, there were no clouds and no stars. There was only a crescent moon hanging high in the sky. The gentle moonlight shone on the ground. Within the Jiang clan of Whitewater City, all the elders were invited to the Great Hall. Jiang Mingxuan sat expressionlessly in the middle of the Great Hall. Beside him sat 6 consecrated members of the Jiang clan. They were all martial saints. Behind them stood dozens of martial grand masters. The Great Hall seemed somewhat crowded. This was the true elite force of the Jiang clan. This was the Jiang clan's 100 years of accumulation in Whitewater City. It was also the reason why they could do as they pleased in Whitewater City. At this moment, this group of people, who were normally very respectable and had great authority in Whitewater City, all had grave expressions on their faces. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was very quiet. Jiang Mingxuan slowly opened his mouth and said, "I'm sure everyone knows about what happened during the day." The first elder, Jiang Yunzi, was actually pinned to death on the city wall. A martial saint consecrated member to his right said, "Brother Jiang, there is no need to pay too much attention to this. He is just a medial grade martial master. I can squash him to death with one hand. I feel that we should put this matter aside for now. We should focus on the remnants of the ancient humans. That is the foundation of the Jiang clan's development and strength." Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man behind him spoke up. His expression was extremely agitated as he said, "Elder Bai, what do you mean by this? My elder brother was pinned to death on the city gate. Could it be that he died for nothing?" The consecrated member with the surname Bai frowned and said unhappily, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? Did I say that I would not interfere? This old man is willing to personally take revenge for your elder brother. However, there is a difference in priority." The clan head did not even say anything. "What are you going to say?" The middle-aged man's face turned red. With his status, he could not speak to the consecrated elder like this. However, his elder brother had died just like that. He felt that it was not worth it. Jiang Mingxuan said, "Yunfeng, you don't have to worry too much. In all these years, have you seen anyone who offended the Jiang clan have a good ending? This time, I have gathered everyone here not because I want everyone to focus on this matter. My opinion is similar to Elder Bai's. There is a difference in priority. There is no need to pay too much attention to a medial grade martial master. The only thing I am worried about now is that this person will leak the map. Hence, I have gathered everyone here to prepare to enter the remnants in advance." Jiang Mingxuan said unhurriedly. After he finished speaking, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed. "They can enter the remnants of the ancient humans?" Boom! Boom! Just as everyone was pondering over Jiang Mingxuan's words, there were suddenly miserable cries coming from outside the hall. Bang! Bang! The bodies of a few Jiang clan disciples were thrown in from outside. The bodies of the Jiang clan disciples that were thrown in carried a huge force. The few martial grand masters in the periphery could not withstand it and were sent flying. A path instantly opened up in the somewhat crowded hall. Jiang Mingxuan and a few consecrators made a move together and caught the Jiang clan disciples that were thrown in. After a few people caught them, a surging shockwave came from their bodies and spread into the surroundings. The sandalwood tables and chairs were all sent flying. The teacups and porcelain bottles on the tables fell to the ground, clanging non-stop. It was clear that the strength of the person who made a move was unfathomable. Jiang Mingxuan casually put down the people in his hands and looked at Hua Yunfei and Duan Muqing standing outside the hall. There was also a group of servants of unknown strength behind them. He said in a deep voice, "The two of you, what is the meaning of this? You injured my Jiang clan disciples for no reason." Then, he looked at the lonely Chu Chaoyun not far away. He said in a pleading tone, "Nephew Chaoyun, your father and I can be considered good friends. Are you going to stand against us?" Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly as he carried his sword on his back. He said in a carefree manner, "Uncle Jiang, my father already told me before I came. Don't worry, I did not injure any of the Jiang clan's people." Hua Yunfei smiled coldly at the side. "Jiang Mingxuan, stop asking. I was the one who injured your people. I only have one question for you. How long are you going to delay us? Don't treat us like monkeys." Hua Yunfei's attitude was extremely arrogant. He did not care about Jiang Mingxuan at all. In front of everyone, he called out Jiang Mingxuan's name without showing any respect for a junior. Jiang Mingxuan's heart burned with rage, but he did not dare to show it on his face. After all, his Jiang clan was just a local noble clan. Compared to the Hua clan, which had been passed down for 1,000 years and had an innate bloodline, the Jiang clan was not worth mentioning. Furthermore, the older generations of the Hua clan behind Hua Yunfei did not say anything. Clearly, they tacitly approved of Hua Yunfei's current attitude. With their support, Jiang Mingxuan could not do anything to Hua Yunfei. Jiang Mingxuan muttered, "This old man has already promised you. Once I confirm the location of the remnant, I will immediately head there with everyone. Right now, the location is not confirmed. How am I supposed to bring you there?" Hua Yunfei revealed a sinister smile. He snorted coldly and said, "Do you really think I am a fool? Did you not hear what you said earlier? Don't think that you can shake us off just because you have the Ji clan support." He paused for a moment, and his voice suddenly became heavier. He pointed at Jiang Mingxuan and said word by word, "Let me tell you, this is Dongming province, not Nanling province. Even if the Ji clan really came, it would not be their turn to speak." After being lectured by Hua Yunfei, Jiang Mingxuan's face turned ashen. The rage in his heart continued to rise. He clenched his fists and banged them together. He felt incredibly sullen. What arrogant words! Suddenly, a faintly discernible voice came from the great hall. As it reverberated in the surroundings, no one could tell where the voice came from. A black silhouette flashed in from outside and appeared in front of Hua Yunfei. The black silhouette fiercely struck at him with his palm. The entire movement was done in one breath, and the speed was as fast as lightning. Many people in the hall did not see clearly how the black silhouette entered the Jiang clan. Bang! Hua Yunfei quickly made his move and clashed with the black figure's palm. The wind from his palm was like thunder. There was a loud bang. When the two palms clashed, the black figure immediately exploded. That is the Ji clan's secret technique, the external incarnation. Young Master Ji is here. When the Jiang clan members saw this, they immediately exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Jiang Mingxuan's expression also relaxed significantly. Hua Yunfei, who was closest to the explosion, was immediately forced back by the shockwave created by the explosion. A strange force also flowed into his body through his palm. It circulated through his meridians as if it was crushing dry weeds. Hua Yunfei's expression sank and he quickly activated the power of his martial spirit. The blood river instantly flowed into his body. After a long time, he was able to resolve this strange energy. The Hua clan's mutated martial spirit is only a so-so. No wonder he was severely injured by a superior-grade martial disciple not long ago. A man dressed in black slowly walked in from outside the great hall. His long hair fluttered in the wind, his grace was outstanding, and his eyes were as resplendent as the stars. Although he was dressed in black, he gave off a strange glow in the dark night. When he walked into the great hall, the entire great hall seemed to brighten up. He automatically became the focus of everyone. It was as though the world was born because of him, as though he was the main character. A slight ripple appeared on Chu Chaoyun's calm face. He thought to himself, Ji Changkong, is this him? There were many rumors about the Nanling Ji clan's Ji Changkong. It was said that at the age of 7, he practiced the Ji clan's secret technique, the external incarnation, to the medial perfection realm. At the age of 10, he practiced the Ji clan's other secret technique, the astral swordplay, to the medial perfection realm. After that, he had never met a worthy opponent in the younger generation. He was fully deserving of the title of the strongest of the younger generation in the southern region. At the age of 16, he had already reached the realm of superior grade martial grand master. The proud and arrogant Ji Changkong immediately prepared to go to the imperial capital to challenge the legendary reincarnated Princess Ingyu. He defeated all the young experts in the imperial capital and finally challenged Princess Ingyu. Chapter 106. Outsiders did not know the result of this battle. They only knew that after the battle, Ji Changkong immediately left the imperial capital. From then on, he kept a low profile. Half a year later, his cultivation increased once again, reaching the peak of martial grand master. He was only a step away from entering the martial saint realm, becoming the youngest martial saint in the great Qin nation in 1,000 years. Ji Changkong walked in front of Jiang Mingxuan and bowed. He said respectfully, "Uncle, your nephew is late, sorry for startling you." When everyone heard Ji Changkong's words, they were astonished. They did not expect Jiang Mingxuan to be Ji Changkong's uncle. According to rumors, Ji Changkong's mother was a concubine from a local clan. Because Ji Changkong's mother was often neglected, he cultivated with all his might. He was fighting for his pride. They did not expect his mother to be Jiang Mingxuan's younger sister. Jiang Mingxuan smiled faintly. "Changkong, there is no need to be so polite. It's good that you are here. Your uncle no longer needs to be pointed at and lectured by others." The people of Dongming Province's 3 powers finally understood why Jiang Mingxuan dared to be so fearless, delaying them. It turned out that he had such a deep relationship with the Ji clan. Hua Yunfei's expression changed, but he did not show it. The moment he made his move, he had suffered a small loss at Ji Changkong's hands. It was clear that he was afraid of Ji Changkong. He glanced at Duanmuking and Chu Chaoyun before saying, "Ji Changkong, I don't think there is anything wrong with what I said. The matters of our Dongming province are not for you Nanling province's people to interfere. Don't you think you are stretching your hands too far?" Ji Changkong smiled faintly. "Since when did the vast Dongming province become something that you, Hua Yunfei, can represent? Have you asked Brother Chu and Miss Duanmu? Furthermore, I, Ji Changkong, cannot represent Nanling province. Don't accuse me of anything, I am only here to pay a visit to my relatives." The two of them confronted each other, neither willing to back down. The people that both sides brought all released their auras. The atmosphere was extremely tense, as though a huge battle was about to break out in the next moment. At this moment, the sound of string music could be heard in the distant sky. It was light and moving, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. It was like celestial music. Everyone hurriedly looked up. A huge golden warship slowly flew over from the horizon. There was a flag flying at the bow of the ship with a large, "Return" character written on it. A man wearing a purple robe stood proudly under the flag. The Guy Marquis King Grade's secret treasure, the golden warship. "The people from the Guy Marquis' residence are here as well," someone below said in astonishment when he saw the words on the banner. Jiang Mingxuan looked at the golden warship above his head and felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't expect that someone from the king's mansion would come. For the first time, he felt that things were out of his control. The waning moon hung high in the sky. There were no stars twinkling in the night sky. The night was darker than usual. However, the streets of Whitewater City were packed with people. In the sky, the huge body of the golden warship moved slowly in the air, emitting a dazzling radiance. Even though it hung high in the sky, the people on the ground could still feel its boundless imperial might. The Guy Marquis, Ing Shao, actually came as well. This remnant of the ancient human race is too attractive. Unfortunately, low-ranked cultivators like us cannot go and take a look even if we wanted to. Why not? Aren't there people selling the Jiang clan's leaked map of the remnant? I bought one, but I have not researched it yet. When I research it, I will definitely go and take a look. Idiot, that map is fake. You will know when you go back. If I find out who did it, I will hammer him to death. Someone at the side sneered and said, save it. The Jiang family's clan head bought 10 of those blueprints and even spent 10,000 gold taels. He's the real idiot. We were only cheated of 1,000 silver taels. It's really nothing. Is that true? This person actually dared to cheat the Jiang clan. Why didn't I think of that? 10,000 gold taels is equivalent to 10 years of my income. Even if you had the guts, would you dare to go? Hence, if that person did not have a huge backer, he would not even dare to fool the Jiang clan. We were fooled. All we have to do is endure it. If he really wanted to settle the score, who knows who would be the one hammering to death. After everyone chatted for a while, the topic shifted to the Guy Marquis's golden warship in the sky. Everyone was shocked when they saw the majestic warship. Among the crowd, Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the golden warship in the sky. He was deep in thought. This golden warship was a very high-ranked secret treasure. It came from the ancient era. Most of the secret treasures in the world were passed down from the ancient era. After the ancient era ended, the blacksmiths who created secret treasures fell into decline. After the Tianwu dynasty was destroyed, the inheritance of the blacksmiths in the continent completely disappeared. To this day, no one in the continent could refine secret treasures. If one wanted to obtain secret treasures, they could only obtain them from the ancient remnant or the remnant of the Tianwu dynasty. From this, it could be seen how precious secret treasures were. However, Xiao Chen felt that this legendary secret treasure was very similar to the magic treasures recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation. There were once people who mistook his life bestowal spell for a secret treasure. Unfortunately, he had yet to obtain a true secret treasure, so he could not confirm his conjecture. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen headed for Liushang Pavilion. Along the way, he had already heard that Liushang Pavilion had not moved. Xiao Chen went straight to the second floor and discovered that Liushang Pavilion's business was still very good. Even though it was already night time, there were still no empty tables. Furthermore, there were many people waiting. All the cultivators on the second floor were discussing the ancient remnant, the golden warship in the sky, and the recent idiot incident. The Guy Marquis's golden warship is here. I wonder if the Ji clan's Black Monarch warship or the Duanmu clan's Profound Ice Palace will come. If they are all here, it will be very lively. They are all king-grade secret treasures. If they were to fight, even martial saints would not be able to withstand the shockwaves of the battle. Xiao Chen leaped over the second floor and headed for the third floor. One needed a Liushang Pavilion VIP card to enter the third floor. There were still many empty tables on the third floor. The last time he made a transaction with Fatso, Kim Tae-ho had given him a VIP card. After flashing the VIP card, he was able to enter without any obstructions. Of the people seated on the third floor, the weakest was a superior grade martial master. Most of them were martial grand masters. It was obvious that their statuses were higher than the cultivators on the second floor. They were the leaders of some cultivator groups. The topics of discussion were completely different from the second floor. They were all trading spirit beast inner cores, furs, and medicinal herbs. Occasionally, there would be people going to the counter to get someone to appraise the goods. Xiao Chen seemed to understand why Liushang Pavilion's business was so good. Aside from eating and gossiping, this place was also a perfect place to do business. Bang! 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 Not long after Xiao Chen sat down, Jean Fatso's unique footsteps could be heard rumbling over. His smile was like a flower as he sat opposite Xiao Chen. After not seeing you for half a month, Brother Xiao, you have become famous. Now, there is almost no one in Whitewater City who does not know your name. I really did not expect this. Fatso immediately sighed after he sat down. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. He took out the herbs and spirit cores of the spirit beasts that he had obtained from the people chasing him from the universe ring and took them out in stacks. At first, Fatso did not pay much attention to it. However, when the medicinal herbs and spirit cores filled the entire table, an astonished expression appeared on his face. He said, "Damn it, did you dig up all the land in Savage Forest? There are so many spirit cores and medicinal herbs." "I only killed a few hundred people," Xiao Chun said indifferently. A horrifying killing intent spread out in all directions. Xiao Chen's words were directed at the surrounding people. When the pile of spirit cores and medicinal herbs was placed on the table, Xiao Chen immediately felt countless gazes directed at him. Aside from greed, there was no hidden killing intent in their gazes. Xiao Chen's killing intent instantly spread out. Everyone in the entire floor felt a faint pressure. That was a pure killing intent. Only after killing countless people could one condense such a killing intent. Exactly how many people did this brat kill to be able to condense such a horrifying killing intent? The crowd of cultivators quickly withdrew their gazes and clicked their tongues in their hearts. Jean Fatso laughed loudly and said, "You want to sell these to this fat lord, right? No problem, this fat lord will take them all. You, come and inspect the goods." Fatso called out and two people immediately came to the counter. They bowed to Fatso and checked the goods on the table. After that, they wrote out a receipt and handed it to Xiao Chen. Then, they took the goods and left. Jean Fatso smiled and said, "I will be able to clear it in half an hour. There is no need to worry about being cheated. When this fat lord does business, it is a win-win situation. I will not cheat anyone or anyone." Xiao Chen took a sip of tea and asked, "Do you have a secluded place here? Let's talk business." Jean Fatso looked around and guessed what Xiao Chen wanted to talk about. He said, "Follow me." The two of them entered a secluded room. After Jean Fatso sat down, he said, "There will be no third person who knows what we are talking about here." Xiao Chen checked with his spiritual sense. Indeed, it was as he expected, there was no one else around. He took out the map of the ancient remnant from the universe ring and said, "I want you to help me find the location of the ancient remnant on this map within 3 days." Fatso looked at the map and laughed loudly. "Brother Xiao, to be honest, I have a map in my hands as well. I am not sure if it is real or not. Take a look." Xiao Chen only took a glance and he could tell what was going on. He could not help but smile. "I guessed that you were the one who made this. I really don't understand. Why would people buy something with the word stupid cunt written on it?" Jean Fatso chuckled and said proudly, "Who knows? Let's not talk about this. I want to buy your map as well. Name a price." Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished as he said, "Why do you want to buy this? You want to go to the ancient remnant as well? Since I want to buy it, I will definitely be able to sell it. Are you selling it or not?" Fatso said confidently. Xiao Chen thought for a while and roughly guessed what Fatso wanted to do. He said, "Sure, but you have to help me find the location of the ancient remnant first." Fatso patted his chest and said, "That's a small matter. Leave it to me." Knock. Knock. There was a series of knocks on the door. After that, an old man walked in. He took out a stack of banknotes and said, "Young Master Xiao, your goods have been appraised. They are worth a total of 5,000 gold taels." Fatso received the banknotes and handed them to Xiao Chen. Then he handed the map to the old man and said, "Find the place on the map tomorrow morning." The old man received the map and left without saying anything. When Fatso saw that Xiao Chen was a little worried, he explained, "There is no need to worry. You have to believe in my ability. There will be results tomorrow morning. Come, I will bring you to meet someone. That person is very interested in you." Chapter 107. Someone is interested in me? Xiao Chen had some suspicions in his heart. He did not seem to be familiar with anyone in Whitewater City. Who could be interested in him? Xiao Chen followed Fatso to the 5th floor. According to rumors, only people of the city lord's rank could enter the 5th floor of Liushang Pavilion. The decorations of the 5th floor were worlds apart from the 4th floor. It was extremely luxurious. The interior was filled with gold, jadeite, and white jade decorations. A soft conversation came from one of the cubicles. Fatso's eyes were very sharp. He peered through the gap in the screen and saw the two people in the cubicle. He revealed a strange expression as he muttered, "When did Yan Qinyun arrive? How come I did not know? He actually came to the 5th floor. Are all the guards dead? Why did no one inform me?" Yan Qinyun, the heir of the Shiha province's bloodline Yan clan. This whitewater city is getting more and more lively, Xiaochen thought to himself. Just as Fatso was about to walk over, Yan Qinyun, who was behind the screen, suddenly walked out. When he saw Kim Taeho appear, he was not surprised. However, when he saw Xiaochen, he was somewhat surprised. However, a faint killing intent appeared in his eyes. He slowly walked over to Xiaochen and said, "I recognize you, Xiaochen. The ancient remnant map is in your hands, right? Hand it over." Yan Qinyun spoke boldly and confidently. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. In his eyes, Xiaochen was just a medial grade martial master without any status. There was no need to be so polite to him. Xiaochen frowned slightly and smiled coldly in his heart. Are the disciples of these noble clans always so arrogant and shameless? Drawing the saber. Chop. The lunar shadow saber suddenly appeared in Xiaochen's hand. It released a resplendent electric light as it chopped at Yan Qinyun. What a fast saber! Yan Qinyun was astonished. He did not expect Xiaochen to be so decisive, attacking as soon as he said he would. Furthermore, he did not expect a medial grade martial master like him to brandish his saber so quickly. Puchi. Xiaochen had practiced this drawing the saber countless times. He was only a step away from great perfection. Furthermore, he executed it at such a close distance. Almost no one could dodge it. When Xiaochen drew his saber, Yan Qinyun had already retreated quickly. However, his chest was still cut by the saber light, giving off the sound of metal clashing. Xiaochen's clothes were torn apart, revealing the golden battle armor underneath. Xiaochen was slightly surprised. It was actually an earth-ranked battle armor. The great aristocratic families truly had deep foundations. The saber did not break the battle armor. However, the saber carried a huge force. When it struck Yan Qinyun, his internal organs instantly trembled. Arclight slash. A sword appeared in Yan Qinyun's hand. He wanted to counterattack. However, he discovered that this arclight chop seemed to be formed naturally. There were no openings at all. It sealed off all of his routes of attack. Retreat. Yan Qinyun gently pushed off the ground and calmed the unstable essence in his body. His figure flew backward. When he landed, he had not stabilized his footing. However, he discovered that Xiaochen had already soared into the sky. He held the lunar shadow saber in his hand and rushed at him without any fancy moves. His speed was as fast as rushing thunder, as fast as lightning. Yan Qinyun quickly thought of a countermeasure. In the end, he discovered that aside from rolling backward, he did not have any other moves to block. He had not stabilized his footing. He had no way to block this move. If he were to jump backward, as long as he was a little bit higher, his head would be pierced. He made up his mind and immediately rolled backward. Rushing thunder chop. Suddenly, thunder roared in the 5th floor of Liushang Pavilion. Under the trembling of the thunder, all the screens and chairs were instantly sent flying. Xiaochen carried the boundless might of rushing thunder as it surged over. It was as fast as lightning, chopping down at Yan Qinyun's head. Under the vast might, Yan Qinyun felt a chill in his heart. The essence in his body circulated quickly. He used both his hands to hold the sword above his head, trying to block this saber. Boom! When the saber and sword clashed, there was a loud sound. Yan Qinyun felt his arm tremble. A huge force transmitted from the sword to his feet. With a bang, a hole immediately appeared in the wooden plank below his feet. Half of Yan Qinyun's body was immediately stuck in the wooden plank, He could not advance or retreat. Xiaochen landed on the ground and kicked out, pulling Yan Qianyan out. Rushing thunder second chain chop. The energy accumulated in the 5 saber strikes surged out in the rushing thunder second chain chop. The saber struck Yan Qianyan's battle armor, but it still did not penetrate it. Pu Ci. However, the huge force penetrated the battle armor and entered Yan Qianyan's body. He vomited a mouthful of blood in midair and crashed violently into the wooden wall. A large hole immediately appeared in the wooden wall of Liushang Pavilion. Yan Qianyan fell in just like that. At the critical moment, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the wooden plank. His body was suspended in midair. Dang! Just as Xiaochen was about to follow up with a kick, a sound wave flew towards him. He quickly took 2 steps back and with a bang, the wooden table beside him was immediately split in half by the sound wave. Su Xiaoxiao walked out from the compartment and advised gently, "Young Master Xiao, how about showing mercy?" Xiaochen turned around and looked at this girl. He praised her in his heart. Be it appearance or temperament, out of all the girls he knew, only Yuing could compare to her. However, I don't think I know you. Do we know each other? Xiaochen looked at Su Xiaoxiao and asked seriously. When Su Xiaoxiao heard this, she was stunned. She did not know how to reply. Fatso quickly replied from the side, "This is Miss Xiaoxiao. I brought you here to introduce you to her. The number 1 beauty of the South, Su Xiaoxiao." Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect her to be the one rumored to be the only girl comparable to Yuing in the great Qin nation. After seeing her today, the rumors were indeed true. However, this girl's origins were very mysterious. Because she played the zither very well, she often appeared in various places and had dealings with the noble clan's young masters in the great Qin nation. However, there had never been any rumors of her having an affair with any noble clan's heir. Furthermore, she did not belong to any power. There was once a marquis who wanted to forcefully abduct her after seeing her beauty. In the end, before the people he sent out could do anything, the marquis died in his own residence. Furthermore, the royal clan did not pursue this matter. Bang! Yan Qianyan shouted lightly and stood back on the floor. His face was extremely pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth that had not been wiped clean. His clothes were tattered, and he was in a sorry state. Ever since he made his debut, he had never been in such a sorry state. Just because he underestimated his opponent, he nearly became the joke of Liushang Pavilion. "Young Master Yan, on account of Xiaoxiao, can you stop here today? I still have some things to discuss with young Master Xiao," Su Xiaoxiao said softly as she looked at Yan Qianyan. When Yan Qianyan heard this, he quickly thought about it in his mind. "I was careless earlier, and I suffered significant injuries. This Xiaochen obviously still has some tricks up his sleeves. It would not be appropriate to continue fighting with him. I might as well return first and take care of this brat after I recover." Yan Qianyan snorted coldly and said seriously, "On account of Miss Xiaoxiao, I will let you live for a few more days. After a few days, I will come and take your head." Fatso sighed in his heart, this pretentious act. Even this fat lord has to admit that I am not as good as him. He was clearly beaten up like a dog, but in the end, he has to act like he was beating up a dog. He does not want to lose face in front of Xiaoxiao. Xiaochen smiled coldly, "Did I say I would let you off?" Lightning evasion. Side strike. A bolt of lightning flashed by, and Xiaochen suddenly appeared in front of Yan Qianyan. He leaned forward and gathered all his energy on his right shoulder. Then, he smashed into Yan Qianyan's chest. Yan Qianyan, who was preparing to leave, looked at Xiaochen in astonishment. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not have imagined that Xiaochen would actually continue to attack him in front of Su Xiaoxiao. Bang! The horrifying physical body combined with the essence in his body caused Yan Qianyan to vomit a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward and fell through the hole in the wooden wall. This time, Yan Qianyan did not have the opportunity to grab anything. With a loud bang, he fell violently from the 100-meter tall Liushang Pavilion. Because of the Guy Marquis' arrival, Whitewater City was especially lively tonight. The crowd on the streets had not dispersed. A figure suddenly fell from Liushang Pavilion, giving off a loud bang, startling everyone. They only saw a person with disheveled hair lying on the ground. He coughed out blood continuously, and his face was pale without any color. That person slowly sat up and tried to stand up. However, the moment he stood up, he fell back down with a loud bang. The bones in his legs seemed to be broken. There was no way for him to stand up. Yan Qinyan's eyes were bloodshot as he lay on the ground, crawling out step by step. He had come to Liushang Pavilion alone. Because he wanted to see Su Xiaoxiao, he left his guards and servants outside the city. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind: to get out quickly and find his guards to tear Xiaoqin into pieces. Isn't that the Shiha province's Yan Qinyan? Why is he here in Whitewater City? He was actually thrown out of Liushang Pavilion. Who is so bold? Someone in the crowd recognized Yan Qinyan's appearance and said in astonishment. The Yan clan was one of the few noble clans in the Shiha province. He had an innate bloodline and inherited martial spirit. How could someone beat him up like this? A sharp-eyed person looked up and saw Xiaoqin standing at the entrance of the cave. He was startled. It's Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin actually threw Yan Qinyan out of Liushang Pavilion. This fellow is too ferocious. In the day, he pinned the Jiang clan's first elder to the city wall. In the night, he tossed the Yan clan's heir off the 5th floor of Liushang Pavilion. Regardless of whether it is the rich clans or the noble clans, he does not care about them at all. When he wants to make a move, he does it. This person is too heaven-defying. The words of the crowd entered Yan Qinyan's ears, causing the rage in his heart to burn even stronger. He hated that he could not immediately kill Xiaoqin with a saber strike. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a hateful glint. A few people saw how pitiful Yan Qinyan was crawling, so they wanted to go over and help him up. Scram, you bunch of Dongming province's lowly commoners. I do not need you to help me. I like to crawl. Scram for me. Yan Qinyan had nowhere to vent his anger. When he saw people coming over, he immediately cursed. When those people saw that they had been given the cold shoulder, they cursed and immediately ran far away like they were avoiding a fly. They had never seen such a vicious person before. Chapter 108. Haha. You are really degrading yourselves. He is the son of a noble clan, with an innate bloodline and an inherited martial spirit. Is he someone you can help? He likes to crawl. Did you hear that? Crawl like a dog. However, the way young Master Yan crawls is rather handsome. With 4 hooves on the ground, he is still unyielding. The son of a noble clan is indeed the son of a noble clan. He is indeed different. When the people in the crowd saw Yan Qinyan scolding him, implicating the people of Dongming province, they were not happy and mocked him. You can scold him all you want. As long as I crawl out, boom. Before Yan Qinyan could finish speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly came down from the sky and struck his back violently. He immediately fell flat on his face. Boom. Boom. Another 2 bolts of lightning struck Yan Qinyan's body. His entire body was charred black and he fainted. Up in Liushang Pavilion, Xiaoqin consecutively sent out 3 lightning descend spells before he felt slightly better. Xiaoqin never liked to reason with such arrogant and condescending people of noble clans. When a dog bites you, you cannot be like a dog and bite back the way it did. You can just beat it to death. When Su Xiaoxiao saw that Xiaoqin did not care about her words at all and continued to beat Yan Qinyan down, her pretty face changed. She said, Xiaoqin, how can you be so despicable? He already said to stop. Xiaoqin turned around and looked at Su Xiaoxiao. He smiled faintly. I don't know if you are deaf or pretending not to hear, or if your intelligence is too low to understand the meaning of human language. He already said that he would spare my worthless life, but he would still kill me in a few days. Since that is the case, why should I talk about benevolence and morality with him? I am not a fool. Su Xiaoxiao was so angry that her face turned pale. She could not say a single word. Xiaochen turned around and said to Kim Tae-ho, "Brother Debeo, don't introduce me to just anyone in the future. I'm afraid it will lower my intelligence. I'll take my leave first." After Xiaochen spoke, he immediately flew down from the 5th floor. He leaped a few times in the air and circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art, disappearing into the night. So cool. He has 1/10 of my demeanor in the past. Kim Tae-ho sighed as he watched Xiaochen's departing figure. Su Xiaoxiao's complexion paled. No one had ever been so rude to her before. She had been to every corner of the great Qin nation. Those scions and nobles, which one of them didn't line up to see her? As she watched Xiaochen leave, she stomped her foot angrily, hugged her zither, and walked downstairs. After Su Xiaoxiao left, Kim Tae-ho came to his senses and looked at the many broken decorations on the 5th floor, as well as the big holes on the floor and the wooden wall. Immediately, he cursed, "Damn it, how much money will I have to spend to repair it?" Kim Tae-ho stood in front of the hole and looked down. He discovered the unconscious Yan Qianyun lying on the ground. He rolled his eyes and immediately thought of an idea. He quickly called the manservant on the 5th floor over. "Yan Qianyun, that bastard, has he paid the bill?" "I don't think so. I saw that Miss Xiaoxiao did not leave, so I thought Miss Xiaoxiao would pay the bill." "Miss Xiaoxiao left just now, it seems like she forgot to pay the bill," the manservant said awkwardly. Kim Tae-ho said angrily, "He can't even bear to pay for a girl. This Yan Qianyun is too much of a bastard. Get a few people to go down and see if there's anything valuable on him. Pluck it all out." When the manservant heard this, he said excitedly, "Should I leave a pair of underwear for him?" Fatso thought for a while and said, "If it's not valuable, then forget it. If it's valuable, then pluck it out as well. The money for the renovation of the 5th floor will all go to him." Below Liushang Pavilion, the crowd looked at the unconscious Yan Qianyun. They all felt vindicated in their hearts. Such an arrogant person deserves to be struck by lightning. Make way, make way. Liushang Pavilion is here to collect debts. Please make way. 3 manservants of Liushang Pavilion parted the crowd and arrived before Yan Qianyun. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, they took off Yan Qianyun's outer clothes. Soaring Phoenix Satin Shop, this is a luxurious set of clothes produced. However, it is already tattered. It is not worth much. Throw it away. One of the manservants looked at Yan Qianyun's tattered clothes and casually tossed it to the side. A gold-threaded belt. This is not bad. It should be worth some money. These shoes seem to be made from the soft skin of a spirit beast. They should be able to sell for a good price. Hey, there are actually some gold notes hidden inside. What brand is this pants? Help me take a look. Damn, superior grade earth-ranked battle armor. I am going to strike it rich. Hee, I wonder how much it is worth. In the blink of an eye, Yan Qianyun was stripped until he was only left with his underwear. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. They were speechless in their hearts. In the future, no one would dare to dine and dash at Liushang Pavilion. Even Yan Qianyun was stripped until he was only left with his underwear. Among them, no one dared to say that their backing was stronger than Yan Qianyun's. Just thinking about the consequences caused them to tremble in fear. Hey, this underwear seems to have gold lining. Should we take it off? A manservant said hesitantly. I'm sweating. The surrounding cultivators were initially venting their anger. Now, they felt pity for Yan Qianyun. This fellow is too tragic. The first time he came to Dongming province, he was thrown out of Liushang Pavilion and beaten up like a dog. Now, he was even more pitiful. The people of Liushang Pavilion even wanted to take off his underwear. Let's take it off. The young master said to take off all the valuable things. If he wants to blame someone, he can only blame his perverted taste. Of all the things he could have done, he chose to have gold lining. After the manservant said that, he immediately untied Yan Qianyun's belt. Damn, he is too strong. He actually took it off. Damn it. In the future, I will go and offend the Jiang clan. I would not dare to offend Liushang Pavilion anymore. This is too damn horrifying, someone in the crowd exclaimed. After the manservant pulled off the underwear, a manservant looked at Yan Xinyan's lower body. He said in astonishment, "Hey, this hair seems to be gold as well. Should I take it off?" Just as the manservant finished speaking, all the surrounding cultivators in the crowd broke out in a cold sweat. After that, they felt a cold wind blow at their crotch, like something had broken. Who? All the warriors who were still watching immediately circulated their essence chi to the extreme a second later. They instantly vanished without a trace. There was not a single person left on the street that was previously filled with people. Damn it, I was too excited. My eyes went blurry. After a while, the manservant said in self-reproach. Early the next morning, the sun shone brightly. Under the bright sun, there were many people coming and going in front of Liushang Pavilion. Xiaochen wore a black cloak and slowly walked in. The first floor was filled with people. Xiaochen found it difficult to even take a step. What's going on? Liushang Pavilion's business seems to be ridiculously good today, Xiaochen asked as he pulled back a cultivator who was running out. That cultivator was pulled back by Xiaochen and revealed an unhappy expression. Just as he was about to flare up, he suddenly felt an indistinct killing intent from Xiaochen's body. Xiaochen's expression instantly eased up. He pointed to a wooden wall and smiled, "Go and take a look. There is a notice on the wall. You will understand when you see it." There were too many people. Xiaochen had no choice but to circulate his essence before he squeezed through. After he saw the contents of the notice, he could not help but laugh involuntarily. Notice, recently, there have been many fake ancient remnant blueprints appearing in Whitewater City. There are even some immoral people who wrote the word idiot and cheated everyone of a lot of money. I saw it with my own eyes and felt anxious in my heart. This kind of blatant fraud is really despicable. Because of this, I guarantee on the reputation of Liushang Pavilion for 100 years that I will contribute a real ancient remnant blueprint. As long as you spend 1,000 silver taels in Liushang Pavilion will immediately give you half of the ancient remnant blueprint for free. The second time you spend another 1,000 silver taels, they will immediately give you the rest of the ancient remnant blueprint. Honest with all ages, Kim Tae-ho. Xiaochen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He was like a fish in water as he rushed up the stairs. Along the way, all sorts of voices entered Xiaochen's ears. This fatso is really a good person. He knows that we have been cheated badly. After we eat something, he gives us the blueprint. That's right, I spent 1,000 silver taels to buy that idiot blueprint. As long as we eat something here worth 1,000 silver taels, it will be given to us for free. Normally, I don't like that fatso, but I finally did something good. Stop talking and quickly eat. How much have you eaten? I ate 100 buns. I still need another 900 buns to reach 1,000 silver taels. When Xiaochen heard this, the circulation of essence in his body suddenly went awry. He was nearly unable to execute the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He cursed in his heart, this fatso is really inhumane. He cheated people until they were running around in circles, and they still helped him count the money. They walked all the way to the 3rd floor. Xiaochen flashed his VIP card and entered. Only then did the feeling of crowding lessen. After all, the 3rd floor had a threshold, it was not that easy to enter. Waiter, bring a pot of good tea and some appetizers. After Xiaochen sat down, he immediately called out. The waiter of Liushang Pavilion was very efficient. Not long later, the things that Xiaochen ordered were served. Did you see Yan Xinyan's expression when he was taken away by the Yan clan's guards? I saw it. His expression was very unsightly. It looked like he was crying. His body was completely naked, as if he had been plucked clean. When Xiaochen heard this, he could not help but feel interested. He remembered that Yan Qianyun had fainted by the roadside. How could he be completely plucked clean? If I were him, I would cry too. I heard that Fatso plucked Yan Qianyun clean for the sake of chasing after him. Damn it, any man would cry. This fatso is too horrifying. I think no one will dare to offend Liushang Pavilion in the future. He really plucked clean all his hair. Pooh ci. Xiaochen could not help but spit out the tea that he just drank. After a while, Xiaochen finished all the food on the table. A manservant came over and led him to a room at the back. In the room, Fatso was happily doing his accounts. When he saw Xiaochen, he quickly got up to welcome him. Xiaochen did not waste any time and said directly, "You should have found the address. Otherwise, you would not be selling it so openly." Chapter 109. Jean Fatso smiled and said, "I found it. It is in Savage Forest's Beast King Valley. Here is the information on Savage Forest's Beast King Valley, free of charge. This fat lord is generous, right?" Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. He took the information on Beast King Valley from Kim Tae-ho and looked at it carefully. After a while, Xiaochen frowned. The interior of Savage Forest was very dangerous. There were many high-ranked spirit beasts. Even martial grandmasters could only enter from the periphery. If one wanted to enter the true core region, one had to be at least a martial saint. Furthermore, even a martial saint would not be able to move around unimpeded. Every year in Whitewater City, there would be news of martial saint experts dying in Savage Forest. According to the rumors, there were ancient savage beasts in Savage Forest. They were even more horrifying than martial kings. Beast King Valley was located in the core region of Savage Forest. It was a burial ground. When high-ranked spirit beasts reached the end of their lifespan, they would take the initiative to go there and die. That was where their faith lay. With Xiao Chen's strength, wanting to enter alone was simply a pipe dream. Against a spirit beast that was as strong as a martial saint, he would not even be able to reach Beast King Valley. He would die halfway. When Kim Tae-ho saw Xiao Chen's expression of deep thought, he smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, stop thinking about it. With your strength, you will not be able to reach there." Xiao Chen thought of something and said, "I will not be able to reach there with my strength. Could it be that you have some other method?" Fatso chuckled and opened the golden folding fan in his hand. He smiled and said, "Did you see the notice posted on the first floor of Liushang Pavilion?" Xiao Chen nodded, and I saw it. I have never seen such a shameless notice before." The fatty smiled awkwardly and said, "How can you say that I'm shameless? It is just that there is a difference in intelligence between people. Let's not talk about this anymore. This is this fat lord's idea. After today, all the cultivators in Whitewater City will know the location of the ancient remnant." A strange look flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said, "Are you trying to muddy the waters?" Jean Fatso smiled complacently. The fats on his chubby face jiggled continuously. "That's right. The appearance of this ancient remnant treasure map has attracted many cultivators. Among them, those noble clans naturally do not care about the Jiang clan. They can directly ask for the map from him. As for the other strong cultivators, although they are very strong and are martial saints, they do not dare to offend the Jiang clan. Hence, if they want to obtain the blueprint, they can only think of other ways. This fat lord gave them a chance. Conservatively speaking, there are at least 50 martial saints who do not belong to any of the major powers that have come to Whitewater City. More than 50 martial saints in addition to an even larger number of martial grandmasters. Such a team would definitely not be weaker than any of the major powers." Xiao Chen continued to think in his heart. With such an alluring place, not only would it attract some independent martial saints, it might even attract some martial kings, just that they are hidden somewhere. Thinking about it this way, this trip to the ancient remnant is much more dangerous than I thought. It was laughable that I thought I could go in alone at the start. That would be no different from sending myself to death. Jean Fatso continued his analysis. Think about it, if the ancient remnant really exists, who will have the last laugh? It will definitely be those noble clans. Whoever is stronger will be able to obtain the greatest benefits. For people like us who are not strong, if we want to compete with them, we can only muddy the waters. The muddier the better. That way, we will be able to fish in troubled waters. Xiao Chen thought about it carefully. It was indeed as Fatso said. For lone rangers like them, if they wanted to gain something in the ancient remnant, it was not realistic to rely on their own strength to contend with the noble clans. Do you have any empty rooms in Liushang Pavilion? I would like to rest here for 3 days. Xiao Chen made up his mind and was no longer in a rush. He might as well take this opportunity to recuperate. Last night, when he left, he was targeted by a group of Jiang clan cultivators. Although there were no martial grand masters, he still spent a lot of effort to deal with them. Now, he urgently needed a place where no one would disturb him to recuperate. Kim Tae-ho was a very mysterious person. Xiao Chen thought that with the background of Liushang Pavilion, he would not be afraid of the Jiang clan. Fatso smiled. Are you offering a refuge service? No problem, there is no business that this fat lord cannot do. 10,000 silver taels for a day. 10,000 silver taels for a day, that would be 30,000 silver taels for 3 days. 100 silver taels was equivalent to 1 gold tael. This Fatso was really black-hearted, spending 300 gold taels just to stay for 3 days. Then never mind, I will just find a place to stay for 3 days. This was a classic case of being taken advantage of. Naturally, Xiao Chen was not willing to leave without even looking back. Fatso quickly pulled Xiao Chen back. Brother Xiao, why are you always so anxious? I have not finished speaking. Actually, I can let you stay in this room for free. Kim Tae-ho whispered something into Xiao Chen's ear. After that, he smiled wretchedly. Brother Xiao, what do you think? Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, I will give it to you in 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. All the cultivators in Whitewater City knew the location of the ancient remnant, but no one dared to go there. Although Beast King Valley was a burial ground, there might be a Beast King at the end of its lifespan that had not died yet. For a spirit beast that could enter Beast King Valley, as long as it was still breathing, it could easily kill a martial Grand Master. Furthermore, no one dared to casually enter the inner regions of Savage Forest. These people all fixed their gazes on the noble clans, hoping that they could open a path. Hope was beautiful, but reality was cruel. On this day, a black dot suddenly appeared in the southern sky of Whitewater City, flying towards Savage Forest. When the black dot neared, a huge black warship appeared in the vision of the crowd. There was a black flag on the warship, with a big G character written on it. The G clan's secret treasure, the Black Royal warship, is really flying over. They are going to clash with the Guy Marquis' golden warship. Furthermore, from the direction of the Sisui prefecture's capital, a small white dot flew over. When it neared, it was indeed a huge ice bird. On the back of the ice bird was an ice palace that gave off a cold light. The Duanmu clan's profound ice palace is flying over as well. It's over, it looks like they are preparing to descend into Beast King Valley from the sky. Damn it, I was still waiting for them to open a path. All of them are flying away from the sky. Even with your intelligence, how could these noble clans not think of something like this? They are too naive. When the many cultivators in Whitewater City saw the situation, they could no longer remain calm. They started to form groups and prepare to enter the inner regions of Savage Forest. At this moment, a few strong martial saints jumped out and called for everyone to enter Beast King Valley together. Xiao Chen stood in front of the window and looked calmly at the sky. He did not get too excited about the 3 secret treasures that were flying towards the inner regions of Savage Forest. Bang! 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 Fatso opened the door to Xiao Chen's room and walked in. Brother Xiao, the 3 days are up. Have you prepared the things? Xiao Chen did not say anything. He took out a wooden sculpture and handed it to Kim Tae-ho. Fatso received it happily and carefully placed it into a spatial ring on his hand. Xiao Chen felt excited. Although the 10 spatial rings on Fatso's hands were very gaudy, every one of them was a spatial ring. To be able to possess so many spatial rings, his strength and background were definitely not simple. Do you have any weapons or equipment that you can sell to me? Xiao Chen asked in a probing manner. The inner regions of Savage Forest were very dangerous. He had always wanted to purchase some equipment, but he could not find any channels to do so. Kim Tae-ho took out 10 arrows and chuckled. I knew you would ask this. This fat lord has already prepared them for you. 10 essence light arrows, 10,000 gold taels, no bargaining. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. These essence light arrows were really prepared for him. The might of the Soul Slayer bow in his hand was extraordinary, and he was lacking some arrows. With these essence light arrows, the might of the Soul Slayer bow would definitely double. However, the price was quite exorbitant. It was almost equivalent to his entire net worth. Even so, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to buy it. After all, other items could be bargained for. However, there was no room for bargaining for such a rare arrow. Every year, the Heavenly Craft Manor would only sell 1,000 essence light arrows. This was something that could not be bought even if one had money. For Fatso to be able to obtain 10, it was already very good. After paying, Xiao Chen put away the essence light arrows. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, the earth-ranked battle armor that Yan Qianyan wore yesterday is with you, right? Kim Tae-ho said, what are you trying to do? That is not for sale. It is worth at least 1 million gold taels. Furthermore, you do not have any money on you right now. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, if I did not knock him out, how could you pluck him until there was nothing left? Hence, I definitely have a share of this earth-ranked battle armor. Fatso said angrily, don't speak nonsense. Although this fat lord loves money, I definitely do not have any perverted hobbies. Those are just rumors. The two of them bickered for a long time. Finally, Xiao Chen wrote a promissory note for 500,000 gold taels and took the earth-ranked battle armor away. After Xiao Chen left, Kim Tae-ho held the promissory note and chuckled, now, I have completely trapped you. After all, that battle armor is a windfall. After a while, there was the sound of footsteps. Su Xiaoxiao walked over leisurely while carrying her zither. She asked softly, did you give him my essence light arrows? The fatty quickly put away the promissory note and said righteously, according to the little girl's orders, I have already given the essence light arrow to Xiao Chen as a friend. That's good. We should go as well. In the periphery of Savage Forest, Xiao Chen took big strides and quickly headed into the depths of Savage Forest. Along the way, there were spirit beast corpses everywhere. The spirit beast corpses that people normally fought over were now ignored. Xiao Chen even saw a few rank 3 spirit beast corpses lying on the side of the road. No one bothered to look through them. Xiao Chen stopped walking and took out a small knife. He started fiddling with the rank 3 spirit beast corpses. Even the most ordinary rank 3 spirit beast spirit core was worth at least 1,000 silver taels. Xiao Chen was currently extremely poor. He even owed Fatso a large debt. There was no need for him to be lazy to pick up money when he saw it. This person is really stupid. Now is the time to fight for time, yet he still has the time to dig out spirit cores. Furthermore, they are left behind by others. Chapter 110. Stop talking, let's go quickly. It is already very late. Later, if we find some scrap metal in the ancient remnant, we can probably sell it for hundreds of thousands of silver taels. Two cultivators who were not even superior grade martial masters walked past Xiao Chen. When they saw Xiao Chen's actions, they looked at him with disdain. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and ignored them. I don't even know if I can make it to Beast King Valley alive. To think you are talking nonsense about the treasures in the ancient remnant. Even if you obtain it, will you be able to walk out alive? Xiao Chen put away the spirit cores of the 3 spirit beasts and continued on his way. The spirit beast corpses in front of him were even denser. He even discovered a few rank 4 spirit beasts, allowing Xiao Chen to make a small fortune. There would not be any spirit beasts above rank 5 in the periphery of Savage Forest. Normally, it would be somewhat dangerous. However, today, with so many cultivators charging forward, there were no spirit beasts that could obstruct them. Boom! Boom! The sound of fighting reached Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense and looked in the direction of the sound. A group of cultivators were surrounding a completely golden spirit beast. A golden holy beast. Xiao Chen said in astonishment. The spirit beast that was surrounded was a completely golden, glass-like lion. There was even a golden horn on its head. I did not expect there to be such a holy beast, Xiao Chen said in astonishment as his heart was in great waves. However, its blood does not seem to be pure. A golden holy beast was a type of spirit beast that had existed since the ancient era. This kind of spirit beast was completely golden, even its blood was golden. The spirit core that it condensed was also of the highest quality among those of the same rank. There had always been rumors that there were ancient savage beasts in Savage Forest. However, they did not see any savage beasts. Instead, they saw a golden holy beast. It must have been due to a large number of cultivators entering the forest. Otherwise, with the spirituality of this kind of spirit beast, it would have fled before anyone could get close. However, the blood of this golden holy beast was much thinner. Its value was not that shocking. Xiao Chen was only interested in the golden horn on its head. He had never been able to find a suitable material to cast the life bestowal spell. This golden horn was the most important part of the golden holy beast, and the spirituality it contained was self-evident. Leaping onto a branch, Xiao Chen leaped all the way forward. Once he got closer to the battlefield, he began to observe carefully. There were two groups of people surrounding the golden lion. At this moment, the golden lion was about to reach its end. The atmosphere instantly became strange. The leaders of these two groups were martial saints. Each of them led a dozen cultivators dressed in different clothes. Clearly, they were a group that had been put together at the last minute. Puchi. The golden lion spat out a golden flame. The flame emitted a dazzling golden radiance as it blasted towards the leader of the group on the right. The flames were extremely powerful, but the golden lion was already injured, so the flames it spat out were not strong enough. The grey-robed martial saint expert gently clapped his hands, forming a strange chi field. The golden flames suddenly turned back and rushed towards another group of people. Caught off guard, the flames instantly burned many martial artists. Zhang He, what are you trying to do? The leader of the martial saints shouted angrily. The martial saint named Zhang He smiled coldly. What I am trying to do, isn't that what you want to do? Zhou Hongyu, don't think I don't know what you are trying to do. If you did not make a mistake earlier, would this beast be able to injure me? As the two of them spoke, they did not stop their attacks. The golden lion, which was already severely injured, was on its last breath. Occasionally, the two of them would shoot their flames at the other group. The two martial saints were fine, but the group of martial grand masters behind them were very unlucky. Occasionally, someone would get burned by the flames. Seniors, although this golden holy beast is precious, its bloodline is already diluted beyond recognition. There is no need to cause unnecessary casualties here. Indeed, we should hurry to Beast King Valley. Just pick up some scrap metal there and it would be worth more than this. The cultivators behind both sides advised. If they continued to be toyed with by these two, they might really die. Bang! After the final attack, the golden lion finally fell to the ground. Both sides looked at each other cautiously and did not move forward to touch the corpse of the spirit beast. Zhang He looked at the other party and said, Zhou Hongyu, our strengths are similar. In a short period of time, neither of us will be able to defeat the other. It is impossible for us to monopolize this golden lion. We have already delayed our fight for a long time. If we still want to go to Beast King Valley, we have to settle things here quickly. Zhou Hongyu thought for a while and said, all right, I only want this golden lion horn. I don't want anything else. Zhang He smiled, you should have said that earlier. I only want that spirit core. As for the remaining golden holy beast's flesh and blood, how about we split it with the brothers behind us? Zhou Hongyu nodded and said, the two of us will step back now. Each of us will send one person to collect the spirit core and the golden lion horn. How about that? That is exactly what I was thinking. The two of them agreed on the distribution of the golden lion and started to step back. Two cultivators walked out of the crowd with short sabers in their hands. Hu Chi. A ring of purple flames suddenly rose from the ground, forming a 2-meter-tall wall of fire. The sudden appearance of the wall of fire startled the two cultivators with short sabers. In the instant the wall of fire rose, a figure descended at the same time. With a schwa sound, the golden lion on the ground disappeared. There was a clap of thunder, and the figure brought the golden lion far away. What's going on? What happened? The thick flames blocked everyone's vision. They were unable to see what was happening inside. The two martial saints exchanged glances before they quickly chased after Xiaochen. By the time the two of them caught up, they only saw a figure flying into the distance. Zhang He said in disbelief, could it be a martial king expert? Zhou Hongyu's complexion turned ashen. He shook his head and said, definitely not. I can feel that person's aura. He is not even a martial grand master. He definitely has a flying martial technique. Damn it. In the end, we worked ourselves to death. To think that we worked so hard for someone else. The two of them felt incomparable regret in their hearts. If it were not for the two of them being overly suspicious, this golden holy beast would not have been taken advantage of. After Xiaochen used the gravity spell and flew far away, he stopped. He spread out his spiritual sense in all directions. After he made sure there was no one around, he revealed an expression of joy. I did not expect that I would be able to take advantage of such a big loophole. Those two martial saints can only blame themselves. Xiaochen revealed a joyful smile as he took out the golden lion from the universe ring. After a careful observation, he discovered that the fur on the belly of the golden lion had already turned completely white. Looking at its size, it should be a juvenile-like bai. Otherwise, it would not have been killed so easily. According to legend, spirit beasts with the golden bloodline could become at least a rank 8 spirit beast. That was equivalent to a human martial sage. Xiaochen did not hesitate and immediately cut off the golden lion's horn. Then, he started to drain its blood. According to legend, this golden blood could be consumed directly, allowing one's cultivation to increase greatly. After using 8 porcelain bottles, the golden blood was drained. Xiaochen started to separate the tendons and bones. Then, he took out a completely golden spirit core. The golden spirit core gave off a faint glow. Streams of golden qi that could be seen with the naked eye flew out from it. The dense spiritual energy actually leaked out like an unending stream of spring water. What a horrifying energy. Just the amount that leaked out is already so huge. Xiaochen was astonished. If he were to absorb all of it, how huge would it be? As soon as he thought of this, Xiaochen took out the golden spirit core and sat down cross-legged. Then, he entered a state of cultivation. Hu Qi. The golden spiritual energy was like a mist. It was directly sucked into Xiaochen's mouth and nose. A pure and vast amount of spiritual energy gushed in like a gushing river. Xiaochen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation and slowly digested this pure spiritual energy. The mist-like golden spiritual energy leaked out for 2 hours before it stopped. Boom! There was a crisp sound and the golden spirit core cracked and turned into countless specks of dust. When the wind blew, it completely disappeared from Xiaochen's hand. Xiaochen opened his eyes and shot out a piercing purple light. The purple light in his eyes flickered for a long time before it slowly disappeared. Every time Xiaochen advanced, this purple light would appear. Xiaochen could not understand the reason for it. The compendium of cultivation also did not explain it. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiaochen did not continue thinking about this problem. He got up and carefully felt the energy contained in his martial spirit. His cultivation realm had risen to superior grade martial master. Unexpectedly, that golden holy beast's spirit core was a treasure. No wonder, even though it was a very diluted bloodline, the two martial saints did not even bother going to Beast King Valley and directly made a move on it. Xiaochen calmed himself and stretched his arms and legs. Then, he quickly made his way into the depths of Savage Forest. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. Dragon images appeared behind him. It was as though he was flying on flat ground. After half an hour, Xiaochen arrived in front of a large river. As long as he crossed this river, he would officially enter the inner region of savage forest. However, at this moment, there was a large group of people gathered at the riverbank, cursing loudly. Xiaochen felt it was strange. He parted the crowd and arrived at the riverbank. He finally understood what this group of people were cursing about. The only bridge that connected the inner and outer regions of savage forest had actually been destroyed by someone. The river was tens of meters wide, and there were water monsters bobbing up and down in the water. This blocked off the group of people at the riverbank. Ah, a miserable cry came from the river. Two cultivators who were preparing to swim over were swallowed by a strange black fish. After a while, large amounts of red blood started to seep out of the river. Xiaochen felt it was a pity. He had seen it clearly. Those two cultivators were the ones who mocked him earlier. If they picked up some scrap metal in Beast King Valley, they would be able to sell it for hundreds of thousands. Unfortunately, they did not even manage to enter the inner region of savage forest before dying in the river. Tong! A martial Grand Master suddenly leaped out of the river. His body soared high into the air before landing on the water. He pushed off lightly and leaped up again. The opposite riverbank was already less than 30 meters away from him. Chapter 111. As long as he pushed off the surface of the river once more, he would reach the shore safely. Thinking of this, the martial Grand Master revealed a joyful smile. Hu Chi! Just as he landed on the water for the second time, a black tentacle suddenly shot out from the water and wrapped around his legs. That martial Grand Master did not panic and reacted very quickly. He chopped out with the saber in his hand and the black tentacle immediately broke apart. Pooh! 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 The martial Grand Master regained his freedom and leaped into the air again. However, before he could fly up, countless black tentacles shot out from the water and pulled him into the water. A startled cry came out of his mouth as he struggled with all his might. However, he was still dragged into the river. Chewing sounds could be heard. Gunong! Gunong! Bubbles kept appearing on the surface of the river as pools of blood flowed out. The crowd could vaguely see a strange black fish floating out of the water. Its back was covered with tentacles of various sizes. I don't know which bastard broke the bridge. It's over. There are so many terror fishes. None of us can cross. If we want to cross, we need to be at least a martial saint. Otherwise, if we do not hold on and fly over, we will be caught by the tentacles of the terror fishes. Seeing another martial Grand Master die miserably, the crowd at the shore no longer dared to try. They all cursed the person who broke the bridge. Rushing footsteps could be heard. Zhang He and Zhou Hongyu led a large group of cultivators over. Xiaochen quickly hid himself in the crowd. When the two of them saw the bridge was broken, they did not hesitate and shouted loudly as they flew to the other side of the river. They leaped high into the air and when they landed on the water, they kicked up countless waves. Pooh! 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 Countless tentacles flew towards the two of them in the air. The two of them sent out resplendent sword chi and shattered these tentacles. After a while, the two of them landed firmly on the other side of the river under the gaze of the crowd. Then, they quickly rushed in the direction of Beast King Valley. Damn it! These two bastards, they said they would bring us to Beast King Valley. Now, they actually ran away without any sense of loyalty. The cultivators that followed the two cursed out when they saw the situation. The person next to him said angrily, "What are you scolding? You're not good people either. You're just using each other. There's nothing to say. Who are you cursing? Say it again if you have the guts." Because they could not cross the river, the cultivators on the riverbank were all very angry. Since they could not agree with each other, it quickly turned into a fight. Xiaochen couldn't be bothered with this group of people. Just as he was about to cross the river, a black dot suddenly appeared upstream. It was speeding towards them at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in everyone's field of vision. That black dot was actually a black ship. The people on the shore were shocked and stopped making noise. He felt that it was extremely strange. There were many water monsters in the river, so why would a boat suddenly appear upstream? Where did this boat come from? To all the new and old customers of Liushang Pavilion, your Lord Fatty is here to save you once again. A familiar figure appeared on the bow of the ship. Kim Tae-ho stood at the corner of the ship, holding a golden folding fan in his hand as he spoke with a smile. Bang! The bow of the black ship stopped by the riverbank. A group of cultivators were wild with joy as they rushed towards the bow of the ship. It was like they saw a life-saving straw. Chi! Chi! Suddenly, arrows shot down from the bow of the ship. The cultivators below were startled and they all retreated to avoid them. Fatso smiled faintly. If you want to cross the river, each person has to pay 10,000 silver taels. Otherwise, there's no need to talk. After all, this Lord Fatty is just a businessman. 10,000 silver taels? Are you robbing us? It's just a trip across the river. Indeed, even robbing us is not as ruthless as you. Although the people below were clamoring ferociously, they still paid up in the end. Xiao Chen counted carefully. There were about 300 to 400 cultivators at the riverbank. Just from this trip alone, Fatso had earned more than 4 million silver taels. Xiao Chen had already expected that Fatso would rush to Savage Forest. However, he did not expect to meet him here. It was unexpected, but within reason. Xiao Chen suspected that Fatso was the one who broke the bridge. In the blink of an eye, all the people at the riverbank had left. Fatso stood at the bow of the ship and looked at Xiao Chen. He smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, come on up. I know you are out of money. This Brother Fatty will give you a ride for free." Xiao Chen did not say anything. He leaped into the air and landed on the bow of the ship. The ship immediately turned around and moved quickly to the other side. The huge ship broke through the waves, causing the fish in the water to avoid it. Kim Tae-ho parted the crowd and led Xiao Chen to the ship's hold. He said with some pride, "How is it, Brother Xiao? My ship is not bad, right?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Although it cannot compare to a king-grade secret treasure like the Black Royal Warship, it is at least a spirit-grade secret treasure. Fatso was startled in his heart. He smiled and said, "Brother Zhao's eyes are really sharp. How about I bring you to Beast King Valley? Of course, with our friendship, I will not charge you a fee." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. When he saw the ship coming from upstream, he had already thought of it. Aside from entering the water from the sky, there was no other way to enter the water. "Can you bring me to the control room to take a look?" Xiao Chen asked. He really wanted to know if this legendary secret treasure was the same as the magic treasures recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation. After Xiao Chen spoke, he took out a bottle of golden holy beast blood from his universe ring and placed it in front of Fatso. Kim Tae-ho opened it and took a whiff. He smiled and said, "Sure, there is no problem. However, time is limited. Don't stay here for too long." Fatso stretched out his hand and sent out a shockwave. It struck an unknown place and a large hole immediately appeared in the floor of the hold. Xiao Chen and Fatso instantly fell into the hole. Xiao Chen turned around in the air and landed firmly. He immediately felt a familiar aura around him. He quickly closed his eyes and released his spiritual sense. A huge formation appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Every line of the formation was hidden in various parts of the ship, giving off a green radiance. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and followed Fatso to the center of the formation. Finally, he saw the secret of the core of the secret treasure. There were many spirit stones placed around the center of the formation. A few old men were controlling the flow of the spiritual energy on the ship. Indeed, this secret treasure is a magic treasure, Xiao Chen thought in astonishment. However, the people of today seem to have forgotten how to operate a secret treasure. They actually needed spirit stones to activate it. "Let's go, Brother Xiao has already reached the shore." Xiao Chen was lost in thought when he was interrupted by Fatso. He discovered that the true function of this secret treasure was not even a tenth of its power. It was only used as a transportation tool. He felt that it was a pity. The two of them returned to the bow of the ship. When the group of cultivators saw the shore, they quickly jumped off. After everyone jumped off, Fatso waved his hand and the ship soared into the sky, heading for Beast King Valley. Damn it, it is actually a secret treasure. This Fatso is too hateful. He took more than 10,000 silver taels from us. Why didn't he send us directly to Beast King Valley? When the people below saw the situation, they all started cursing. High in the sky, Fatso stood at the bow of the ship. He felt very satisfied. He spread his arms wide open and welcomed the cool breeze. He said, "This feeling of soaring in the sky is really extraordinary." Who? Just at this moment, a large golden ship flew by quickly. It brushed past Fatso's ship and created a whirlwind. It nearly blew Fatso off the ship. Dong! Just as Fatso was about to curse, a shadow suddenly flew over his head. A wine cup fell from above and smashed into Fatso's head. Xiaochen looked at the warship that flew over Fatso's head. He saw Hua Yunfei's figure on it. Indeed, the Hua clan's king-grade secret treasure had appeared. Damn it, when this fat lord obtains an emperor-grade secret treasure, I will kill you all. Damn it, Fatso cursed as he rubbed his head. Just at this moment, Xiaochen noticed that there seemed to be a figure standing on a tree below. He felt that the person looked familiar. He extended his spiritual sense and discovered that it was Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun carried a sword on his back, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He stood on the tree branch and looked into the distance. Xiaochen felt it was strange. Those noble clans brought a large number of people and even mobilized their king-grade secret treasures. The strongest sect in Dongming province, the Misty Sword sect, only sent Chu Chaoyun. Furthermore, he came alone. This did not make sense. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyun turned his head and revealed a faint smile at Xiaochen. It was like he was greeting him. Xiaochen was startled. Could he have seen me? I only scanned him with my spiritual sense. Even a martial saint would not be able to detect it. Suddenly, a sword of light appeared under Chu Chaoyun's feet. It carried him through the air, flying quickly towards Fatso's warship. Wang! The sword of light disappeared and Chu Chaoyun landed firmly on the bow of the warship. Xiaochen felt a strange sense of danger and took 3 steps back. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and jumped down from the bow. He said to Xiaochen, "Brother Xiao, there is no need to be nervous. I am just here to hitch a ride." Fatso smiled coldly at the side and said, "Whose warship do you think this is? Do you think you can hitch a ride as you please?" Fatso had just suffered a series of setbacks and was in a bad mood. When he saw Chu Chaoyun arrive uninvited, he immediately made things difficult for him. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and walked over to Fatso. He handed over a stack of gold banknotes and said, "Your Jin clan is full of businessmen. You would not reject a business that is delivered to your doorstep, right?" Kim Tae-ho, who normally treated banknotes like his father, did not show any change in his expression. He snorted coldly and took the banknotes. Xiaochen was astonished. He thought to himself, this Fatso must have suffered at the hands of Chu Chaoyun. Otherwise, he would not have such an expression. They flew towards Beast King Valley in silence. Along the way, Chu Chaoyun appeared very calm. Occasionally, he would chat with Xiaochen, giving off a very relaxed feeling. However, the more relaxed he was, the more Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. He did not know why, but the feeling that this Chu Chaoyun gave him was much more horrifying than Hua Yunfei. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there were explosions in the sky in front. The 3 people at the bow looked forward and saw that the Guy Marquis' golden warship was fighting with a flock of huge birds. The huge birds had 3 heads. When they spread their wings, they were tens of meters wide. Of the 3 heads, 1 breathed fire, 1 breathed poison, and 1 breathed cold qi. They were all very ferocious. Chapter 112. Rank 5 Flying Spirit Beasts, 3-headed birds. This is troublesome, we might not be able to go around them, Chu Chaoyun said indifferently after he saw them clearly. Fatso's expression was grave. After a while, he said, "Let's descend, there are too many of them. I did not expect to meet such a flock of spirit beasts when we are still a few kilometers away from Beast King Valley." Chu Chaoyun frowned slightly and said, "It is too late." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 three-headed birds flew over quickly. The 3 huge birds connected together like a dark cloud, covering the sky in front of them. Bang! 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 Flames, ice, and poisonous gas rained down on the ship. A pale green halo appeared around the hull of the ship, isolating all the attacks. The fat on Fatso's face trembled as he cursed, "We are going to suffer a loss this time. We have not even reached Beast King Valley and we have already exhausted so many spirit stones." Xiaochen thought for a while and said, "Dabao, I think I'll take another route and help you lure one away." When he was with Chu Chaoyun, Xiaochen always felt pressured. Now that he had an opportunity to leave, he did not hesitate. Xiaochen circulated the gravity spell and soared into the air. Then, he passed through the jade-green ring of light and flew out. Immediately, the 3-headed birds all attacked him. Flames, ice, and poison, all of them attacked him. Xiaochen executed the heavenly lightning shield and blocked all the attacks. He quickly flew forward and the 4 three-headed birds chased after him. "Damn, I only wanted to lure one away, not all of them," Xiaochen said gloomily. The attacks of the 4 three-headed birds landed on the heavenly lightning shield in a continuous stream. Countless cracks immediately appeared on the shield. Xiaochen's body swayed left and right in the air, like a leaf moving up and down in a strong wind. Fatso stood at the bow of the ship and watched as Xiaochen lured away the 4 three-headed birds. He finally smiled and said loudly, "Brother Xiaochen, you are too polite." Ding! A faint zither sound came from the hold of the ship. 3 visible sound waves flew towards the 3-headed birds like sharp swords. Pu ci. The 3 three-headed birds cried out in pain as a severe wound appeared on their bodies. Blood sprayed out as they fell from the sky. When Fatso saw the 3-headed birds returning, the smile on his face froze. A strange look flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He looked at the ship's hold and said in shock, unexpectedly, "Miss Xiao Xiao is here as well." With 3 three-headed birds gone, the pressure on Xiaochen lessened significantly. He executed the lightning evasion and dodged the attack of this 3-headed bird. Xiaochen checked his direction and continued flying in the direction of Beast King Valley. When he saw the golden warship in the distance, he saw a scene that would make one tremble. A person clad in golden armor emitted a resplendent golden light from his body. It was very dazzling. He held a 3-meter-long golden spear in his right hand and a 1-meter-long red short spear in his left. He leaped continuously on the 3-headed bird's back, sweeping his spear around like a god of war. He fought left and right, blood spurted out in the air. He picked off the 3-headed birds one by one. This is the Guy Marquis, Ying Xiao. The super expert of the younger generation in the king's residence, second only to Ying Yu. Xiaochen said with astonishment in his eyes. The strength of the 3-headed birds was equivalent to a peak martial grand master. However, they were killed by Ying Xiao without being able to retaliate. This person's strength was truly horrifying. The Guy Marquis in the air seemed to feel Xiaochen's gaze. He turned his head and a pair of dragon eyes shot towards Xiaochen like lightning. Xiaochen did not want to cause any trouble, so he immediately flew away. After flying for half an hour, Xiaochen could already see the silhouette of Beast King Valley from the sky. He did not want to attract too much attention, so Xiaochen slowly descended. He saw the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace, the Ji clan's black monarch warship, and the Hua clan's warship all stopped in the air. They were being held back by some flying spirit beasts. After Xiaochen landed, there were miserable cries coming from the surroundings. When he turned his head back to take a look, it was indeed a cultivator being torn to shreds by a spirit beast and swallowed into its stomach. The deeper he went, the more horrifying the spirit beasts in Savage Forest became. Xiaochen carefully jumped onto a big tree and hid his aura. He waited for the spirit beast to pass before he slowly jumped down. Now that he was here, every step was filled with danger. If he was not careful, he would be killed by the spirit beasts. Xiaochen did not dare to be careless. He extended out his spiritual sense and slowly made his way to Beast King Valley. Because the entrance to Beast King Valley was the resting place of tens of thousands of beasts, normally, there would not be any spirit beasts passing by. When Xiaochen saw a large group of cultivators gathered at the entrance, he did not rush to enter. We finally made it here. This journey was really miserable. I saw a few martial saints die miserably. It was really scary. Indeed, that Zhang He, who led us earlier, was actually swallowed by an ancient savage beast. Why are the people of the noble clans not coming down yet? The people who just entered discovered a few beast kings that were not completely dead. They did not even have time to escape before they were killed. Fortunately, I was smart and only took a look from afar. Otherwise, I would not have been able to escape. The Golden Lion King inside is as tall as a small mountain. When sabers and swords hacked at it, they could not even break its skin. Xiaochen blended in with the crowd and finally understood why this group of cultivators was blocking the entrance. It turned out that there were still beast kings that were not completely dead in Beast King Valley. Furthermore, there was more than one. Bang! The Guy Marquis' golden warship was the first to stop. A group of golden-armored warriors jumped off the warship. The Guy Marquis rode on a dragon-scale horse and jumped off the warship. He led the warriors into the valley. The Guy Marquis is here. Behind him are the golden armor guards of the Marquis' residence. Every one of them is a peak martial grand master. Furthermore, they all came from the battlefield. There is no need to be afraid now. Xiaochen extended his spiritual sense to the group of people. Indeed, he could see a black aura lingering above the heads of the group of golden-armored warriors. This was the baleful aura that was formed when the stench of blood on their bodies was too heavy. Bang! The Ji clan's black royal warship also stopped. Ji Chongkong led a group of Ji clan cultivators and jumped off the warship. After a while, the Jiang clan's martial saints all jumped off as well. The Ji clan's people are here as well. Damn, so many martial saints. The 6 martial saints of the Jiang clan are all here as well. They might be the strongest among the noble clans. Bang! Bang! The people from the Hua clan and the Duanmu clan also dealt with the spirit beasts in the air. They all led their people in. Now, all the people from the noble clans were present. The cultivators at the valley entrance could no longer endure it. They all followed after them, hoping to gain some benefits. Xiaochen noticed that there were some strong cultivators who were still able to remain calm and did not rush in. Xiaochen was not in a rush, he did not follow them in. He locked his spiritual sense on the group of people from the Ji clan. This was because he actually saw Jiang Muheng's figure among them. He could not help but pay attention to him. After another 4 hours, almost all the cultivators at the valley entrance had entered. Xiaochen did not wish to continue staying here. He used his spiritual sense to sense that the Ji clan had already killed a beast king past its prime. Brother Xiaochen, wait a moment. Let's go together. Suddenly, Fatso's voice came from behind him. Xiaochen turned around and saw Kim Taeho smiling as he shouted from behind. Beside him, Su Xiaoxiao was hugging her zither. Her pure face revealed a faint smile as well. When Xiaochen saw Su Xiaoxiao, he was slightly stunned. He remembered that when he was attacked by the 4 three-headed birds, he seemed to have heard the sound of a zither. It seemed like Su Xiaoxiao had made a move. Many thanks to Miss Xiaoxiao for your help earlier. Xiaochen thanked Su Xiaoxiao after the two of them walked up to each other. Su Xiaoxiao smiled tactfully. A mischievous expression appeared on her pretty face as she said, "Is young Master Xiao not afraid of lowering your intelligence?" Xiaochen blushed with shame in his heart. This girl was indeed a creature that bore grudges. He had already forgotten what he had said to her back then. Now that he thought about it carefully, Su Xiaoxiao was actually on his side. Yan Qinyun's strength was not low. It was just that he was careless at the start and suffered a disadvantage. Hence, Xiaochen kept attacking him. The most important thing was that he did not expect Xiao Chen to make a move in front of Su Xiaoxiao. Fatso held the golden folding fan in his hand and smiled. Let's go in quickly. This fat lord has to at least recoup my losses this time. When Xiao Chen did not see Chu Chaoyun, he felt it was strange. He asked, "Where is Chu Chaoyun?" Fatso replied, "Let's go quickly. Don't mention that brat anymore. He left the moment we disembarked." The three of them crossed the valley entrance. Not long after, the huge Beast King Valley appeared before everyone's eyes. Although this Beast King Valley was called a valley, it was actually as big as a small city. Even when Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to scan the area, he could not find the end. Everyone walked forward. There were huge skeletons everywhere on the side of the road. Fatty's eyes lit up as he looked at them. These were the bones of high-level beast kings that had passed away and remained in this world. Even after thousands of years, there were no signs of weathering. Unfortunately, these skeletons were complete. Sabers and swords could not break them, nor could they be moved. Even if they saw any treasures, they would not be able to pick them up. The towering skeletons gave off a faint pressure even from far away. Even after thousands of years, the auras left behind by these former beast kings still existed in the world. Fatso pounded his chest and said, "What a pity, there are so many bones. If we could bring them all back in one piece, even if we did not obtain any treasures from the ancient remnant, it would be worth it." Xiao Chen was a little confused as he asked, "Are these beast bones really that valuable?" "I don't think so. Even if these bones are very hard and can be used to make weapons, there are no tools to polish them." Fatso glanced at Su Xiaoxiao and smiled faintly. "Don't look down on the methods of the Heavenly Craft Manor. Of the 10 great spirit weapons forged by the Heavenly Craft Manor, 3 of them are made from the bones of a 1,000-year-old beast king. Furthermore, pure bone weapons are also extremely helpful to those who practice specific martial techniques. Furthermore, aside from forging weapons, these bones are also good supplementary materials for refining medicinal pills. If we find a smaller one later, this fat lord will personally move it back." There was even a spirit weapon made from beast bones. This greatly exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations. The three of them walked forward and saw a cultivator fumbling around in front of a beast bone. Chapter 113. I'm rich. I picked up a beast king's bone, that cultivator suddenly exclaimed in joy. The surrounding crowd immediately looked over. Someone at the side took a look and said, "It's the real deal. It is at least a rank 8 beast king's bone." What a horrifying spiritual pressure. I could feel it from a few meters away. Furthermore, it is just a piece of bone. Pu ci. Before the cultivator who obtained the beast bone could fade away, he was chopped in half from behind. The person who sneak attacked him grabbed the beast bone and fled frantically. When the people at the side saw this, how could they let him go? They all chased after that person. In an instant, an intense battle appeared before everyone's eyes. The last lone martial saint who passed by snatched the beast bone. After he killed tens of people, no one dared to continue fighting for it. Fatso shook his head and sighed, "Intellect. How stupid must one be to tell others so loudly that the treasure is on me? Come and snatch it." Xiao Chen also felt it was a pity. They had not found the entrance to the ancient remnant and the killing in the valley was already so intense. If they entered the ancient remnant, what would the scene be like? The three of them did not go far before they saw the people of the Ji clan in front. They were currently dissecting a beast king that they had killed. Fatso said in astonishment, "They actually killed a living beast king. The Ji clan has struck it rich this time. Just the beast blood alone can be sold for millions. The value of the spirit core is even more horrifying." Xiao Chen was not too astonished. Before he entered the valley, his spiritual sense was locked onto the people of the Ji clan. He had seen how they killed the beast king with his own eyes. Among them, Ji Chankong's resplendent sword that tore through the sky left a deep impression on Xiao Chen. That martial technique should have already reached Earth ranked. Let's change direction. The Jiang clan is in front, it is not easy for me to go over, Xiaochen said to Fatso as he looked at Jiang Muheng, who was in the crowd. Fatso felt it was a pity. I don't know if we can go up and exchange for something. Never mind, let's go. The three of them changed directions and continued forward. A light exploded in the sky, and an incomparably resplendent meteor suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of the three of them with a boom. After the dust settled, Ji Changkong appeared before the three of them. His long black hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. His powerful aura pressed down on the three of them as he slowly walked towards them. Xiao Chen and the other two felt a pressure. They could not help but take a step back. They looked cautiously at Ji Changkong, who had suddenly appeared in front of them. Ji Changkong's face was like jade. He was very handsome. He pointed at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "You stay. The two of you can leave." His voice was not loud, and he spoke slowly without any killing intent. However, his words revealed an aura that could not be rejected, and no one could question his words. Pooh! 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 Jiang Muheng led a group of Jiang clan martial grand masters and rushed over. He stood beside Ji Changkong and said, "Cousin, that damn Fatso must stay behind as well." "Who?" Kim Tae-ho laughed coldly. The crowd only heard the sound of the wind and Fatso picked up Jiang Muheng. In just an instant, the crowd even thought that Jiang Muheng had run into Fatso's hands by himself. "Pa!" Kim Tae-ho grabbed Jiang Muheng's collar with his left hand and lifted him up violently. His right hand held the golden folding fan and gave him a tight slap. "Although I'm fat, that doesn't mean that anyone can say that, especially someone like you." "Pa! Pa!" After Fatso spoke, he gave Jiang Muheng another 2 tight slaps. Jiang Muheng's right cheek instantly swelled up, and blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. "Damn you, Fatso. Put me down quickly. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead, I will." Before Jiang Muheng could finish speaking, the fatty ruthlessly flung him to the ground. His thick legs stomped on Jiang Muheng's face, ruthlessly stomping on it a few times. Seeing Ji Changkong block the few of them, the cultivators at the side quickly watched from afar. When they saw Fatso suddenly flipping out, everyone felt incomparably shocked in their hearts. Fatso flipped out. He is indeed tyrannical. He does not even care about Ji Changkong and directly stepped on his cousin. What does Jiang Muheng count for? Even the fur of Shiha province's Yan clan's Yan Qianyun was stripped by Fatso. Do you think there is anything he cannot do? Looks like the rumors are true. I wonder if Jiang Muheng will be stripped. If that is the case, it would be funny. When the words of the crowd reached Fatso's ears, Fatso even felt like dying. He wanted to explain that this was just a rumor, but this was clearly not the time. Did you see Fatso's expression? It looks like he admitted it. Damn it, how savage. You still dare to call him Fatso? Didn't you hear what he said? Whoever dares to call him Fatso, he will strip off all his fur. You are finished. You are so loud, that Fatso will definitely hear you. Quickly deal with it yourself. Damn it, I'm not going to say any more. If I continue, I might really be finished. When Xiao Chen and Su Xiao heard this, they both subconsciously took 3 steps back, putting some distance between them and Fatso. Kim Tae-ho had a wronged expression on his face. He no longer had the tyrannical air he had earlier. He complained bitterly, "Can you guys be more loyal? Kim Tae-ho, quickly let go of my son. I do not have any grudges with you. I will not take back the street in the east of the city. I will not make things difficult for you." The Jiang clan's clan head, Jiang Mingxuan, hurried over and shouted when he saw Jiang Muheng being stepped on by Kim Tae-ho. When Jiang Muheng heard Jiang Mingxuan's voice, he became very agitated. His head struggled under Fatso's foot. Finally, he opened his mouth and took a deep breath. He said loudly, "Father, you have to save me. This Fatso is a pervert." Yan Qianyun Fatso was extremely frustrated. When he heard Jiang Muheng's words, he kicked him into the air. Then, he used his palm as a saber and knocked him unconscious. Jiang Mingxuan felt very anxious and rushed forward. Fatso grabbed Jiang Muheng's neck and glared at Jiang Mingxuan. Feeling that murderous gaze, Jiang Mingxuan quickly stopped. Boom! Ji Changkong, who had been silent all this while, suddenly moved. A black figure suddenly appeared in front of Fatso. That figure used his fingers as a sword and aimed for Kim Taeho's eyes. Who? The golden folding fan in Kim Taeho's hand opened up with a schwa sound. A golden figure appeared behind him. That figure was dressed like a scholar. He was also holding a golden folding fan in his hand. The instant the scholar appeared, the might of an ancient sage spread out in all directions. The surrounding cultivators all felt a righteous aura. Boom! The scholar gently waved the folding fan in his hand, sending out a wave of energy. The black figure in front of the fatty was immediately sent flying backward, exploding into a bloody shadow in the air. That is the weapon of an ancient sage. There is actually a trace of a Tao image left in it. How horrifying! Ji Changkong's external incarnation was actually destroyed in an instant with just a gentle wave. Ji Changkong's expression did not change. However, he was somewhat astonished in his heart. He did not expect that this incomparably tacky fatso would actually have a treasure on him. Furthermore, looking at his attire, those gorgeous ornaments could very well be treasures. Fatso carried Jiang Muheng on his shoulder. He looked at Ji Changkong and said, I do not care about the grudges between you and Xiao Chen. After we leave Beast King Valley, you can do whatever you want. However, as long as he is in Beast King Valley, he is my companion. Leave Jiang Muheng with me for a period of time. After we leave Beast King Valley, I will return him to you. After Kim Taeho spoke, he brought Xiao Chen and Ji Changkong and left in another direction. Jiang Mingxian and the others looked at Xiao Chen's back. Their hearts burned with rage, but there was nothing they could do. If they tried to forcefully take down this group of people, Jiang Muheng would definitely be killed immediately. This fatso is really tyrannical. He is not even afraid of Ji Changkong. What a pity for the Jiang clan. They only have one son, and he is going to be ruined by fatso. Of all the people they could offend, they just had to offend this fatso. Let's not talk about this anymore. That fatso has not gone far yet. Lower your voice. In a secluded area of Beast King Valley, Kim Taeho casually tossed Jiang Muheng to the ground and started fiddling with his body. Xiao Chen and Su Xiaoxiao thought of the rumors they heard earlier. The two of them tacitly moved to the side. After a while, Fatso scolded, Pauper, you have nothing. Seeing Xiao Chen and Su Xiaoxiao move to the side, Fatso quickly carried Jiang Muheng and chased after them. He explained, I say, can you not look at me with such a strange gaze? Those are just rumors. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, I know. It is just that there are differences in intelligence between people. They are unable to understand you. That's more like it. Fatso said happily. After a while, he felt that something was wrong. Why do I feel that your words are mocking me? Xiao Chen listened for a while and said, stop messing around. I heard the sounds of fighting. Maybe some noble clan is killing the Beast King. Let's see if we can take advantage of it. Fatso looked in the direction Xiao Chen pointed and listened for a while. He said, why did I not hear anything? Never mind, I believe you. However, what about the person I am carrying? Xiao Chen thought for a while before placing the universe ring on Jiang Muheng's body. With a thought, he stored Jiang Muheng inside with a so sound. When Kim Taeho and Su Xiaoxiao saw this, they were astonished. Fatso said in astonishment, what kind of spatial ring is this? How can it store a living person? Xiao Chen did not explain much, just treat it as a secret treasure. Xiao Chen led the way forward. Along the way, they could see battles taking place everywhere. As long as they found a piece of Beast King bone, there would be a fight over it. Fatso was a little depressed as he said, there are so many people picking up the scattered Beast King bones. Why can't this fat lord find any? Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything. He kept his spiritual sense extended out. He saw that Fatso had stepped on at least 3 pieces of Beast King bones, but he did not discover any. Bang! Bang! The 3 of them finally saw the source of the sounds of fighting. The Gi Marquis, Ing Shao, was leading his 200 golden armored warriors, fighting against a golden lion king the size of a small mountain. Shao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He thought back to the infant golden lion that he met in the periphery of Savage Forest. Just the spiritual energy contained in the infant spirit core allowed Shao Chen to raise his cultivation by 1 realm. Chapter 114. This golden lion king was the size of a small mountain. The amount of spiritual energy contained in its inner core was definitely horrifying to a shocking level. Fatso's eyes lit up as he said excitedly, "Golden holy beast. It really is a golden holy beast." Su Xiao countered, "Don't think too much. The Gi Marquis' 200 golden armored warriors are all peak martial grand masters. Furthermore, they have fought on the battlefield before. The most important thing is that they are wearing Earth-ranked battle armor and superior-grade profound-ranked spirit weapons forged by the heavenly craft manner. Although they do not have a martial saint, they should be the strongest of all the powers." Shao Chen was incomparably astonished. Over 200 elite spirit weapons and battle armor, how horrifying was that? The battle armor that Yan Qianyun wore was only Earth-ranked. Furthermore, he was a scion of a noble clan. These 200 golden armored warriors were actually all wearing Earth-ranked battle armor. Just thinking about it caused one to tremble in fear. No wonder the Gi Marquis only brought 200 golden armored warriors. With just this, he could move unhindered in Beast King Valley. Ha! As the 3 of them were speaking, the Gi Marquis, Ing Shao, who was riding on his dragon-scale horse, suddenly shouted loudly. He galloped towards the golden lion king, kicking up a cloud of dust. Man and horse became one. He moved as fast as lightning, disappearing in an instant. In the next moment, he arrived in front of the golden lion king. The 3-meter-long golden spear in his right hand carried a huge force as it smashed violently into the golden lion king's chest. Boom! The 3 of them saw an extremely majestic scene. The Gi Marquis riding on his dragon-scale horse was only 2 meters tall. In front of the small mountain-like Lion King, he was pitifully small. However, at this moment, he was able to send the Golden Lion King flying. This was a very terrifying spear power. How strong was the power contained in the spear to be able to send the Golden Lion King, which was like a small mountain, flying? Bang! The Golden Lion King landed heavily on the ground and gave off a loud sound, causing the ground to tremble. Before it could stand up, the 200 golden armored warriors under the Gi Marquis immediately surrounded it. Shao Chen felt that it was a pity. He knew that in the face of this absolute power, he had no chance at all. He quickly led Fatso and the others forward. Before Shao Chen left, he felt the Gi Marquis' lightning-like gaze looking at him again. After the 3 of them walked for a long time, Fatso grumbled, "This Beast King Valley is too big. If we continue searching like this, who knows how long it will take to find the entrance to the ancient remnant." Rumble. As Fatso was speaking, a series of continuous loud noises came from a distant mountain wall. A gust of cold wind suddenly swept through the entire valley. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The entrance to the ancient remnant must have opened. It's the Duanmu family. I saw them heading in that direction. At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the mountain wall in the distance. Thud. 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 The Gi Marquis rode on his dragon-scale horse and led the 200 golden armored warriors past the 3 of them. They actually gave up on the Golden Lion King that they were about to obtain and headed straight for the mountain wall. Everyone's expression became extremely excited as they headed for the mountain wall. They were afraid that if they were too slow, the treasures in the ancient remnant would be snatched away by others. Shao Chen thought of something and turned around. He said, "Let's go and take a look at that Golden Lion King. There is no rush to go to the ancient remnant." Fatso chuckled, "That's exactly what I was thinking." When the 3 of them returned to the place where the Golden Lion King was, they saw dozens of cultivators had the same thoughts as them. They were currently surrounding and killing the Golden Lion King. Many martial masters hacked at the Golden Lion King with their weapons. Metallic sounds resounded continuously. Its golden skin was like metal, there was not even a scratch on it. Hoo-chee! A strand of golden flame descended from the sky. The cultivators on the ground were immediately burned to a pile of ashes. They did not even have the chance to resist. When the remaining cultivators saw the situation, they all gave up. Xiaochen somewhat understood the reason why the Guy Marquis gave up. Although this Golden Lion King was past its prime and its movements were slow, its skin was like steel. Sabers and arrows were unable to injure it at all. When Kim Tae-ho saw the situation, he frowned and said, "Why is this fellow's skin so thick? How are we going to attack it?" Xiaochen measured carefully. This Golden Lion King was about 50 meters tall. He looked at the place where the Guy Marquis' spear had pierced at. There was a shallow wound there, and a trace of faint golden blood was slowly flowing out. Su Xiaoxiao, who had been silent all this while, suddenly opened her mouth. There is still a chance. The life force in its body is rapidly disappearing. Furthermore, its internal injuries are very severe. Although the Guy Marquis group did not manage to injure its skin, the force of the spirit weapons managed to injure its body. Xiaochen took out the Soul Slayer bow from the universe ring and knocked an essence light arrow. He drew the bow into the shape of a full moon and aimed the arrow at the small wound on the Golden Lion King's chest. The arrow gave off a faint glow. Xiaochen could feel the horrifying force contained in it. This essence light arrow was able to damage his superior grade profound ranked battle armor in the past. It should not disappoint him now. Hoo-chee! The essence light arrow buzzed in the air and shot out. In an instant, it pierced through the Golden Lion King's body, causing a stream of golden blood to spurt out. Ding! Ding! Yellow Spring's 9 Deaths Song. Yellow Spring's 9 Deaths Song. Su Xiaoxiao gently stroked her zither and a majestic tune of a powerful army burst out. The grass and trees in the valley trembled and the wind howled. It was as though there were thousands of soldiers and horses roaring, reverberating in the valley. Within the valley, countless heroic spirits appeared behind Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao's zither music rose continuously. The army of heroic spirits rode on horses, as though they were coming out from the underworld river, rushing towards the Golden Lion King. Xiaochen executed the lightning evasion and flashed into the air. He caught the essence light arrow in his hand and the lunar shadow saber suddenly appeared in his hand. Countless arcs of electricity leaped around it. Pu-ci! Xiaochen held the lunar shadow saber and stabbed it violently into the wound that the essence light arrow pierced through. Instantly, golden blood spurted out and splashed onto Xiaochen's face. The electricity on the lunar shadow saber directly entered the Golden Lion King's body. The Golden Lion King cried out in pain and its body trembled violently. A huge force came from its back and Xiaochen was immediately flung off. Who? The Golden Lion King spat out a huge clump of golden flames at Su Xiaoxiao. Then, it sprinted as though it was in the final moments of its life. Its speed was incomparably agile. Fatso opened the golden folding fan in his hand and a golden figure appeared again. He fanned the flames ferociously and sent them flying. The army of heroic spirits brandished their spears and sabers and pierced through the Golden Lion King's body. Every time a heroic spirit pierced through it, the Golden Lion King's speed would slow down. It was as though a portion of its life force was being drained away. When the army of heroic spirits pierced through the Golden Lion King's body, it came to a complete stop. It was only 2 meters away from Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao's hands, which were playing the zither, suddenly stopped. The indistinct tune reverberating in the valley suddenly turned silent. Even the sound of the wind seemed to have stopped. Dong! A high-pitched tune suddenly resounded and a strong wind blew. Su Xiaoxiao's clothes fluttered and her fine black hair fluttered. A formless energy sent the Golden Lion King flying. Descending divine dragon chop. High up in the sky, Xiaochen streaked through the air like a meteor and struck the back of the Golden Lion King. There was a loud bang, and the mountain-like body of the Golden Lion King knelt down. The Golden Lion King let out a painful wail. The three of them could feel its life force rapidly draining away. This Golden Lion King, which was already past its prime, was about to pass away. Just when the three of them were feeling relaxed, a human figure suddenly flew over from a distant place. He was like a longsword as he streaked across the sky with a terrifying sword image. With a loud sound, he followed the small wound caused by the primary light arrow earlier and directly penetrated the Golden Lion King's body. Boom! There was another loud sound and he came out of the Golden Lion King's body. He was holding a golden spirit core the size of a basketball in his hand. This time, the Golden Lion King was thoroughly dead. Golden blood spurted out from the huge wound like raindrops. When it fell into the valley, it made dripping sounds. Chu Chaoyun! Xiaochen exclaimed in astonishment when he saw this person's figure clearly. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. The golden spirit core in his hand emitted a golden spiritual energy that soared into the sky, forming a golden ribbon. When the countless spirit beasts in the surroundings saw the spiritual energy, they flew over frantically. With a satisfied smile, Chu Chaoyun stored the golden spirit core in his spatial ring. He looked at Xiaochen and said, "I'm borrowing it. I will return it in the future." A sword of light appeared under Xiaochen's feet. He rode the sword and flew off into the distance. Xiaochen was extremely furious in his heart. This Chu Chaoyun was too despicable. Everyone worked hard for a long time, and he took away the most valuable spirit core of the Golden Lion King. Xiaochen was very dissatisfied with the fact that he only said he was borrowing it and then flew far away. He was clearer than anyone about the horrifying spiritual energy contained in the spirit core. He used the gravity spell and chased after it. "Brother Xiao, don't chase after him." Fatso shouted from the ground, "It's over. Xiaochen is not a match for Chu Chaoyun. If we chase after him like this, it will be disastrous." Su Xiaoxiao's complexion was slightly pale. She had exhausted a lot of essence and mental energy after playing the Yellow Springs 9 Deaths song. She looked in the direction Xiaochen left and said, "There is no need to shout. Chu Chaoyun will not make a move on him." Fatso said hatefully, "This bastard. This is not the first time he did this. There will be a day when he will fall into this fat lord's hands." On a flat ground in the valley, Chu Chaoyun suddenly stopped and slowly landed on the ground. He looked at Xiaochen who was following behind him and said, "Brother Xiao, it was my fault for taking your spirit core today. I will return this favor to you in the future." After Xiaochen landed, he said indifferently, "If you want to take it, then take it. If you want to borrow it, then borrow it. Have you asked for my permission?" Xiaochen held the lunar shadow saber tightly as he stared at Chu Chaoyun. This Chu Chaoyun gave him a very dangerous feeling. If it were not for the fact that he was too angry, he would not have gone against this person. Chu Chaoyun smiled gently. "In this world, it has always been the law of the jungle. The strong are respected. I borrowed it, so be it. Xiaochen, I really do not need your permission." Chapter 115. Lightning Evasion. There was a flash of light and Xiaochen appeared beside Chu Chaoyun. He executed drawing the saber and a saber light flickered. The lunar shadow saber quickly slashed at Chu Chaoyun's chest. Bang! Chu Chaoyun turned around gently and used his finger as a sword. A light appeared on his finger and blocked Xiaochen's saber. There was a metallic sound as he blocked Xiaochen's saber. After the first move of the rushing thunder saber technique was blocked, there was no way to execute the subsequent moves. Xiaochen quickly changed his move. He shouted, "Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years." Bang! 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 Xiaochen's figure quickly changed positions in the air. Countless saber lights flashed as they hacked at Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun stood on the ground without moving at all. He used his finger as a sword and countless sword chi suddenly appeared. This flight on wings was a martial technique of the Misty Sword sect. Chu Chaoyun was very familiar with it. When he saw Xiaochen execute this move, although he was astonished, he did not panic. The sword chi arrived first despite being launched later. It danced chaotically in the wind and actually forced Xiaochen to switch from offense to defense. The saber lights danced around continuously, neutralizing the sword chi that were flying at him. The two of them exchanged more than 1,000 moves. Their essence was greatly exhausted. After the disordered dance of 1,000 years was executed, Xiaochen retreated backward. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and leaped into the sky. Flight on wings, moon bright like fire. A mysterious phenomenon appeared in the sky. The boundless night suddenly covered the blazing sun in the sky. A full moon slowly rose in the sky, giving off a gentle glow. Chu Chaoyun frowned slightly. He said in astonishment, "It is already very shocking that he can execute our sect's disordered dance of 1,000 years. How is it that he can even execute moon bright like fire?" Chu Chaoyun revealed a cautious expression. He knew the might of moon bright like fire. Back then, that sword saint had used this move to kill a great emperor. But soon, a relaxed expression appeared on his face. Xiaochen had not comprehended the true essence of this move at all. There were many flaws in the phenomenon. "Are you trying to show off before an expert?" Chu Chaoyun said with a faint smile. "Gotcha." Suddenly, a golden light shone in the dark night. Chu Chaoyun slowly drew the sword on his back by an inch. In an instant, golden light burst forth, and endless light violently burst forth from the 1-inch sword. Saint weapon, the sword on his back is actually a saint weapon. When Xiaochen saw the piercing golden light, he was extremely astonished. However, the mysterious phenomenon had already appeared. There was no longer any chance for him to stop. He could only go all out. Chu Chaoyun stood upright with his hands behind his back. He looked indifferently at Xiaochen in the air and snorted coldly. The sword on his back returned to its scabbard. A surging golden light shot out from all directions, turning into boundless sword images. The night that covered the entire sky was like glass. Countless cracks appeared on it. After a while, there were countless crisp sounds and the night completely disappeared. The full moon returned to nothingness before it could even rise. Sunlight shone on the ground once again. With the mysterious phenomenon broken, Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. He staggered a few times and nearly fell to the ground. When the mysterious phenomenon was broken, the sword technique would rebound. This was the most serious internal injury a cultivator could suffer. Back then, Zhang He had been crippled by Xiaochen after his mysterious phenomenon was broken. Chu Chaoyun leaped up gently and slowly walked over to Xiaochen. He said, "I know you still have trump cards that you have not used yet. However, I do not have any intentions of killing you. At least, not now. I hope you will not do anything foolish. Do not use the same move that you used on Hua Yunfei on me. This world is very big and very exciting. However, only those who are alive can experience this excitement. The one who laughs in the end is the true hero." After Chu Chaoyun spoke, a sword of light appeared under his feet. He rode on the sword and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Xiaochen consumed a blood-replenishing pill and a qi-returning pill. As he watched Chu Chaoyun disappear, he smiled bitterly to himself. This was the first time he had been defeated in such a miserable manner. His opponent had not even made a move, he had destroyed him with just half a move. Sitting cross-legged, Xiaochen slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, digesting the medicinal energy in his body. After a while, when the medicinal energy had completely permeated his body, his injuries were more or less healed. Xiaochen did not hesitate and rushed back. Although he had taken away the most precious part of the Golden Lion King, the other parts of it were still valuable. This was especially so for the lion horn on its head that had existed for several hundred years. Hua Yunfei, who was rushing towards the entrance of the ancient remnant, suddenly saw Xiaochen's rapidly running figure. He frowned slightly and said in astonishment, after not seeing him for such a short period of time, he actually advanced to peak martial master. This person cannot be left alive. The two of you, go and take that person's head. I will wait for you in the ancient remnant. Hua Yunfei said to the two peak martial grand masters behind him. He felt it was a pity that they were going to explore the ancient remnant and could not do it themselves. Yes. The two of them obeyed and rushed in the direction of Shaoqun. In Beast King Valley, Shaoqun kept his spiritual sense extended out. The first thing he discovered was Hua Yunfei's figure. He had already planned to go around him, but he did not expect to be discovered in advance. Seeing the two martial grand masters behind him, the corner of Shaoqun's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits, doubling his speed once again. He instantly shook off the two of them. Where is he? Where did he run to? I clearly saw him running in this direction. He might be hiding. Let's split up and search. The two of them could sense that Shaoqun had suddenly disappeared. They could not help but be astonished. Pu ci. An arrow flashed by like a gust of wind. Before one of the martial grand masters could react, an essence light arrow pierced through his heart from the back, killing him. When the other martial grand master saw Shaoqun suddenly appear behind him, he was startled. When he saw that Shaoqun was holding the Soul Slayer bow and essence light arrow, he immediately fled without looking back. Shaoqun looked in the direction that person fled, but he did not give chase. He picked up the essence light arrow on the ground and started to search the body of the martial grand master. The status of this martial grand master was not low in the eyes of the Hua clan. Shaoqun found 1,000 gold taels banknote, a rank 4 body tempering pill, and a profound ranked martial technique, clear wind chop. Shaoqun smiled in satisfaction, his gloomy mood finally improved. This martial grand master of the Jiang clan died unjustly. Shaoqun used the Soul Slayer bow and essence light arrow to sneak attack him from behind and kill him. If it was a head-on fight, Shaoqun would need at least 500 moves to defeat this person. Clear wind chop. Shaoqun flipped through it. It was a martial technique related to the saber. A profound ranked martial technique was already of a very high rank. In some clans, it could be treated as a family heirloom. Only a noble clan like the Hua clan would have a follower with a profound ranked martial technique. Such a thing was unimaginable to other clans. After an hour, Shaoqun returned to the place where the Golden Lion King died. However, he discovered that Fatso's movements were extremely fast. That Golden Lion King was only left with a complete golden skeleton. When Kim Tae-ho saw Shaoqun return, he handed him a golden lion horn and said, "I've taken the blood and fur of this golden holy beast. Miss Xiao Xiao wants this skeleton, and this lion horn is for you. I forgot to tell you, that Chu Chaoyun has a holy weapon on him. Within the same cultivation realm, no one is a match for him. Even an inferior grade martial saint would be defeated by him. Did you not hear me when I told you not to chase?" Shaoqun smiled faintly and received the golden lion horn. He looked at the huge golden skeleton and said, "How are we going to transport this thing back? Even if we want to transport it to the ship, we have to think of a way to move it up." Fatso smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Miss Xiao Xiao will have a way." Su Xiao Xiao smiled gently, tacitly agreeing to this. Although Shaoqun was suspicious of what Su Xiao Xiao wanted this golden skeleton for, he did not ask in the end. After splitting the loot, Kim Tae-ho was in a good mood. He said boldly, "Come, this fat lord will bring you to the ancient remnant to dig for treasures." At the entrance of the ancient remnant, Hua Yunfei saw the martial grand master running back with his tail between his legs. He flew into a rage. "I have never seen such trash like you." A peak martial grand master was scared off by a superior grade martial master. That martial grand master lowered his head and knelt on the ground, not daring to say anything. This matter was indeed embarrassing. However, if it was not for Shaoqun having the Soul Slayer bow and essence light arrows, he would not have run. Hua Yunfei thought for a while before saying in a sullen voice, "You 5 martial grand masters, stay here. If you are not able to take down that brat, you can forget about returning to the Ji clan." This time, he only brought 6 martial saints and 5 martial grand masters. Martial saints had strong combat prowess. Such strength could be said to be the weakest among the noble clans. It was hard to guarantee what would happen in the ancient remnant. Hua Yunfei did not dare to leave the martial saints behind. Leaving behind 5 martial grand masters was already his limit. Using 5 peak martial grand masters to deal with Xiao Chen, a superior grade martial master, Hua Yunfei thought too highly of Xiao Chen. Under Fatso's lead, Xiao Chen and the other 2 walked towards the entrance of the ancient remnant. Along the way, Xiao Chen took out the golden lion king's horn that Fatso had given him and started carving it as they walked. Su Xiaoxiao, Kim Tae-ho, and Su Xiaoxiao found Xiao Chen's actions strange. Kim Tae-ho could not help but ask a few times. It would be a waste to carve the golden lion king's horn. Xiao Chen smiled and did not explain. There were too many unknown dangers in the ancient remnant. The battle with Chu Chaoyun earlier had given Xiao Chen a sense of pressure. He needed a trump card that he could use as a trump card. Unfortunately, he had already executed the heaven-ranked martial technique, Blue Dragon Goes to Sea twice. If he were to forcefully execute it again, he would definitely explode and die. Otherwise, he could use it as a strong trump card. Now, the only thing he could rely on was the life bestowal spell. Xiao Chen focused on carving the bone sculpture in his hands. He carefully recalled every move of the Golden Lion King in his mind. We have arrived. Fatso stopped walking and looked at the 10-meter tall hole in the mountain wall. There were many stone fragments at the bottom of the hole. The dark hole made it difficult for them to see what was inside. A cold chi blew out from the hole. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. This was a chill that reached deep into their hearts. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense into the hole. However, he discovered a formless barrier that prevented his spiritual sense from entering. This situation was exactly the same as what Xiao Chen had encountered in Gloomy Forest. Chapter 116. However, this time, the obstruction that Xiao Chen met was even stronger than the one in Gloomy Forest. He used his spiritual sense to form a golden spear, but it still did not budge at all. Fatso said with some fear, "Why do I feel that this hole leads to a grave? This is too strange." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Perhaps it really is a grave. Isn't the place where the ancient powerhouses passed away where they died? It is no different from a grave. Suddenly, Su Xiaoxiao said, "Someone is targeting us. They are all experts." Xiao Chen frowned and his spiritual sense turned into a ring of light. He extended it into the surroundings and said after a while, "It is the Hua clan's people. There is a total of 5 peak martial grand masters." Just as Xiao Chen spoke, a nameless martial grand master leaped out from behind and formed a semicircle, surrounding the 3 of them. When the leader saw Xiao Chen and Kim Tae-ho together, he was somewhat surprised. "The 2 of you, please step back. Our Hua clan, lightning evasion." Xiao Chen shouted and appeared beside that martial grand master. Electricity leaped on the lunar shadow saber as he executed drawing the saber, forcing the person who spoke to swallow his words. Fatso cursed, "If I follow this brat, I discover that sooner or later, I will offend all the noble clans." "Kill," Su Xiaoxiao said indifferently. Her figure flashed in the air and her jade-like slender hands gently strummed the zither strings. The person who spoke first did not expect Xiao Chen to be so overbearing. He did not even give him a chance to speak before he hacked at him. Pu Ci. His body flew backward, but Xiao Chen's lunar shadow saber still left a wound on his chest. The surging electricity on the lunar shadow saber instantly entered his body, slowing his movements. Arc light chop. The saber drew an arc in the air. The area 3 meters in front of Xiao Chen was enveloped by this arc. The martial Grand Master's body was suppressed by the electric light. His speed became extremely slow. Before he could react, he was sliced in half by this arc. A peak martial Grand Master was killed by Xiao Chen in 2 saber strikes because of a mistake. This was the power of the rushing thunder saber technique. As long as one could execute the first saber strike, even if one was a realm higher than Xiao Chen, one saber strike would be able to kill them. Side attack. Xiao Chen gently turned around, tilted his body, and ferociously slammed forward. The cultivator who was rushing behind him was immediately struck in the chest by Xiao Chen's right shoulder. That person was originally helping the martial Grand Master earlier to surround Xiao Chen, forming a pincer attack. However, he did not expect Xiao Chen to kill a peak martial Grand Master in 2 moves before turning around to attack him. Caught off guard, he was immediately knocked back by Xiao Chen. He had to take 2 steps back before he could mitigate this horrifying force. He said with lingering fear in his heart, "What a horrifying physical body." Xiao Chen took 2 steps forward and punched with his right hand. The wind howled and thunder roared. That person had not yet stabilized himself. The surging qi and blood in his body had not calmed down yet, so he had no choice but to use his palm to block. There was a series of crackling sounds. Xiao Chen's body, which had been tempered by the heavenly lightning and the 7 leaf flowers, smashed that person's right hand into a pile of mush. "Ah!" that person cried out in pain. When he saw his shattered right hand, his face was filled with astonishment. A saber light flashed, and while he was distracted, Xiao Chen used drawing the saber and chopped him in half. Xiao Chen was expressionless as he took out the Soul Slayer bow and knocked an essence light arrow. A huge force was transmitted from his body to his right hand as he drew the Soul Slayer bow into the shape of a full moon. He aimed it at the martial Grand Master fighting with Kim Tae-ho. That martial Grand Master felt a killing intent coming from behind him. He quickly shook off Kim Tae-ho and leaped to the side. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and used his spiritual sense to make a mark on that martial Grand Master's heart. Pu Ci. The essence light arrow left the bow and turned into a beam of light. It pierced through the mark that Xiao Chen made. That martial Grand Master vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Shwa! Shwa! Xiao Chen's hands moved continuously, and another 2 essence light arrows were shot out. The remaining 2 martial Grand Masters died one after the other. They were unable to resist at all. Fatso, who was at the side, exclaimed, "This Soul Slayer bow is really abnormal. Whoever it shoots will die. This fellow is also abnormal. I heard that pulling the Soul Slayer bow requires 500 kilograms of force." Unexpectedly, he was able to shoot 3 arrows consecutively. Su Xiao hugged her zither, and there was a look of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. The potential of the Soul Slayer bow is not limited to this. As long as the user's physical body is strong enough, it is not impossible to break through 5,000 kilograms of force. Back then, the previous Manor Lord of the Heavenly Craft Manor spent his entire life creating the Soul Slayer bow. However, he discovered that no one could pull it. This was because essence could not be used. One could only rely on the strength of the physical body. After the old Manor Lord passed away, the new Manor Lord directly sold this Soul Slayer bow for a cheap price. I wonder what expression they would have if they saw the current situation. Fatso felt suspicious as he asked, "Then why did the old Manor Lord create a Soul Slayer bow that no one could pull? Wasn't that because he had nothing better to do?" Su Xiao sighed faintly and said with incomparable melancholy, "It was all for the sake of repaying a favor to an old friend. He wasted his entire life's effort." Xiao Chen put away the bow and picked up the essence light arrows that had fallen to the ground. The might of the Soul Slayer bow combined with the essence light arrows far surpassed his imagination. Furthermore, he felt that this Soul Slayer bow still had potential to be excavated. After he picked up the essence light arrows, Xiao Chen started to tidy up the spoils of war. He started to fiddle with the bodies of the martial Grand Masters. When Fatso saw the situation, he quickly fought with Xiao Chen. This fellow is really rich. He managed to get 3,000 gold taels after searching just 2 people. There are also a few bottles of good quality medicinal pills, Fatso said with a smile as he held the gold banknotes. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. He shot out a few strands of purple thunder true fire and burned the corpses on the ground to ashes. He looked deeply at the pitch-black hole and did not hesitate to walk in. Kim Tae-ho and Xiao Chen quickly followed. The closer they got to the hole, the denser the cold qi became. It caused them to tremble in fear. After the three of them circulated their essence, they felt slightly better. The black hole was a long passageway. As they walked, the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. The three of them did not say a word. Even the usually lively Fatso remained silent. The three of them did not know how long they had been walking for. Finally, a spot of light appeared in front of them. Xiaochen felt joy in his heart and increased his speed. After a while, a vast underground palace appeared in front of them. Quick, run! The corpses in the coffins have come out. Many of the Duanmu clan cultivators in front have died. There are actually demonic beasts here. Is this an ancient remnant or not? This is too horrifying. Earlier, someone was covered in demonic qi and instantly demonized. Before the three of them could rejoice, a large group of cultivators screamed and ran over from the front. They wanted to escape. For a moment, everyone felt very nervous. Jean Fatso was flabbergasted as he said, "What's going on? Why are they all running back?" Xiaochen pulled over a cultivator and asked him about it. That cultivator replied that the Duanmu clan's people had opened a black coffin in the underground palace. The corpse in there had actually come back to life and was now killing everyone it saw. There was also a hidden river in the underground palace. Suddenly, many bat-like demonic beasts appeared. They were all rank 5 demonic beasts and there were many of them. Xiaochen hesitated for a while, but he still led the way forward. Suddenly, he saw a group of people gathered on the wall in front of them, looking at something. This is definitely an ancient martial technique. The ancestors carved it on the wall. However, I do not understand it at all. Without a certain level of comprehension ability, one would not be able to understand it. Earlier, I saw Ji Changkong come here. After he finished looking at it, he immediately destroyed the last 3 murals. He must have comprehended something. Otherwise, he would not have destroyed the last 3 murals. Xiao Chen and the other 2 quickly squeezed in. They saw many murals carved on the wall. Some of the people in the murals were practicing swords, some were sitting, and some were just standing quietly. Everyone's expression was different. However, their movements gave off a feeling of the Tao. Every move they made carried the aura of heaven and earth. Xiao Chen continued to look at the paintings one by one, scanning the stone walls with his spiritual sense. The moment his spiritual sense entered, he felt like he had entered a real world. Every time he finished looking at a painting, he felt like he had gained something. The purple thunder divine incantation in his body actually circulated automatically. He entered a strange feeling. When he reached the end, he discovered that the original 3 murals on the wall had been destroyed. It looks like Ji Changkong must have comprehended something here. That's why he destroyed it. Xiaochen felt some regret in his heart. The most crucial 3 murals were destroyed. The circulation of the purple thunder divine incantation in his body also stopped. That wondrous feeling from earlier also disappeared. However, even so, Xiaochen felt the essence in his body was much more abundant than before. His cultivation as a superior grade martial master had become more stable. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her eyes and said in astonishment, "This is a sage Tao comprehension painting. Everyone in the painting is a real sage from the ancient era." The last 3 sage Tao comprehension paintings were destroyed by Ji Changkong. Otherwise, it would be easier to look at them. Fatso looked for a long time, but he could not make out any Tao. He said unhappily, "What's so good about a Tao comprehension painting? It is not a martial technique. The person who drew it is also lacking in morals. Wouldn't it be better to just draw a Tao inheritance painting?" Just as Fatso spoke, a sage sitting on the wall seemed to have felt Fatso's insult. The eyelids on the murals seemed to twitch. "What's going on? I just saw that person's eyelids twitch. Did I see a ghost? I saw it too." Bang! A power pierced through space and time, causing everyone to feel somewhat dazed. By the time they reacted, they saw Fatty lying several hundred meters behind them. He was still tumbling and crying out in pain. "Wah! Wah! 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 The sage has appeared." A gaze from tens of thousands of years ago actually has such might. This is too horrifying. Although the sage is dead, the sage's might still exists. Even after tens of thousands of years, it is not to be blasphemed. Indeed, it looks like the monstrous Fatso is just trash in front of a sage. Xiaochen rushed over and helped Fatso up. Are you all right? What happened? Fatso patted his clothes and said with lingering fear, I saw a pair of eyes. The eyes were filled with chaos. Before I could react, I was sent flying. Chapter 117. Damn it, I don't believe that a bunch of ghosts can be so strong. Everyone, get out of my way. Fatso's stubbornness suddenly flared up. He pushed the crowd aside and walked towards the stone wall. Heavenly stab. Kim Tae-ho opened the golden folding fan in his hand and a golden figure of a scholar appeared behind him. A righteous aura instantly spread out. This is also the aura of a sage. An ancient sage weapon. This Fatso actually has a sage weapon as well. However, the Taoist rhyme in it doesn't seem to be complete. His sage weapon is incomplete. Even if it is incomplete, it is still very powerful. It should be able to compete with the ancient sages. Boom. Boom. The instant the righteous aura spread out, the sages on the wall seemed to come alive. A small world materialized. The crowd realized that the scenery around them had changed. It was like they were in the world of a painting. The sages in the painting all appeared around the crowd. Their overwhelming aura caused the crowd to kneel down. It was difficult for them to even speak. Someone said in fear, are the sages alive? The blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's body surged. A vast aura was emitted from his body. Xiao Chen stood with his hands behind his back and closed his eyes, comprehending the Taoist rhyme in this world. The surrounding figures disappeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. A vast and desolate land appeared in his vision. There were countless black figures standing on the ground. These figures were all emitting a black aura. There were also countless humanoid creatures standing in the sky. They covered the sky and covered the sun. It was like the end of the world. Even further in the sky, there were 18 blue dragons swimming in the sky. Their roars resounded throughout the world. In the middle of the blue dragons was a man holding a saber. The instant he appeared, the boundless aura dispersed. Even the 18 blue dragons trembled. This scene flashed by. Before Xiao Chen could see the person's appearance clearly, the scene disappeared. His vision returned to the small world. In the small world, the sage sitting on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with primal chaos. It was as if the heavens and earth had opened up, manifesting a boundless might. Fatso proudly stood there. The eyes of the figure behind him turned into a golden light as it fearlessly stared at Fatso. A loud explosion sounded out in the sky. Everyone felt dazed, and the scene before them returned to reality. When they looked at the wall, they were horrified to discover that the murals of the sages comprehending the Tao had all disappeared. What was even more bizarre was that Fatso appeared on the wall with a golden folding fan in his hand and a sinister smile on his face. Behind him, a golden figure stood behind him as if it was protecting him. Am I seeing things? Why does the person on the wall look exactly like Fatso? Damn it, there's no justice in this world. Even a saint has been beaten to the point where not even a single strand of hair is left. How monstrous. How monstrous is he? To think that even a saint cannot deal with him. Fatso was somewhat at a loss. He looked at the portrait on the wall, not knowing what was going on. Is this really me, the Fat Lord? Xiao Chen slowly walked over and smiled, stop doubting it. Aside from you, who else in this world can be this flirtatious? Just by looking at this smile, I know that it is not fake. Su Xiaoxiao slowly walked over and smiled gently, there's no need to worry. The ancient holy weapon in your hand is likely a king weapon. When an even stronger sage appears, it is normal for it to erase the other auras. Furthermore, the Tao of these people were all absorbed by the holy weapon in your hand. This damaged king weapon should be able to reappear in the world one day. Fatso felt the golden folding fan in his hand. After a while, he looked at the portrait on the wall and laughed loudly. This painting is pretty good. The elegance of this fat lord is completely revealed. Isn't that right, Brother Xiao? After that, Xiao Chen muttered, if I could draw Miss Xiao Xiao and Princessing you at the side, it would be perfect. Bang! Black lines appeared on Su Xiao Xiao's face. She ruthlessly smashed the heavy zither on Fatso's head. Fatso quickly explained, Miss Xiao Xiao, please calm down. This is just this fat brother's grand dream. I do not have any intention of blaspheming it. The more he explained, the more infuriated Su Xiao Xiao. Fatso quickly moved to the side. When the people at the side heard that the folding fan in Fatso's hand was actually a king weapon, they all revealed greedy gazes. When Fatso saw the situation, he said angrily, what are you looking at? If you keep looking, do you believe that this fat lord will skin you alive? Quickly, let's go. Fatso is going to pluck me again. Damn pervert. When the crowd thought of Fatso's fame and heard the threat in his words, they all dispelled their greed for the king weapon and scattered. When Fatso heard this, he was so angry that he trembled. He shouted, who said that? Stop right there. If you have the guts, don't run. Damn it. This fat lord is not that kind of person. Xiao Chen held back his laughter and patted Fatso's shoulder. Stop shouting, they are all scared off by you. Let's go. I am not that kind of person. Xiao Chen, you have to believe me. Fatso explained loudly. It's fine, this brother understands you. Those people are not intelligent enough, they cannot understand you. The three of them continued walking forward. They discovered that although there were many cultivators who left the underground palace, there were even more cultivators who chose to stay. Not long after, they ran into the Duanmu clan's people. The Duanmu clan was a very special clan. Their clan's inherited martial spirit would only appear on women. Thus, in their clan, the men were inferior to the women. Every generation of the clan head was female. It was unique in the Great Qin nation and even in the entire continent. It was as the cultivator from earlier said, the Duanmu clan's martial saints were fighting with a figure emitting a corpse qi. A cold wind blew in the air of the battle and the temperature was extremely cold. The surrounding cultivators stood far away, but they could feel the cold wind blowing. The cold entered their bodies and they all circulated their essence to resist it. This battle was already nearing its end. The moment Xiao Chen arrived, he saw the black figure fall. The surrounding Duanmu clan's female martial saints placed ice on the corpse. After a while, the ice shattered, revealing a purple skeleton and a set of golden battle armor flickering with a bright yellow light. This is the corpse of an ancient martial monarch. Even the skeleton has turned purple. He is just a step away from becoming a martial sage. That battle armor is also an ancient item. Its defense must be very shocking. Although the Duanmu clan lost 2 martial saints this time, it was definitely worth it. Duanmuking walked over and placed the purple skeleton and the golden battle armor into his spatial ring. After that, he led the Duanmu clan's people to a coffin at the side expressionlessly. Duanmuking picked up a yellowed book from the black coffin. He patted the dust off it and gently flipped through it. When the book opened, it gave off a faint glow. Countless golden words flew out from the book. They were densely packed together like scriptures. Unfortunately, they were all ancient words. The people present could not understand them. However, the fluctuations of the Tao on the book let them know that this was not an ordinary item. The Duanmu clan has earned big this time. They actually obtained an ancient martial technique. However, I wonder what kind of martial technique it is. Regardless of what kind of martial technique it is, a martial technique that an ancient martial monarch brought into the coffin is definitely not something that can be found on the streets. These are ancient words. Unexpectedly, I can't understand a single word. I'm going to faint. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The ancient words floating in the air were actually the traditional Chinese characters of Earth. He quickly took a closer look and imprinted all the words floating in the air into his mind. Duan looked at the ancient words in the air and frowned slightly. He muttered to himself, they are actually all ancient words. I wonder if the seniors in the clan can translate them completely. Who? Just as Duan was about to place the ancient martial technique into his spatial ring, a blue-clothed martial saint hidden in the crowd suddenly leaped up and pounced at Duan. The blue-clothed martial saint grasped the timing very well. He did not make his move when Duan obtained the ancient martial technique, nor did he make his move in the middle. Instead, he made his move when Duan was about to place the ancient martial technique into the spatial ring. At this moment, the Duanmu clan had already relaxed. Duan took out the ancient martial technique and looked through it for a long time. Aside from wanting to take a look at it, he also had another motive. He wanted to lure out some people with ill intentions. Originally, Xiaochen thought that no one would dare to snatch it. Who knew, at the last moment, a peak martial saint would suddenly appear and try to snatch it. The speed of the blue-clothed martial saint was very fast. In an instant, he arrived before Duan. He snatched the ancient martial technique manual from her hands and dashed forward. The surrounding cultivators all cried out in surprise. They did not expect that there would be someone who would dare to target the Duanmu clan. Although the Duanmu clan had lost 2 martial saints, they still had 6 martial saints and 10 martial grand masters. They were not a force that a single person could deal with. Duan was stunned for a moment before her pretty face turned cold. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by more than 100 degrees. A boundless cold chi pervaded the air and the speed of the martial saint instantly slowed down. The 6 martial saints behind her also reacted. They shouted and 6 huge icicles rose from the ground, forming a cage and trapping the blue-clothed martial saint. Break! The blue-clothed martial saint shouted loudly and a chi was emitted from his body. The 6 icicles immediately shattered into countless ice shards and the blue-clothed man broke free. However, before he could relax, another 6 icicles rose from the ground the moment he took a step out, trapping him in place once again. Break! The blue-clothed martial saint shouted loudly and his chi exploded out once again. The cage shattered and he broke free. Boom! 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 Every time the blue-clothed martial saint took a step, he would be immediately sealed in ice. Then, he would exert his strength to shatter the icicles. However, doing so exhausted a lot of essence. In the end, the time it took for him to break the icicles grew longer and longer. Initially, he only needed an instant to break the icicles. Now, he needed to take a few deep breaths before he could barely break the icicles. His forehead was covered in sweat. It was obvious that his essence had been exhausted to its limit. Xiaochen extended out his spiritual sense and saw that the 6 martial saints behind Duan had actually formed an invisible line of ice under their feet. There was a crystalline light flowing on the line, forming a strange formation. Chapter 118. Xiaochen was astonished in his heart. No wonder those 6 icicles appeared so quickly and neatly. It turned out that these 6 people had merged into one. They had the same martial spirit and the same attribute. When combined, their might was sufficient to shake a martial king. Ice! Duan suddenly shouted and a huge icicle appeared out of nowhere. The blue-clothed martial saint was instantly frozen in the icicle. That icicle did not explode again. Who? An ancient yellow book was tossed into the crowd. The instant the blue-clothed martial saint was sealed in ice, he had tossed out the ancient martial technique. The crowd was in complete chaos. Many cultivators started to fight over it. The scene was extremely chaotic. Duan frowned and said in a cold voice, "Kill them all." After she spoke, her black hair turned white and a slender sword appeared in her hand. There was no longer any human expression in her eyes. She was like a grim reaper walking in the underworld, reaping lives. Pu ci. There were miserable cries coming from the crowd. Duan led the 6 martial saints and 10 martial grand masters and charged into the crowd. They killed anyone they saw, not showing any mercy. Run quickly. This group of women has gone crazy. Blood and broken limbs flew everywhere. There were cries of alarm from the crowd. Duanmuking's face was covered in blood. The red blood was like a beautiful flower. It gave her a strange sense of beauty, making her look extremely demonic. Who? The slender sword chopped down gently. There was no sound of wind as a martial grand master was chopped in half. Duanmuking's cold face did not show any expression. He withdrew his sword and pierced it into the heart of a martial master in front of him. Duanmuqing was like a killing machine. Her movements were extremely precise. However, she gave off a resplendent sense of beauty, like fireworks. Xiao Chen's martial techniques were not fanciful at all, they were very straightforward. Life was fleeting, it was released in an instant. This was the art of death. Cold chi spread out and an icy light flickered. The surroundings were like an ice cave. The speed of this group of cultivators was reduced to an extreme. As for the Duanmu clan's martial artists, their speed did not decrease at all. The intense battle was simply a one-sided massacre. Fatso's expression turned cold, and he said with lingering fear, "This woman is really terrifying. Not only does she not show mercy when killing people, but her expression does not change at all. Are human lives not even worth an ant in her eyes?" Su Xiaoxiao's expression was not too shocked. She sighed and said, "The Duanmu clan's princess must cultivate the profound ice incantation. The cultivator must be ruthless and heartless. Otherwise, they will never be able to reach great success." When I saw Duanmuqing in my early years, I could still see her smile. Xiao Chen was mildly astonished. There was actually such an extreme cultivation technique in this world. The cultivator had to be heartless. What kind of destruction was that? There was a trace of sympathy in his gaze as he looked at Duanmuqing. Puchi. Duanmuqing chopped the warrior in half and slowly picked up the ancient yellow book that had fallen to the ground. Suddenly, she looked in the direction of Xiao Chen and the other two. Then, she slowly walked over to them. A cold wind blew, and the three of them felt a piercing chill in their hearts. "This martial technique is for you, and I'll take the spirit fox," Duanmuqing said coldly as she handed the ancient martial technique to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. Just a moment ago, he was saying that this person was pitiful. Was this what they meant by "pitiful people are hateful"? Xiao Chen rejected without hesitation, "I'm sorry, Bai is not a commodity. I will not trade it with others." "Is it not enough?" Duanmuqing's expression turned cold, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Kim Tae-ho could not bear to watch this any longer. He said, "Don't think that you are very awesome just because you dyed your hair white. Have some intelligence. That spirit fox has already signed a blood contract, it cannot be traded." Duanmuqing's gaze was still fixed on Xiao Chen. He did not bother about Fatso. However, when he heard Fatso's words, he seemed to understand something. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes, and the slender sword in his hand buzzed. "Kim Tae-ho, return my son to me." Jiang Mingxuan's angry voice came from afar. Ji Changkong led the cultivators of the two clans over. Clearly, the intense battle earlier had attracted them over. Among the crowd, Ji Changkong stood proudly. His deep eyes were like a boundless starry sky. When one looked at them, they could not fathom their depths. It seemed like the three Sage Dao attainment pictures would be of great help to him. Fatso said in a bad mood, "If you want a son, go look for the child's mother. Why are you looking for this fat lord? This fat lord does not know how to give birth." "Kim Tae-ho, don't go overboard." Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Jiang Mingxuan is in my hands." "You have found the wrong person." Ji Changkong's long hair and clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. He said in a carefree manner, "Let go of my cousin and leave behind an arm. I will not kill you." Pooh! 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 Hurried footsteps came from the distance again. Hua Yunfei led the 6 martial saints of the Hua clan over. Hua Yunfei said coldly, "Xiao Chen, were you the one who killed the martial grand masters of my Hua clan? Since you killed the people of my Hua clan, you can forget about leaving this underground palace today." Xiao Chen looked coldly at the people of the three noble clans. Duanmuking, Ji Changkong, and Hua Yunfei, as well as the many cultivators behind them, were all staring at him. They did not hide the dense killing intent in their eyes. Xiao Chen grasped the lunar shadow saber in his hand tightly. Electricity radiated from the saber, and the might of the rank 6 demonic core was released without restraint. He smiled coldly. Aren't you trying to kill me? Why the need for so many excuses? Who will come first? My, Xiao Chen's, head will be right here. Let's see who dares to take it. The crowd turned silent. They all knew how terrifying Xiao Chen was. If they were to fight to the death, he would definitely use a move that would end in mutual destruction. No one dared to make the first move out of fear in their hearts. The Guy Marquis, Ying Xiao, will take your superior's head. A golden spear appeared without any warning and pressed against Xiao Chen's chest with a bang. The clothes on his chest were immediately torn apart, revealing the golden battle armor underneath. When the spear pressed against the battle armor, it was unable to advance any further. The Guy Marquis focused and infused a golden essence into the spear. Boom! A huge force knocked Xiao Chen into the air. Bang! 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 The Guy Marquis shouted and pushed Xiao Chen back with his spear. 10 of the stone pillars in the underground palace were instantly broken. Finally, he pushed Xiao Chen against a wall with a sage's portrait on it before he stopped. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. He looked at the Guy Marquis and asked suspiciously, I don't seem to have any enmity with you. Why do you want to kill me? He could not understand. Duanmuking, Hua Yunfei, Ji Changkong, and the others wanted to kill him. They all had all sorts of excuses. The Guy Marquis had not even spoken a single word to him. Why did the Guy Marquis make a move against him for no reason? The Guy Marquis wore golden armor and carried a scarlet short spear on his back. His complexion was like jade and he looked very handsome. It was as though victory had descended. The Guy Marquis did not have any expression on his face as he said indifferently, the ancestor left a message. Anyone who sees the Emperor Dragon Qi and is not a member of the Ying clan will be killed without mercy. After the Guy Marquis spoke, the golden spear in his hand trembled. The tip of the spear pressed against Xiao Chen's battle armor. The golden light from the spear caused a small hole to appear in the battle armor. Ripples appeared on the wall behind the Guy Marquis, negating the huge force that was transmitted to the wall. Xiao Chen grasped the body of the spear and the purple thunder divine incantation circulated rapidly in his body. His essence was quickly transferred to his left hand, and a resplendent electric current was emitted. It immediately traveled along the 3-meter-long golden spear to the Guy Marquis' hand. The Guy Marquis' hand went numb. After that, the electric current flowed into his body. The essence in his body instantly became chaotic and the force of the spear weakened significantly. Chong! Xiao Chen took advantage of the opportunity to use his saber to knock the spear aside. He quickly descended from the air and swallowed a blood-replenishing pill. Then, he held the lunar shadow saber and rushed at the Guy Marquis. Boom! The Guy Marquis suppressed the electric light in his body and pressed down with the spear in his hand. The wind howled and the spear light was resplendent. It seemed like it had a boundless might. Bang! Xiao Chen dodged to the side and the spear landed on the ground. It created a crack and sent up countless rocks. In an instant, dust and sand flew into the air. The spear swept through the air and created a crack in the flying dust. It was as though the dust was cut in half by a sharp knife. The Guy Marquis' spear was 3 meters long. In addition to the golden light on the spear, it covered a radius of 10 meters. With such a large area of effect, Xiao Chen was unable to dodge to the left or right. He could only leap into the air and dodge the spear. The Guy Marquis revealed a cold smile. He took a step back with his right foot and quickly withdrew his spear. Boom! 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 The Guy Marquis grasped the handle of the spear and exerted force with his right hand. The retracted spear was like a flood dragon as it charged forward. It roared angrily in the air at Xiao Chen. In an instant, hundreds of spear images appeared. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, looked at the dazzling golden spear images in front of him. His heart was in a mess. Every single spear image was real and contained a boundless killing intent. As long as he was struck by it, a hole would immediately appear in his body. Since he could not see through it, Xiao Chen simply closed his eyes and followed his senses to draw his saber. It was as though he was practicing chopping wood. The lunar shadow saber in his hand swung out continuously. The sound of the saber and spear clashing resounded continuously. In an instant, the two of them exchanged hundreds of moves in the air. After Xiao Chen landed, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, drawing the saber. The light of the lunar shadow saber was withdrawn and it struck the spear at an incomparably fast speed. There was a loud and melodious sound as the spear trembled in the air. The body of the spear formed a crescent arc before bouncing back to its original position. A huge force was transmitted. The Guy Marquis's right hand, which was holding the spear, went numb. The spear in his hand nearly flew out. The Guy Marquis calmed himself and grasped the spear again. A grave look appeared in his eyes as he took a heavy step forward and swept his spear out again. With the lesson from before, Xiao Chen naturally would not jump to avoid it again. He adopted a posture of a bridge and quickly fell backward. Who? The Guy Marquis's spear brushed past Xiao Chen's face. When the spear passed by, a few strands of hair on Xiao Chen's face were immediately cut off. Just as Xiao Chen was preparing to counterattack, Hua Yunfei, who was standing behind, suddenly made a move. He turned into a surging river of blood and rushed forward. Chapter 119. The Guy Marquis's gaze was like a torch as he looked coldly at Hua Yunfei, who had turned into a river of blood. He swung his spear at the river of blood with a tremendous force, like a divine dragon swinging its tail. It was unblockable. The river of blood in the air instantly stopped. Hua Yunfei revealed himself and crossed his arms to block the spear. However, the force of the spear was too great. Hua Yunfei was instantly sent flying. He slid on the ground for a few steps before he slowly stabilized himself. The Guy Marquis said coldly, "It is not up to you to make a move on the person that I, the Guy Marquis, want to kill." Under everyone's gaze, Hua Yunfei was humiliated in front of everyone. His face flushed red and a scarlet figure appeared behind him. Hua Yunfeng said in a cold voice, "Guy Marquis, what is the meaning of this? Do you want to start a war?" The Guy Marquis laughed coldly and ignored him. He turned his gaze back to Xiao Chen. The 200 golden-armored warriors behind him drew their swords in an orderly manner. Accompanied by the sound of swords being drawn, a horrifying killing qi instantly spread out. The 200 golden-armored warriors that had experienced countless battles had their killing qi linked together. It was like a monstrous wave as they charged at the Hua clan. Hua Yunfei and the others felt a chill in their hearts. It was as though they were in a battlefield filled with blood. Countless cries of pain and the wails of soldiers before their deaths resounded in everyone's ears. It was very horrifying. Hua Yunfei was very anxious. However, he knew that the people he brought were not strong enough. In front of these 200 martial grand masters filled with horrifying killing qi, they would not be able to gain an advantage. Hua Yunfei could only snort coldly and not say anything. He stared coldly at Xiao Chen, placing all the blame on Xiao Chen. His resentment towards him deepened once again. Xiao Chen got up and took 2 steps back. He was slightly astonished at the Guy Marquis' actions. He did not expect this person to be so conceited. He was no different from the rumors. Suddenly, Ji Changkong laughed coldly and said, "What big words. Let's see what ability you have to stop me from killing this person." In the early years, Ji Changkong challenged the various young experts of the imperial capital. There were rumors that he had a secret duel with the Guy Marquis and both of them ended in a draw. Because the Guy Marquis was one cultivation realm higher than Ji Changkong at that time, Ji Changkong had always been unconvinced. Now, it looked like this duel was real. A black sword appeared in Ji Changkong's hand. A resplendent starry sky materialized in his eyes. It was vast, boundless, and unfathomable. His figure turned into a stream of light as he flew toward Xiaochen. The long sword in his hand danced, and starlight overflowed in all directions, dazzling. Duanmuking's slender sword shook, bringing up countless snowflakes. Cold light flashed, cold wind blew, and at the same time, it flew towards Xiaochen. Hua Yunfei snorted coldly. Seizing the opportunity, he once again transformed into a blood river and rushed towards Xiaochen. The three of them unleashed their killer moves from different directions, rushing towards Xiaochen. The Guy Marquis felt a chill in his heart. If the three of them attacked at the same time, he was not confident of blocking them. Even if he could, he would not. The Guy Marquis had never intended to let Xiaochen off. It was just that his character was like this. He did not want to borrow the hands of others. The Guy Marquis took out the scarlet short spear that he had been carrying on his back and held it in his left hand. He said indifferently, "If I, the Guy Marquis, want to kill someone, no one can kill him before me." He gave a light shout and stomped on the ground. Immediately, countless cracks appeared on the ground. Then, with a loud bang, the ground exploded. He leaped forward explosively, and in an instant, he had overtaken Hua Yunfei and the other two. Immediately, Xiaochen was trapped in a desperate situation. Xiaochen was not confident of receiving any of the killing moves from the four of them. Furthermore, all of them were attacking him at the same time. He had a slim chance of surviving. Xiaochen leaned against the wall with the sage's image. When he saw the four people suddenly flying towards him, he smiled coldly to himself. He did not reveal any fear. Life bestowal spell. Xiaochen shouted and quickly took out a sculpture from the universe ring. It was a golden lion king the size of a small mountain. Suddenly, it appeared in front of Xiaochen. Bang! The Guy Marquis, who was the first to arrive, crashed into the golden lion king and was quickly knocked back. Xiaochen flew up and stood on the golden lion king's back. He controlled the golden lion king to stomp on the ground. An intense shockwave spread out in all directions. In that instant, dust flew into the air. The huge impact of the shockwave instantly knocked Duanmuking, Hua Yunfei, and Ji Changkong into the air. When the Guy Marquis, who was knocked back, saw the golden lion king suddenly appear, his brain short-circuited. He did not understand what was going on. How did the golden holy beast get subdued by Xiaochen? Boom! The golden lion king's huge foot was like a huge stone pillar. It stomped on the Guy Marquis, who was on the ground. The Guy Marquis quickly rolled backward to dodge it. Bang! Countless rocks flew into the air and a huge hole immediately appeared behind the Guy Marquis. The golden lion king's foot was like an otherworldly object. It continued to stomp on the Guy Marquis at an incomparably fast speed. The Guy Marquis was greatly astonished. How can this golden lion king be so fast? When I fought with it earlier, it was clearly past its prime. Its movements were extremely slow. What exactly is going on? The Guy Marquis dodged in a sorry state. In the end, he revealed an opening and was ruthlessly stomped on by the foot. Xiaochen remained expressionless as he controlled the golden lion king to stomp on the ground. Bang! 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 A deep hole appeared in the ground. The Guy Marquis landed at the bottom of the hole. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. His 200 golden armored guards immediately surrounded Xiaochen and attacked him. Xiaochen controlled the golden lion king to advance ferociously, crushing everything in its path. No one could stop it. Xiaochen used the life bestowal spell to create the golden lion king. Its speed and strength were not something that the golden lion king that was past its prime could compare to. The golden lion king charged at a ferocious tiger, pouncing left and right. Its mountain-like body continuously stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Miserable cries resounded. Those golden armored guards were trampled into meat paste. They were utterly defeated. When the 6th Duanmu clan martial saints saw the situation, they sent out an extremely cold qi at Xiaochen. Everywhere the cold qi passed, even the air froze. Countless tiny ice beads appeared and fell down continuously like hail. Pu ci. The golden lion king spat out a dazzling golden flame from its mouth. The cold chi immediately turned into water vapor and disappeared. However, the flame continued flying towards the 6 martial saints. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, the 6 Duanmu clan martial saints were blown away. They vomited a large mouthful of blood as they looked at Xiao Chen in horror. Boom! The 6 Hua clan martial saints split up and sent out a surging holy river. Dragon turtles, thorn fish, and all sorts of immortal beasts could be seen swimming in the holy river. A holy might spread out, boundless and boundless. It was like it wanted to wash away all the evil in the world. Xiao Chen looked coldly at the surging holy river. He gently pushed off the ground and the golden lion king sprinted forward at lightning speed. The ground trembled continuously. The stone pillars and walls in the way shattered upon impact. Roar! When it arrived in front of the holy river, the golden lion king suddenly let out a loud roar. The sound wave spread in all directions. Countless stone walls were crushed into powder. The unceasing flow of the majestic holy river was swept up into the sky by the roar. After a short moment, it flowed backwards. Impossible! The 6 Hua clan martial saints cried out in shock. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Rumble! The holy river flowed on the 6 of them, giving off a zzz sound. When the holy river disappeared, the 6 martial saints turned pale. All the clothes on their bodies disappeared, and their bodies became thinner. A pure white space appeared on the ground, without a speck of dust. I'll kill you. Hua Yunfei's eyes turned scarlet, and a scarlet sword appeared in his hand. A man in scarlet clothes stood behind him. A boundless evil aura was emitted from the scarlet-clothed man. Occasionally, the corpses of all sorts of strong creatures would appear beside him. They were faintly discernible, looking very horrifying. Boom! A scarlet sword light shot out from the sword. A huge hole appeared in the ceiling of the underground palace. Countless rocks fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Bloody death under heaven. Die! Hua Yunfei shouted and the sword light hacked down at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's face was indifferent as he shouted. The golden lion king's golden horn suddenly released a resplendent golden light. The golden light collided with the blood-red light, causing a deafening explosion. In the end, the blood-red sword light disappeared, and the golden light shot up into the sky, creating a small hole in the mountain wall above the underground palace. A ray of sunlight shone down from above. This golden light actually pierced through the walls of the underground palace. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just how powerful was it to be able to do such a thing? A huge ice bird appeared. It screeched in the air and flew at Xiao Chen with boundless cold chi. A boundless flame burned in Xiao Chen's right eye. Finally, the boundless flame turned into a purple light and shot out a purple light. When the ice bird was struck by the purple light, it immediately burst into flames. It cried out miserably in pain. The ice bird screeched and flew at Xiao Chen, carrying the flames. The ice on its body melted continuously. When it reached Xiao Chen, it completely disappeared. Astral Swordplay's third move, Eternal Light. When Ji Changkong felt the horrifying aura of the Golden Lion King, he did not dare to be careless. He immediately used his strongest attack. A resplendent starry sky appeared behind him. Amidst the boundless river of stars, one of Ji Changkong's faded stars suddenly lit up with a dazzling pillar of light. It rushed to the sky and broke through the 1,000-meter-tall hill above the underground palace. It flew towards the boundless universe and arrived at the other side of the starry sky. The dark underground palace was illuminated like it was daytime. At this moment, the light was eternal, the starry sky was resplendent. Pu ci. The light suddenly flashed and the underground palace was instantly plunged into darkness. In the next moment, his black sword lit up with a boundless resplendent light. It was so dazzling that countless people lost sleep temporarily. The eternal light from the starry sky rushed at Xiao Chen. It streaked across the darkness like an aurora. It seemed like even the night was split in half by it. The Golden Lion King opened its huge mouth and a huge suction force came from it. The starry sky behind Ji Changkong was strangely swallowed up. The mysterious phenomenon was broken and Ji Changkong vomited a mouthful of blood. The eternal light was completely extinguished. That is Shao Chen. Why is he fighting with the people of the 4 great clans? Furthermore, he is not at a disadvantage. Chapter 120. He actually blocked Hua Yunfei's bloody death under heaven, Duan Muking's ice phoenix spreading wings, and Ji Changkong's eternal light. This is too incredible. What's going on? I clearly saw them kill that Golden Lion King. Why is it alive now? Furthermore, its strength has recovered to its peak. No wonder he dares to challenge the people of the 4 great clans. A golden holy beast at its peak is equivalent to a superior grade martial king. If the 4 great clans had a martial king, this situation would not have happened. Do you know what a martial king is? When the 10 martial monarchs do not appear, a martial king is the strongest existence. How could they appear so casually? Furthermore, the shockwaves from a battle between martial kings are too wide. Even a martial saint might not be able to withstand it. Such an earth-shattering battle had attracted all the cultivators in the underground palace. However, they did not expect to see such a scene. Shao Chen controlled the Golden Lion King and rushed over to Kim Tae-ho and Su Xiaoxiao. He shouted, "Come up." Fatso and Su Xiaoxiao quickly flew up. Shao Chen swallowed another qi returning pill. This was already his 3rd qi returning pill. However, the essence in his body continued to drain like water, quickly depleting. Controlling the Golden Lion King exhausted a lot of essence. It far exceeded Shao Chen's expectations. If it were not for the qi returning pill, he would not have been able to control the Golden Lion King long ago. When Su Xiaoxiao saw Shao Chen's pale complexion, she asked worriedly, "Young Master Shao, are you all right?" Shao Chen smiled faintly, "I'm fine. I can still hold on. Stand firm, I'm going to charge out." Shao Chen roared, and the Golden Lion King under his feet sprinted forward. Its mountain-like body rumbled as it moved forward. Anything in its way would be knocked away. Pu Ci. The Guy Marquis jumped out of the huge pit. His eyes lit up. A golden dragon rose up from behind him. It roared and released a vast dragon might. He swung the spear in his hand, and the golden dragon attached itself to the spear. It roared angrily at Shao Chen. The blue dragon martial spirit in Shao Chen's dantian roared. The might of an ancient holy beast burst out. Shao Chen took advantage of this aura and swung his saber. He knocked away the Guy Marquis spear with a peking chung sound. Hua Yunfei looked at the distant Shao Chen and said loudly, "Shao Chen, you can escape today, but you cannot escape forever. The Hua clan will issue a kill order in the Dongming province. There will be no place for you in the Dongming province." Ji Changkong said coldly, "From today onwards, there will be no place for you in the Nanling province." The Guy Marquis said loudly, "I use the name of the royal clan to issue a kill order. From today onwards, there will be no place for you in this world." The crowd was shocked. The 3 noble clans had issued a kill order for the same person. In the history of the great Qin nation, this had never happened before. Shao Chen was the first in 1,000 years. However, this was not a good thing. If he was wanted by the 3 noble clans, he would have a slim chance of survival. Shao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. He tossed Jiang Muheng, who was in the universe ring, into the sky. He shot out a strand of purple flame and instantly burned him to ashes. "Muheng!" Jiang Muheng shouted with a pained expression when he saw Jiang Muheng turn into ashes. Ji Changkong's complexion was pale. He looked at his cousin, who had suddenly died. He said coldly, "If I, Ji Changkong, cannot kill you with my own hands, I am not human. There is no need for you to kill me. If it were not for the heavens allowing me to awaken my martial spirit at the age of 15, I would not have fled in such a sorry state today. I only need 3 years. Give me 3 years and I will personally kill my way to your clans. Duanmuking, Hua Yunfei, Ji Changkong, Gi Marquis, guard your heads properly. 3 years from now, I will come and take them. Xiao Chen's voice came from afar, reverberating in everyone's ears. 3 years from now, I will personally kill my way to your clans. This person is really insolent. He actually dares to challenge the noble clans alone. Those are existences that have existed for thousands of years. 3 years is too long. I don't know if he can live until that year. If he really can live until that year, with his talent, he will definitely surprise everyone. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since our Dongming province was so lively. Even the Shihe province's Mu Qingxue is not as bold as this person. The crowd discussed with each other, feeling that it was inconceivable. Some felt pity for Xiao Chen, while others mocked Xiao Chen for overestimating himself. There were all kinds of people here. On top of a stone pillar in the distance, Chu Chaoyun stood quietly. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he appeared very calm. He hid himself in the darkness and looked in the direction Xiao Chen left in. He revealed a faint smile. The holy weapon on his back trembled continuously, as though it would be drawn at any moment and cut through the boundless darkness. Blue Dragon, I wonder if you can still give me a pleasant surprise after 1,000 years. Xiao Chen rode on the Golden Lion King as he ran wildly. It was unknown how many stone walls he broke and how many stone pillars he broke. Along the way, no one could stop him. When he arrived at an underground river, he finally stopped. Boom! The essence in Xiao Chen's body was completely exhausted, and the Golden Lion King instantly turned into a golden statue. The three of them quickly descended from the sky. After Su Xiaoxiao and Kim Taeho panicked for a moment, they immediately calmed down and landed steadily. On the contrary, Xiao Chen was like a kite with a broken string. He fell from the sky shakily, without any center of gravity. When Su Xiaoxiao saw the situation, she quickly got up and caught Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's complexion was pale. He thanked her softly and staggered to his feet. After that, he caught the falling statue. The statue was already covered in cracks. If it fell, it would definitely shatter into pieces. Seeing that the cracks on the statue were still expanding, Xiao Chen drew his saber and cut his right palm. Under the astonished gazes of Kim Taeho and Su Xiaoxiao, he continuously poured his blood into the statue. The golden statue seemed to have some sort of magical power. It continuously absorbed Xiao Chen's blood. The cracks on the statue started to slowly close up. When the cracks finally closed up, Xiao Chen relaxed. He revealed a faint smile and fainted. Back at the underground palace, the noble clans were not in a rush to leave. There were too many injured people. At this moment, they were all looking for treatment and recovering their essence. Everyone, I have a suggestion. Before we even see the golden body of a sage, we have already suffered heavy casualties. Why don't we work together to explore it? Ji Changkong, who was sitting on the ground, said slowly. His mysterious phenomenon had been broken, and he had just swallowed a medicinal pill and was currently refining it. In the earlier battle, the noble clans had suffered heavy casualties. A third of the Guy Marquis' 200 golden guards had died. There were less than 100 who could still fight. The 6 martial saints of the Hua Yunfei clan had all suffered from the backflow of the holy river. They did not even have any clothes left. They all covered their lower bodies and hid in the dark. Hua Yunfei had a sullen expression as he went to borrow clothes. The 6 martial saints of the Duanmu clan were also significantly injured. At this moment, they were sitting in meditation to recover. The only ones who did not suffer heavy losses were the Ji clan and the Jiang clan. At this moment, it was most appropriate for Ji Changkong to make this suggestion. When Hua Yunfei heard this, his expression turned cold. He had a grudge with Ji Changkong long ago. Based on his words, it was clear that he wanted to lead everyone here. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. Ji Changkong, do you think you can lead everyone here? You can't even defeat a superior grade martial master. Are you not embarrassed? Ji Changkong stood up. The medicinal energy in his body had completely permeated into his body. His complexion looked much better. He took a glance at the clothes in Hua Yunfei's hands and mocked, "At least it is better than the people of a certain clan who like to strip. I see that the clothes in your hands seem to be lacking. Do you want me to lend you a few?" When many cultivators heard this, they looked at the Hua clan martial saints in the dark with their heads lowered. They could not help but laugh softly. Hua Yunfei was so angry that his face turned red. He snorted coldly and left. Duan Muking looked at the 6 martial saints who were still treating their injuries. He said indifferently, "The Duanmu clan agrees with Ji Changkong's suggestion." After the Gi Marquis collected all the armors of the golden armored warriors that died in battle, he buried this person. He walked over and said simply, "Agreed." Hua Yunfei brought the 6 martial saints who were dressed and walked over. Although his expression was unfriendly, he still said, "Agreed." "However, what I want to say is that if we obtain any treasures, we should split them according to the clan and not the number of people. Furthermore, the Jiang clan and the Ji clan should be considered one clan." Jiang Mingxuan said angrily, "Hua Yunfei, what do you mean by this? Do you want to fight it out and see who is stronger?" After Jiang Mingxuan spoke, the 6 martial saints and 20-odd martial grand masters behind him all stepped forward. With Hua Yunfei's current strength, he would be at a disadvantage if they really fought. Ji Changkong smiled faintly and pulled Jiang Mingxuan behind him. He said, "The Jiang clan is indeed different from all of you in terms of status. However, their strength should not be too far off. How about we be considered half a clan?" Although he wanted to consider the Jiang clan as one clan, the other clans agreed with the meaning behind Hua Yunfei's words. They would not let Ji Changkong take advantage of them. Both sides took a step back. No one had any objections to such an arrangement. After resting for a while, they officially set off. When the idle cultivators saw the situation, they all sighed. With the big powers working together, they basically had no chance. The group of people walked a few steps and came across another black coffin. They started to discuss whether to open it or not. Finally, the Gi Marquis said, "I have already opened several coffins of this shape. They were all the places where martial monarchs passed away. Although the value is high, considering the risks involved, it is not worth it. Let's just look for the coffin of a sage." When everyone heard this, they felt that it was reasonable. The noble clans had also opened such coffins before. They knew that it was only an ancient martial monarch. Now that the strength of the various clans had been damaged, there was no need to waste their strength on such a small obstacle. Along the way, they came across countless black coffins. However, they were all abandoned by the group. After walking for 2 hours, a river filled with a black chi appeared in front of them. The sound of gushing water could be heard continuously. The black chi on the surface of the river was very strange. Ji Changkong opened his hand and sucked in a strand of the black chi. He placed it on his palm and observed it carefully. That strand of black chi continuously moved around Ji Changkong's palm, trying to penetrate his skin. It seemed like it had a life of its own. However, there seemed to be a formless barrier on Ji Changkong's palm. No matter what it did, it could not enter. Chapter 121. Who? The black gas suddenly flew up and entered the body of a martial grand master of the Jiang family. The martial grand master was caught off guard and the black gas entered his body. "Ah!" The martial grand master cried out miserably. His skin instantly turned black and his body trembled on the ground. His eyes bulged out like he was possessed. Bang! Jiang Mingxuan decisively drew his saber and chopped this martial grand master in half. The corpse that was chopped in half struggled on the ground, trying to merge back together. Duan Muking sent out a strand of ice to freeze it completely before it stopped moving. This is demonic energy. The black surface is filled with demonic energy. This is a genuine demonic river. Jiang Mingxuan looked at the river beside him and said with slight fear, "I've lived for so long, but I've never seen so much demonic chi." Devil chi? The cultivators from the great families all sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts filled with shock. Many of them had once gone to the monster beast land to temper themselves, so they had some understanding of demon chi. However, they had never ventured deep into the core area, so they had never seen the so-called demon chi with their own eyes. For example, if this long river that led to nowhere was filled with black chi that was all demonic chi, then when the amount accumulated, it would be terrifying. Perhaps even the 7 great forbidden lands of the continent would not be able to compare to it. After the Guy Marquis muttered to himself for a while, he said, "The situation here is more complicated than I imagined. With so much demonic chi, there must be a spatial crack that leads to the deep abyss demonic world that is not sealed. We should quickly report this to the 3 holy lands. Otherwise, there will be unimaginable consequences." Hua Yunfei shook his head and said, "I don't think so. This is the place where the ancient great sage passed away. How could there be such a large spatial rift? This river also appeared in ancient times. I think the spatial rift is definitely not big. It's just that too much time has passed and it has accumulated to such a terrifying realm." Ji Changkong said very strangely, "I agree with Hua Yunfei's opinion. If there was a large spatial crack, the 3 holy lands would definitely have discovered it. I heard that every holy land has a treasure mirror for monitoring spatial cracks. There is no way they would not have discovered this place." Immediately, everyone started arguing about the origin of the demonic river and whether there was a large spatial crack. The older cultivators were more inclined towards the Guy Marquis' opinion. The younger cultivators were more willing to take the risk and did not want to leave so easily. Chi. 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 Just as everyone was arguing endlessly, splashes suddenly appeared on the surface of the black water. Bats with black chi on their bodies leaped out of the water and flew toward the crowd. "All martial grand masters, move back. The demonic chi on this demonic beast is too heavy," Ji Changkong shouted with a frown. Chi. A martial grand master retreated too late and was bitten by this bat-type demonic beast. He was instantly demonized, and his entire body emitted a black aura as he charged at the people beside him. "All of you focus on, demonic grand master, demonic master, demonic martial master, demonic master," he was. Dao family formation. "Master of Qi," he said. "Dragon master of demonic Dao. Dao master family, first move of the star. Star." A boundless river of stars appeared behind Ji Changkong. His sword flickered with starlight. When the bats in the air touched the light, they were immediately blasted into pieces. The Guy Marquis and his subordinates immediately killed the people of the noble clans. Everyone attacked without holding anything back. After a while, countless demonic beast corpses appeared on the ground. This sudden battle did not last long before it ended. However, everyone felt fear in their hearts. It was like a huge battle had just taken place. Suddenly, Duanmuking said, "Although the demonic chi on this demonic beast is very dense, it is not that strong. I believe there are no large spatial tears here. Indeed, if there were large spatial tears, the demonic beasts that jumped out would be at least rank 6 demonic beasts based on the demonic chi. They would not be as weak as they were now." Everyone agreed with Duanmuking's point of view. After they counted the dead, they set off again. Surprisingly, no demonic beasts suddenly jumped out. After walking for 4 hours, the crowd followed the Black River downstream. They were blocked by a mountain wall. The river flowed through a cave at the bottom of the mountain wall, flowing to an unknown place. Just as everyone was feeling dispirited and could not find their way, a cultivator pointed to the opposite side and shouted, "Quick, look! There seems to be a stone platform." Ji Changkong looked in the direction he pointed and indeed, he saw a stone platform. The stone platform did not look very tall. There were steps on all 4 sides. There seemed to be something emitting a faint light at the top of the stone platform. The sage coffin might be there. It must be there. "I can feel the sage's righteous chi," Hua Yunfei exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Everyone started to discuss how to cross the river. The river was only a few meters wide, not everyone could fly across it. Even martial saints did not dare to casually touch the demonic chi on the river. Finally, the 6 Hua clan martial saints worked together and sent out a surging holy river. It rushed into the river and cleansed the water. Then, the Duanmu clan martial saints made their move and quickly froze it. The group of cultivators stepped on the ice and quickly rushed to the other side, heading towards the stone platform. The stone platform did not look very far, but it took them an hour to reach it. Originally, the stone platform did not seem very tall to them. Now that they stood in front of it, they realized how wrong they were. This stone platform was actually 1,000 meters tall. There were steps in front of them, they could not see the end. It was like a path to the heavens. That's right, it must be here. This is a small world materialized by the sage, an old man said excitedly as he looked at the towering stone platform. When everyone heard this, they were startled. When they saw the 1,000-meter-tall stone platform, they suddenly came to their senses. If this place did not materialize a small world, this stone platform would have pierced through the mountain slope above the underground palace. Hua Yunfei's face lit up with joy. He said, "What are we waiting for? Let's go." After he spoke, he took the lead and headed for the stone steps that seemed to lead to the heavens. Pooh! 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 The disciples of the noble clans did not want to fall behind. After climbing the 10-odd steps, everyone felt that something was wrong. They felt the force on their legs getting heavier. Every step they took was extremely strenuous. Ji Changkong stopped and closed his eyes to carefully feel his body. When he raised his leg into the air, there was no resistance. However, when he landed on the stone steps, he immediately felt some of his strength being drained away. After a while, Ji Changkong opened his eyes and said, "Something is wrong with this place. Every time we climb a step, we have to absorb some essence." At first, I did not think it was a big deal. However, the more we climb, the more obvious it becomes. When everyone heard this, they stopped as well. After they carefully felt their bodies, they were all astonished. They looked up at the seemingly endless stone steps. Who could reach the top of such a long path? Hua Yunfei said, "We are already at the final step. We cannot just give up. At most, we can just leave when our essence is about to run out." Ji Changkong revealed a bitter smile and said, "That is the problem. Try walking back now. Just one step will do." When a martial grand master heard his words, he tried walking down. The moment he took a step, he felt a large amount of essence being drained away. He started to feel panic in his heart. He wanted to escape this place. He took a deep breath and prepared to jump down. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, they saw this person's body slowly withering in the air. When he finally landed on the ground, he had turned into a white skeleton. All the flesh on his body had disappeared. What is going on? Why is his life force being drained so much? Is this stone platform a demon? A martial grand master of the Jiang clan said in fear as his entire body trembled. The disciples of the noble clans all turned pale. They did not expect the stone platform to be so horrifying. Is this really the legendary path to heaven? As the saying goes, ascending to heaven is difficult. Is it even more difficult to descend? Ji Changkong frowned and said, "Martial Grand Masters, if you do not have an inherited martial spirit, you can leave now. Do not jump down from the sky. There is no chance of survival." Soon, all the martial Grand Masters started to slowly walk down. There were only about 10 steps, but it felt like they were thousands of meters long. Bang! When a martial Grand Master reached the 3rd step from the bottom, he could no longer hold on. He turned into a pile of white bones with a bang and fell to the ground. The people at the side were terrified. Some of them could not help but jump down when they saw that there were only 2 steps left. In the end, they exploded into pieces. When all the martial Grand Masters reached the bottom of the stone platform, they all heaved a sigh of relief. They quickly sat on the ground and sat down cross-legged to recover their essence. Aside from the noble clan's heirs, the rest of the people standing on the stone steps were all martial saints. The Guy Marquis looked at the top of the stone platform and muttered, "There are at least 10,000 steps. Even if we can go up, how will we be able to walk down? These words were like a barrier in everyone's heart. No matter what, they could not get over it. Up until now, they had not exhausted much essence. However, when they thought of the higher they went, the more essence they would exhaust when they came down. The shadow of death lingered over everyone's heads. Ji Changkong said indifferently, 1,000 years ago, after the Thunder King disappeared, the great Qin nation never had an Emperor Wu again. We do not even know if there was a martial sage. Now, a great opportunity is placed in front of us. Although there is a slim chance of survival, it does not mean that there will be no chance of survival. Since ancient times, there has never been a martial emperor who succeeded without a hitch. After Ji Changkong spoke, he took the lead and walked up. The people here were all geniuses. No one was willing to be someone else's stepping stone. They did not hesitate to follow. Along the way, the crowd saw many white bones on the stone steps. The higher they went, the more bones there were. The stone steps were filled with white bones. The crowd had no way of avoiding them, they could only step on the white bones and continue forward. As they continued forward, purple skeletons started to appear on the bones on the stone steps. The crowd said in astonishment, "These are martial monarch experts. How many experts are buried on these stone steps? Even martial monarchs cannot escape the fate of death." Chapter 122. Ji Changkong did not say anything and continued walking forward. The crowd slowly followed behind him. They had already fallen to such a state, there was no way out for them. Suddenly, a martial saint of the Jiang clan said in astonishment, "There seems to be a person in front." Everyone looked up carefully. There seemed to be a vague figure standing on about 100 steps in front, his back facing them. How could there be someone here? The entrance to the underground palace was clearly opened by the Duanmu clan. Aside from that, there should be no other entrance. How did this person come in? Furthermore, he was in front of them. The more they thought about it, the stranger they felt. Ji Changkong grasped the sword in his hand and a resplendent starry sky appeared in his eyes. A boundless river of stars brewed in his body, ready to make a move at any time. The people behind him also tensed up, storing up power and waiting for an opportunity. When everyone saw the figure's appearance, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a headless corpse with a long sword on his back. There were piles of white bones under his feet, and there were even a few purple skeletons. However, he still stood there proudly. It was unknown how many years had passed. His body gave off the aura of the cycle of time. A faint pressure spread out into the surroundings. The starry sky in Ji Changkong's eyes disappeared. He said with some astonishment, "This is the corpse of a martial sage. Looking at his clothes, he should not be from the ancient era. Even a martial sage died here. What exactly is the origin of this stone platform?" A martial saint exclaimed in horror. A martial sage was someone who could split the mountains and split the earth, move the mountains and drain the seas. Ji Changkong shook his head and said, "Don't overthink it. This martial sage was obviously killed by someone. He did not die on these stone steps. Otherwise, his corpse would have turned into a pile of white bones long ago." Just at this moment, Hua Yunfei suddenly walked over to the corpse with an excited expression. He looked at the symbol of the holy river on the collar of the corpse's clothes and said loudly, "This is a senior of my Hua clan." After Hua Yunfei spoke, he looked around the corpse carefully. He pushed aside a pile of bones and saw a row of small words on the stone steps. He read it out in a low voice, "Hua Tianyu stops here. If any Hua clan descendant comes looking for you, please leave quickly." Hua Tianyu? Isn't that the third patriarch of the Hua clan? Legend has it that the Hua family's most talented family had disappeared in his later years. Some people guessed that he had advanced to the level of Emperor Wu. Who would have thought that he would actually die here? Someone said in surprise. Hua Yunfei said calmly, "This corpse belongs to an ancestor of my Hua clan. I don't think you will fight with me over his belongings." After he spoke, he prepared to retrieve Hua Tianyu's spatial ring. The spatial ring of a martial sage would definitely contain valuable treasures. Hu Qi. A black sword was placed horizontally in front of him. Ji Changkong smiled coldly. Hua Yunfei, have you forgotten what you said so quickly? If we find the treasure, no matter what, we will have to share it according to the family. You won't go back on your word, right? Hua Yunfei's expression turned cold. What do you mean by this? This is my Hua clan's clan head. His belongings belong to my Hua clan in the first place. Why should I share it with you? Jiang Mingxuan snorted coldly. This is an ownerless corpse. It has already been 1,000 years. He died in the wilderness. He is a secret treasure in itself. Everyone worked hard for us to reach this place. Why should your Hua clan benefit so easily? The people of the other noble clans did not want the Hua clan to benefit so easily. Logically speaking, this corpse did belong to the Hua clan. However, in the face of true benefits, who would reason with you? Hua Yunfei was unable to suppress everyone, so he could not stop the greed of others. Hua Yunfei was so angry that he laughed. He said, "Good," 3 times, Ji Changkong, I will remember you. Also, Jiang Mingxuan, don't think that the Ji clan can protect you forever. Shao Chen pushed aside the sword in front of him and removed Hua Tianyu's spatial ring. With a thought, he poured out everything inside. Hua la la. A large pile of things fell out. Spirit stones, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, martial techniques, battle armor, they covered the entire stone steps. The large pile of spirit stones was especially eye-catching. In this large pile of inferior-grade spirit stones, the crowd even saw a few medial-grade spirit stones. These were true treasures. The disciples of the noble clans all had some inferior-grade spirit stones on them. However, it was impossible for them to have medial-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones were natural ores. The spiritual energy they contained was not only pure but also large in quantity. To a low-ranked cultivator, it could raise their cultivation by a small realm. To a high-ranked cultivator, it could quickly replenish their exhausted essence. However, there were very few spirit mines in the great Qin nation. Every noble clan only controlled 1 or 2 mines. Furthermore, they were not good quality mines. It was impossible for them to produce superior-grade spirit stones. Even medial-grade spirit stones were rare. Ji Changkong smiled faintly. Brother Hua, that's right. With these spirit stones, there will be more hope for everyone to reach the peak of the stone platform. After Ji Changkong spoke, he lowered his head to the ground and sorted out the things that came out of the spatial ring. Suddenly, he saw a broken sword. He smiled and said, Brother Hua, there is no need to split this sword. You can keep it. This should be a damaged holy weapon. If you can repair it completely, then Brother Hua, you will benefit greatly. Hua Yunfei casually tossed the broken sword that Ji Changkong handed over. He said angrily, Ji Changkong, don't go overboard. Ji Changkong smiled gently and said indifferently, don't be angry, Brother Hua. I have already sorted out the things for you. There is a total of 10 medial-grade spirit stones, about 100 inferior-grade spirit stones, 3 earth-ranked martial techniques, 3 earth-ranked spirit weapons, 1 earth-ranked battle armor, and 5 bottles of all sorts of rank 6 medicinal pills. Everyone was astonished. The things that a martial sage carried were indeed horrifying. The value of these things added together was more than what the Jiang clan had accumulated over hundreds of years. Ji Changkong took out the martial techniques and handed them to Hua Yunfei. This is your Hua clan's martial techniques. Naturally, there is no reason for it to be leaked to the outer sect. Keep it properly and I will not be counted. Hua Yunfei's expression was sullen as he held the martial techniques in his hand. He did not say anything. Anyone who saw their clan head's treasures being split by an outsider would not be in a good mood. Under the gloomy expressions of the Hua clan's people, the group of people did not spend much time splitting the things on the ground. Although the items in Hua Tianyu's spatial ring were very precious, the most eye-catching were the 10 medial-grade spirit stones. The other things were treasures to some of the smaller clans. However, to the noble clans, they were not rare. Only the medial-grade spirit stones were the rarest. In times of need, they could even save the life of the holder. In the end, the Hua clan obtained 3 medial-grade spirit stones. The other 3 noble clans obtained 2 each. Because of Ji Changkong, the Jiang clan obtained 1 as well. After the distribution was completed, the group continued on their way, stepping over Hua Tianyu's corpse. As they advanced, they felt that every step was incomparably difficult. The essence in their bodies was drained even more intensely. The corpses on the stone steps were even more horrifying. There were no longer any white skeletons, they were all purple martial monarchs. The rows of them caused everyone to tremble in fear. After climbing another 100 steps, the group actually saw another corpse standing in front of them. The aura of this corpse was even denser than Hua Tianyu's. Even though this corpse had been dead for an unknown number of years, the group still felt pressure. "This is one of the clan heads of my Ji clan," Ji Changkong suddenly said excitedly. The head of this corpse had been chopped off as well. However, the clothes the corpse wore revealed the identity of this person. Ji Changkong started to dig up the skeletons on the ground with all his might. A row of small words appeared before his eyes. He read it out in a low voice, "Ji Haoyun, stop here. If any Ji clan descendant comes, please leave quickly." Ji Haoyun was also a genius clan head of the Ji clan. Back then, he already had 1 foot in the realm of Emperor Wu. He was from the same generation as Hua Tianyu. However, Ji Haoyun did not expect him to end up here as well. Suddenly, Hua Yunfei laughed loudly, "Haha. Ji Changkong, you did not expect such a scene, right?" He took a big step forward and pushed Ji Changkong to the side. Ji Changkong glared at him angrily, "Hua Yunfei, what are you trying to do?" Ji Changkong had been stuck at the peak of martial Grand Master for many years. Earlier, when he saw the Sage Dao attainment diagram, he instantly comprehended it and broke through to Martial Saint. At this moment, he did not care about Hua Yunfei at all. Hua Yunfei smiled coldly, "If you do not hand over all the treasures of this person, I, Hua Yunfei, will fight with my life on the line. There is no need for everyone to go up." Ji Changkong laughed coldly and said in a cold voice, "Hua Yunfei, are you seeking death?" The 6 martial saints of the Jiang clan and 7 martial saints of the Ji clan behind him all stepped forward. They looked at Hua Yunfei with killing intent. Hua Yunfei led the 6 martial saints behind him and looked at Ji Changkong fearlessly. There was no intention of backing down in his gaze. The atmosphere immediately became very tense. A huge battle was about to break out at any moment. Duan Muking suddenly said, "I feel that this place is not simple. If we continue forward, we will definitely see the corpses of the martial sages of the various noble clans." When Ji Changkong heard this, he was startled. He turned around and looked at the endless steps in front of him. Countless stars appeared in his eyes and a boundless river of stars appeared behind him. Astral swordplay, eternal light. Ji Changkong shouted and one of his faded stars in the boundless river of stars suddenly lit up. A resplendent light rushed to the sky. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at it. The light flickered and Ji Changkong pointed the sword in his hand forward. A blinding white light shot up to the stone steps. In an instant, the scene in front appeared before everyone's eyes. Chi! Everyone took a deep breath. The stone steps were filled with white bones. They were densely packed together, dazzling everyone's eyes. There was a headless corpse standing at regular intervals on the stone steps. Everyone felt their hearts go numb. The sight of headless martial sages standing in front of them was too shocking. How could there be so many headless corpses? No one would find it strange if there were only 1 or 2. However, there were so many headless corpses. This was startling. These were bona fide martial sages. Splitting mountains and rocks, overturning rivers and seas would be as easy as flipping their hands. How could someone chop off all their heads? On the other side of the stone steps, Chu Chaoyun carried his sword on his back and slowly walked up the stone steps. The holy weapon behind him gave off a faint light, making it seem like he was walking on flat ground. He walked leisurely and very relaxed. Chapter 123. When Chu Chaoyun saw the blazing lights soaring into the sky, he stopped. After a pause, he smiled gently. What a powerful martial technique. Unfortunately, it is useless after we go up. Beside the Ink River, Xiaochen slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw the worried expressions of Su Xiaoxiao and Kim Taeho. His heart warmed slightly as he smiled faintly. Thank you. Su Xiaoxiao said, are you alright? Earlier, you suddenly fell down and startled us. Kim Taeho's eyes lit up as he ran over. He smiled and said, Brother Xiao, I saw you carving that golden lion horn earlier. Can this secret treasure of yours be mass-produced? This fatso was really greedy for money. Xiaochen got up and ignored him. He checked his body and discovered that there were no major problems. It was just that he had exhausted too much essence. He asked, how long have I been unconscious? Did that group of people chase after us? Su Xiaoxiao replied, it has been about 2 hours. The noble clans did not chase after us. De Bao saw them heading downstream and was discussing whether to follow them or not. Xiaochen stretched his legs and felt that there were no problems with his body. He said indifferently, follow them. The golden coffin of the sage has not been found yet. If we do not go, we will have made this trip for nothing. Fatso laughed loudly. I knew that Brother Xiao would follow them. Actually, I already scouted the path. They followed the river downstream. Finally, they crossed the river and reached a stone platform a kilometer tall. I also saw that brat Chu Chaoyun. He was acting sneakily by himself. He was not with those people. On the stone platform a kilometer tall, Xiaochen frowned slightly. He thought to himself, if Fatso did not see wrong, that was definitely a materialization of the sage. Otherwise, such a situation would not occur. Furthermore, there was Chu Chaoyun. From the moment he appeared, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. The others came with great fanfare. However, he came alone. Xiaochen shook his head and collected his thoughts. Let's go. If we don't leave now, it will really be too late. The group quickly moved forward and soon arrived at the place where the various clans had killed the bat-like demonic beasts. Looking at the corpses of the demonic beasts, Xiaochen stopped. The lunar shadow saber slowly picked up the corpse of a demonic beast. Xiaochen thought for a while and walked to the riverside. When he saw the black qi on the surface of the river, he was astonished. The river was actually filled with dense demonic qi. How could there be so much demonic qi gathering in the sage's ruins? Was this the sage's ruins or the demon's ruins? Xiaochen thought suspiciously. He felt that there was something wrong with the appearance of the sage's ruins. Mr. Xiao, what are you thinking about? Su Xiaoxiao saw Xiaochen looking at the river without saying anything, so she asked curiously. Xiaochen came back to his senses and smiled faintly. It's fine. Let's go. The three of them continued forward. They all used their movement techniques and ran quickly along the riverside. What astonished Xiaochen was that Fatso was using some unknown movement technique. His plump body was actually not slower than Xiaochen's. Seeing Xiaochen looking at him in astonishment, Fatso opened his folding fan and smiled proudly. Xiaochen could not bear to see Fatso being cocky, so he quickly turned his face away. We have arrived. The stone platform is on the other side of the river. Once we cross the river, we will fall. When they reached the stone wall, Fatso stopped. He pointed to a stone platform on the other side and said, they should have already gone up. Xiaochen looked at the surface of the river filled with demonic qi and said, we cannot go over directly. This black qi is all demonic qi. If we touch it, we might be demonized. After he spoke, he took out a jade bottle from the universe ring. Like the universe ring, this jade bottle was a very low-level space treasure. The space inside was very large, but it could only hold liquids and gases. Xiaochen had made it when he was bored when he came to Whitewater City. He pointed the jade bottle at the surface of the river. Under the astonished gazes of Kim Taeho and Su Xiaoxiao, the black river began to churn. The demonic qi on the surface of the black river was all absorbed. After a long time, a surface without demonic chi appeared on the surface of the Black River. Xiaochen put away the jade bottle and quickly said, "Let's go over." He used the gravity spell and flew over. Fatso and Su Xiaoxiao stepped on the surface of the water and flew to the other side. After they reached the shore, Fatso immediately came over and smiled at Xiaochen. He said, "Brother Xiao, what was that? Can I take a look at it?" Xiaochen did not reject him. This jade bottle was not a treasure and its uses were limited. It was just something he made when he was bored. The workmanship could even be said to be very crude. It was fine to let Fatso take a look. Fatso held it in his hand and looked at it fondly. After a while, he handed it over and asked, "Why do I feel that you made this bottle yourself? Furthermore, it is a little crude." Xiaochen was startled. This Fatso's eyes were very sharp. He did not answer him and directly walked towards the stone platform. He could already feel the righteous chi coming from the stone platform. Fatso suddenly said when he was about to reach the stone platform. It seemed like there were people sitting cross-legged and meditating. Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. Those people sitting cross-legged did not seem to be angry. The sound of their footsteps was already very loud. However, this group of people did not react at all. Something is wrong. That group of people seems to be dead. After Xiaochen said that, he walked over. Skeletons were scattered all over the ground. As for those people sitting cross-legged, their eyes were closed as though they were asleep. Fatso gently pushed them and they immediately fell to the ground. Kim Taeho's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked at the pile of skeletons and then at the cultivators of the noble clans. He frowned and said, "These cultivators just died. Furthermore, the way they died is very strange. Aside from the corpses of the noble clans, the Guy Marquis' golden guards had all died mysteriously. They fell to the ground with a gentle touch." Fatso suddenly laughed loudly. Before Xiaochen could react, he saw Fatso move like a whirlwind, stripping all the Guy Marquis' golden guards. Then, he took out the earth-ranked battle armor. Soon, Fatso had taken out more than 100 sets of battle armor. Fatso took out one and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, his expression changed. He said, "Why do these battle armors no longer have any spirituality? How can this be?" After Xiaochen spoke, he casually took out a saber and chopped at the battle armor. A small crack immediately appeared on the golden battle armor before it shattered. Su Xiaoxiao revealed an astonished expression. She picked up a piece of golden battle armor and looked at it carefully. After a while, she said, "The moonstone in this battle armor seems to have been absorbed by something." When Xiaochen and Su Xiaoxiao heard this, they were astonished. They had never heard of such a thing before. The moonstone was a mysterious stone. It contained natural daos. How could it be absorbed completely? Xiaochen looked at the stone platform and did his best to extend his spiritual sense. However, he could not extend it. In this small world, it was difficult for his spiritual sense to leave his body. Fatso muttered, "Never mind. Let's go up. If we do not go up, we will never know the reason." Although Xiaochen felt that something was wrong, he could not extend his spiritual sense out. He could not find anything. He could only agree to Fatso's suggestion. The three of them stepped onto the stone platform. Who? The instant the three of them stepped onto the stone platform, the blue dragon martial spirit in Xiaochen's body, the golden folding fan in Fatso's hand, and the zither in Su Xiaoxiao's hand suddenly emitted an aura. After that, the three auras merged together and formed a barrier that was neither too big nor too small, surrounding the three of them. Su Xiaoxiao said in astonishment, "This is the self-protection of the holy weapon. There must be something horrifying under this stone platform. Otherwise, the holy weapon would not automatically protect itself." Xiaochen looked at the seemingly endless flight of steps. Suddenly, an indescribable chill arose in his heart. The three of them did not say anything and continued forward. Since they had already reached this step, there was no way they could retreat. After climbing 100 steps, densely packed skeletons started to appear on the stone steps. When everyone stepped on the skeletons, they gave off a caw-caw sound, causing their scalps to go numb. Rumble. The lunar shadow saber in the universe ring suddenly trembled. Xiao Chen was astonished. He stopped and looked around. A rusty broken sword appeared in his vision. This is another subdivine weapon of the battle sage origin? Xiao Chen picked up the broken sword and thought doubtfully. He could not see anything strange about the broken sword. The lunar shadow saber in the universe ring trembled even more intensely. It was like it was about to fly out of the ring. Xiao Chen had never encountered such a situation before. Although he did not understand what was going on, this broken sword was definitely related to the Thunderwood sword. Xiao Chen placed the broken sword into the universe ring and continued forward. Stepping on the piles of bones, the three of them arrived at Hua Tianyu's headless corpse. Fatso found the words written on the ground and searched Hua Tianyu's body. Damn it, there is nothing left. A martial sage is actually so poor, Fatso cursed in a low voice. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the finger on Hua Tianyu's right hand. There was an obvious ring mark on the index finger. She said indifferently, "This should be a spatial ring. Someone just took it away." Xiao Chen ignored Fatso's words. He looked carefully at the wound on Hua Tianyu's neck. This was a sword wound. Hua Tianyu's head had been chopped off in one move. How could a martial sage be killed in one move? Who is so powerful, killing martial sages like they are dogs? Could it be the Thunder King? Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. Suddenly, he thought of a problem. Fatso, look around and see if his head is here. Kim Taeho recovered his wits and looked at the headless corpse. He felt it was strange as well. He started to look around with Xiao Chen. However, after searching for a long time, they could not find a single skull. Strange, where did the head go? Kim Taeho said suspiciously. In front of the stone platform, Ji Changkong and the others divided up the treasures on the martial sage's body. After that, they sat down cross-legged and held an inferior-grade spirit stone in their hands. They quickly recovered their essence. Along the way, not only did they meet the seniors of the various noble clans, they even saw the corpse of the Ying clan's emperor. They were all martial sages from 1,000 years ago, people of the same generation. Ji Changkong was the first to recover. He tossed away the dull spirit stone in his hand and watched as they approached the peak of the stone platform. However, he did not feel any excitement in his heart. Instead, a shadow loomed over his heart. Chapter 124. Not long later, the people of the noble clans all stood up. The higher they went, the more essence was exhausted. If it were not for the fact that they had enough spirit stones, they would not have been able to reach this point. Let's go, there are still 500 more steps. Let's do our best to get up in one breath. Ji Changkong said indifferently. They could already see the top of the stone platform from where they were. After he finished speaking, he still took the lead and walked forward. His pair of sharp eyes looked straight ahead, and there were countless stars evolving in his eyes. With every step he took, a star would be destroyed, and a moment later, more stars would be born. If someone who understood the Ji clan's martial techniques were here, they would be astonished. Under such circumstances, Ji Changkong was still cultivating the astral martial spirit. Everyone slowly walked up the stone steps. The further they went, the closer they were to the stone platform. The pressure they had to endure increased by several fold. It was like there was a formless barrier blocking them. Bang! One of the Ji clan's martial saints stepped on the stone steps with one foot. Before his other foot touched the ground, there was a loud explosion and his body turned into dust. Ji Changkong did not turn his head back. His expression did not change at all. He held an inferior-grade spirit stone in his hand and continued to walk forward. The closer they got to the stone platform, the more horrifying the pressure they had to endure. It was like a small mountain was pressing on their shoulders. The instant their feet touched the ground, the stone steps became like a bottomless pit. It sucked away a large portion of the spiritual energy in their bodies. Bang! 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 A few more martial saints of the various clans could not withstand the pressure and exploded. Immediately, everyone was in a state of panic and fear. They were afraid that they would be the next to die. Sage, stop! A towering stone stele appeared in front of Ji Changkong. There were 4 ancient words written on the stone stele. A boundless pressure was emitted from the stone stele. Ji Changkong laughed coldly. The sword in his hand danced and a few sword chi struck the stone stele. Cracks appeared on the stone stele before it shattered into countless pieces. Ji Changkong looked up at the stone platform in front. There were only 10 steps left. He shouted and a human figure came out of his body. Ji Changkong stood on the stone steps in front of him. Then, another human figure came out of the crowd and headed for an even higher stone step. After repeating this 10 times, Ji Changkong finally reached the peak of the stone platform. Ji Changkong took a deep breath. The 9 clones behind him merged into his body like illusions. At the peak of the stone platform was a wide platform, and in the center of the platform was a golden sacred coffin. A faint righteous chi spread out from the coffin. Ji Changkong could not help but reveal a faint smile. After spending countless schemes and narrowly escaping death, he finally arrived here. The golden coffin was as tall as a person. Ji Changkong slowly walked over with relaxed steps. Just at this moment, a figure slowly walked out from the other side of the coffin, startling Ji Changkong and forcing him to take a few steps back. Brother Changkong, it has been a long time. Chu Chaoyun walked out from behind the coffin and smiled at Ji Changkong in a carefree manner. Ji Changkong was expressionless, his expression incomparably grave. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. He had not expected to meet Chu Chaoyun here. This was too surprising. Bang! 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 Hua Yunfei, Duanmuking, and the Guy Marquis led a few martial saints over. When they saw Chu Chaoyun, they were astonished in their hearts. Chu Chaoyun said indifferently, "Don't look at me like that. I just arrived as well. This golden coffin has not been opened yet." After he spoke, he gestured for Ji Changkong to make himself at home and retreated. Ji Changkong gave Duanmuking and the other 2 a look. The 3 of them understood tacitly and walked over to Chu Chaoyun, blocking him outside. Chu Chaoyun smiled gently and ignored them. Boom! Ji Changkong ferociously smashed his palm on the lid of the golden coffin. A melodious sound rang out, and the sound waves spread in all directions. Everyone felt their eardrums go numb. A corner of the coffin lid was lifted. Ji Changkong looked at his palm in astonishment. After that, he said to the people beside him, "Take a look and see if you can still use your essence." When the others heard this, they were stunned. They quickly tried it out. In the end, they discovered that the martial spirit in their dantian seemed to be sealed. No matter how they circulated it, they could not summon out their martial spirit. "What's going on?" everyone said in astonishment. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and parted the crowd. He said, "Let's take a look at what is in this coffin first." When everyone heard this, they put down the doubts in their hearts and walked over to the coffin. After so many hardships, everyone was curious as to which sage was lying in the coffin. Within the golden coffin, there was an imposing man wearing purple emperor's robes. He lay quietly on the coffin. His hands were placed on his chest, holding a sword. Ji Changkong said in astonishment, "Isn't this the last emperor of the Tianwu dynasty? Why is he lying here?" The Guy Marquis and the others were astonished. Along the way, everything indicated that this was the remnant of a sage. The martial techniques obtained from the black coffins in the underground palace proved this. Furthermore, there were countless murals on the walls. They were all in the style of the ancient era. 10,000 years after the end of the ancient era, the Tianwu dynasty slowly rose up. This last emperor of the Tianwu dynasty had only passed away a few thousand years ago. How could he be related to the sage from 20,000 years ago? Pu Ci. The man in purple robes in the sage coffin suddenly opened his eyes. A purple light appeared in his eyes. A martial saint who was looking at him was burned to ashes before he could react. The Tianwu Emperor came back to life? Is this the legendary heavenly flame? All the cultivators retreated. They were all incomparably horrified. Although the Tianwu dynasty had been destroyed for thousands of years, no one dared to forget its legends. Back then, the first Tianwu emperor used his shocking strength to unify the entire Tianwu continent. He established the Tianwu nation, which lasted for 10,000 years, the Emperor Wu nation. Such a feat could be said to be unprecedented in the entire continent. He was without a doubt the first person since ancient times. Legend said that he borrowed the heavenly flame from the outside world. When the heavenly flame burned at full power, the entire continent would melt. He was the king of flames, no one could block him. After that, every generation of emperor would possess the strength of a great emperor. Even the last Tianwu emperor lying here had the strength of a great emperor. If he really woke up, no one would be able to escape. Chu Chaoyun revealed a contemplative expression. He slowly walked to the front and looked at the purple emperor in the coffin. He said, "There is no need to worry. It is just a strand of qi. Just don't look at his eyes." Everyone thought for a while and agreed. In this world, no one could escape death. Even the Tianwu emperor died many years ago. Aside from the legendary martial gods, no one could escape death. When they looked at the coffin on the platform again, everyone's eyes lit up. Although they did not know where the sage's body was, the value of the Tianwu emperor's body was definitely no less than that of the ancient sages. Just the heavenly flame contained in his body was enough to make people go crazy over it. This was because the might of the heavenly flame was too great. Before the first Tianwu emperor died, he split the heavenly flame into 10 parts, leaving only a tenth for his descendants. However, even though it was only a tenth, the might of the heavenly flame was still very horrifying. It could easily split mountains and burn everything to desolation. When everyone arrived before the coffin, they did not dare to make any movements. Ji Changkong stretched out his hand and slowly closed the eyes of this person. The emperor in the coffin closed his eyes again. Who? Hua Yunfei stretched out his hand and took out the Tianwu emperor's sword. He said in pleasant surprise, "Sky-splitting sword. This is a holy weapon, a complete holy weapon." Bang! That holy weapon suddenly struggled free from Hua Yunfei's hands and flew towards the Guy Marquis. Hua Yunfei's expression changed. He quickly stretched out his hand, wanting to grab it back. However, the holy weapon was flying too fast, he was unable to catch it. The Guy Marquis gently stretched out his hand and caught the holy weapon suspiciously. He did not understand why the holy weapon flew into his hands. Furthermore, he used a spear and was not used to using a sword. Hua Yunfei quickly walked to the front and stretched out his hand to snatch it back. The Guy Marquis' expression froze. He said in a cold voice, "Hua Yunfei, what are you trying to do?" Hua Yunfei looked at the holy weapon in the Guy Marquis' hand and said angrily, "What am I trying to do? Return my holy weapon to me." The Guy Marquis smiled coldly, "The holy weapon chooses its own master. It is clear that you are not worthy of this holy weapon. Stop pestering me endlessly. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit." Hua Yunfei had long disliked the Guy Marquis. Earlier, when the Guy Marquis stopped him from killing Shao Qin, Hua Yunfei had always remembered it. Now that he found this excuse and the Guy Marquis' golden-armored warriors were not around, Hua Yunfei led the 4 martial saints behind him and made his move without hesitation. Essence could not be used on the platform. Both sides could only rely on the strength of their physical bodies and their combat techniques. Although the Guy Marquis was alone, he spent most of his time on the battlefield. His combat experience was much richer than the 5 of them. For a moment, Hua Yunfei and the others were unable to do anything to the Guy Marquis. Ji Changkong glanced at the battle behind him and stopped watching. He looked at Chu Chaoyun and said indifferently, "Brother Chaoyun, if we can extract the heavenly flame of the heavenly emperor, how about we split it equally?" Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. He looked at Ji Changkong and said, "Do I have a reason to reject?" After the 2 of them finished their discussion, they started to discuss how to extract the heavenly flame from the Tianwu Emperor's body. After the heavenly flame was completely absorbed, it would be hidden in every inch of its owner's skin. It would be very difficult to extract it. It was basically impossible. The most direct way to extract the heavenly flame was to refine the corpse of the Tianwu Emperor. After refining it, the heavenly flame would condense and appear in the world, eternally inextinguishable. However, with the strength of the two of them, it was impossible for them to refine the corpse of the Tianwu Emperor. If they did so carelessly, they might suffer a backlash from the heavenly flame and be burned to nothing. Aside from the heavenly flame, there was also the inherited martial technique of the Tianwu dynasty, the life-extinguishing blood-reversing swordplay. It was a treasure that would make people envious. If they could find it here, its value would not be any lower than the heavenly flame. Ji Changkong searched the golden coffin. However, after searching for a long time, he did not find anything. He could not help but look at Chu Chaoyun. It was impossible for there to be no inheritance in the resting place of the Tianwu Emperor. Chapter 125. Chu Chaoyun knew what she was thinking. He said, "I did not arrive much earlier than you. If I had moved the coffin lid, you would have heard the sound as well." Duan Muking, who was at the side, suddenly walked over to the coffin lid that had fallen to the ground. The golden coffin lid was covered in densely packed ancient characters. Her heart skipped a beat. She quickly took out a piece of paper and a pen, recording it down. This was the martial technique of a sage. Although she did not know what it was definitely not ordinary. Bang! Under the astonished gazes of everyone on the stone platform, Xiao Chen and the other two jumped up from the stone steps. When they landed on the stone platform, the barrier protecting the three of them suddenly shattered and disappeared. Fatso was the first to feel that something was wrong. "Oh no, I cannot use my qi or the power of my martial spirit here." Xiao Chen gave it a try. Indeed, it was as Fatso said, the martial spirit in his dantian seemed to be sealed. No matter what, he could not sense it, he was unable to circulate his essence. Ji Changkong looked at Xiao Chen with a cold look in his eyes. He leaped into the air and did not say anything unnecessary, sending a punch at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was stunned at first, then his lips curled up into a cold smile. It was obvious that the people here could not use essence. In that case, Xiao Chen's physical strength was unparalleled on this stone platform. Boom! Xiao Chen quickly sent out a punch. When their fists collided, there was a crisp sound. The 5 fingers on Ji Changkong's right palm were shattered. Ji Changkong retreated 5 steps. He looked at the wound on his hand in disbelief. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart. There was an intense pain, causing his face to twitch. The Guy Marquis held his golden spear. When he saw Xiao Chen arrive, he used his spear to sweep away the Hua clan members. Then, he dashed towards him. In the blink of an eye, the spear arrived before Xiao Chen. Who? Spear after spear exploded in front of Xiao Chen. The Guy Marquis' spear techniques were very good. Even without the support of essence, his spear was still impenetrable. Xiao Chen retreated 2 steps. The Guy Marquis moved forward. The spear stuck to Xiao Chen like glue. No matter how he dodged, he could not avoid it. Pooh! Xiao Chen stepped on air. He had already retreated to the edge of the stone platform. If he took another step back, he would be forced off the platform. The Guy Marquis thought about the uniqueness of the stone platform. If he fell, Xiao Chen would definitely die. He could not help but increase his strength. He pushed forward with his right hand, and the spear was aimed at Xiao Chen's chest. Chi! The lunar shadow saber suddenly appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen easily parried the full-powered strike of the Guy Marquis. He took a step forward and the saber slid down the spear shaft. Soon, the Guy Marquis' right hand appeared. He quickly let go, and the golden spear fell to the ground with a huang dang sound. Side body strike. Xiao Chen tilted his body to the side and ferociously charged forward. All the energy in his body was gathered on his right shoulder. After the tempering of the heavenly lightning and the seven-leaf flower, a horrifying strength exploded forth. The Guy Marquis was knocked back with a bang. He vomited a mouthful of blood in midair and tumbled on the ground. He nearly fell off the stone platform. Attack together. The strength of this brat's physical body is too horrifying. When Hua Yunfei saw the Guy Marquis being defeated by Shao Chen in an instant, he could not help but feel fear in his heart. He shouted loudly. These cultivators normally relied too much on essence. Although their physical bodies had been tempered and were much stronger than ordinary people, they were far inferior to Shao Chen. Bang! Shao Chen sheathed his saber and punched a Ji clan cultivator in front of him. The Ji clan cultivator fell to the ground, unable to get up. A few of his ribs were even broken. Shao Chen shouted loudly. He was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. He executed an ordinary fist technique that he had learned in the past. His movements were simple, firm and fierce. When combined with the horrifying strength in his physical body, none of his subordinates could withstand a single exchange. No one could block him. Shao Chen looked at Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei, who was in the crowd, was startled and quickly retreated. Shao Chen smiled coldly and said, "Let's see where you can run to." Shao Chen pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. He swung his right leg and kicked Hua Yunfei's head. Pu ci. Hua Yunfei vomited a mouthful of blood along with a few broken teeth. After he landed on the ground, he immediately fainted. Shao Chen landed gently and kicked a few times in the air. His speed and strength were astonishing. Miserable cries resounded as those who were struck fell to the ground. After a while, aside from Shao Chen's group of 3 and Chu Chaoyun who had not made a move, everyone else on the stone platform fell to the ground. They groaned in pain as they looked at Shao Chen in fear. Fatso said in astonishment, "What a strong physical body. How did this fellow temper it?" Su Xiaoxiao was not too astonished. She said indifferently, "If you used 15 years to temper your physical body, you would be able to reach this level as well." Shao Chen looked at Chu Chaoyun and walked over step by step. His sharp face revealed a murderous intent, revealing his sharpness. When Chu Chaoyun saw Shao Chen walking towards him, he did not panic. He took out a basketball-sized golden spirit core from his spatial ring and casually tossed it to Shao Chen. He smiled faintly, "Looks like I made a wrong decision. I should not have let you in." After receiving the Golden Lion King's spirit core, Shao Chen placed it into his universe ring. He looked deeply at Chu Chaoyun, but in the end, he did not make a move against him. Even now, when Shao Chen held the absolute advantage, Shao Chen could not see through him at all. The feeling that Chu Chaoyun gave Shao Chen was still extremely dangerous. Shao Chen turned around and looked at the various noble clan disciples lying on the ground. He walked over to Hua Yunfei and removed his spatial ring. Then, he placed the scarlet sword that Hua Yunfei had been using into the universe ring. The spatial rings of the Tianwu continent were different from the magic treasures that Shao Chen refined. As long as the ring was removed, anyone could take out the things inside. Shao Chen slowly walked towards Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong's complexion turned ashen. He said agitatedly, "Shao Chen, if you dare to touch me, I will make you wish you were dead after we leave this place." Shao Chen stepped on Ji Changkong's face ruthlessly. "Do you think I will let you off? 3 years later, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly." Shao Chen grabbed Ji Changkong's spatial ring and kicked Ji Changkong ruthlessly again. A martial saint behind the Ji clan could not stand it any longer. He roared angrily and charged at Shao Chen. Bang! Shao Chen kicked him off the stone platform. The instant that person's body landed on the stone platform, there was a loud boom, and he shattered into countless pieces of flesh. The people on the stone platform all felt a chill in their hearts. Shao Chen picked up the Guy Marquis' spear and placed it into the universe ring. He walked over and removed the Guy Marquis' spatial ring. Then, he turned his gaze to Duanmuking. Duanmuking's expression was ice-cold. There was no emotion in his eyes. With a kwang dang sound, he threw the spatial ring on the stone platform. He said coldly, there are some things that are not yours. Even if you take them, you will spit them out. Xiaochen smiled coldly. Are you talking about yourself? When you saw that I had a spirit fox, you kept asking for it from me. When I refused, you tried to kill me. Is there anyone as shameless as you? Duanmuking's expression suddenly became agitated. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Xiaochen could not be bothered with her. When he turned his head, he saw Fatso pick up the coffin lid and place it into his spatial ring. Xiaochen could not help but feel black lines appear in his heart. This Fatso is truly speechless. He even dares to ask for a coffin lid. When Fatso saw Xiaochen looking at him with disdain, he chuckled, "Don't look at me like that. This coffin lid is refined from scorching blood black gold. Just a small piece is worth hundreds or even tens of thousands of gold taels. Furthermore, there is an ancient martial scripture carved on it. It was carved by a sage. It has a natural charm and can be used as a weapon. Its might is no weaker than a holy weapon. Of course, I will make a copy of the ancient martial scripture for you." Xiaochen felt ashamed in his heart. Only Fatso would dare to use a coffin lid as a weapon. He called out to Fatso and the two of them came to the center of the sage coffin. Fatso looked at the purple-robed emperor lying quietly in the sage coffin. His face was filled with doubt as he said, "The sage coffin clearly has an ancient martial scripture carved on it. Why is it a Tianwu emperor lying in there? Where did the body of the sage go?" Xiaochen felt suspicious as well. Along the way, he had seen countless martial sage corpses. All of them had their heads chopped off. It was clear that it was done by one person. Was it done by the person in the coffin? However, the time difference was too great. The Tianwu dynasty had already been destroyed for more than 5,000 years. As for the people on the stone steps, they were all people from 1,000 years ago. Furthermore, they were from the same era. Rumble. Just as Xiaochen and Fatso were thinking, this small world suddenly shook. After that, there was a loud rumble. The mountain peak above the underground palace suddenly shattered. 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak shattered just like that. Countless rocks flew out of savage forest. It looked like it was raining rocks. Huge rocks fell continuously. Some of the flying spirit beasts did not dodge in time. The huge force of the rocks smashed them into a mangled mess. They cried out miserably as they fell. Xiaochen and the others felt dazzled. The scene before them suddenly disappeared. The white clouds in the sky and the blazing sun in the sky gave off a piercing light, mercilessly shining on the stone platform. Xiaochen was startled. He looked at his surroundings and said, "Why did this stone platform return to the ground? Not good. I can use my essence now." Xiaochen's expression suddenly changed. The people of the noble clans on the stone platform were all at least martial saints. Now that they had recovered their essence, any one of them could easily defeat him. Xiaochen circulated the gravity spell and soared into the sky, heading into the distance. Chi! There was a phoenix cry and Duanmuking turned into an ice phoenix. He spread his wings and gave chase. Ji Changkong cursed and his body turned into a meteor. He left behind a long trail of flames as he gave chase. When the people of the noble clans saw that they could use their essence, they all jumped off the platform and chased in the direction that Xiaochen had gone. The small world above the stone platform had already collapsed. When the crowd jumped off the stone platform, they did not shatter into pieces like they did underground. Su Xiaoxiao and Kim Taeho were worried about Xiaochen's situation, so they quickly gave chase as well. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Chaoyun was left standing on the stone platform. Chu Chaoyun had a calm expression on his face. After everyone had left, he looked at the unconscious Hua Yunfei and gently kicked him off the 1,000-meter-tall stone platform. Chapter 126. Xiaochen turned his head and looked at Duanmuking and Ji Changkong, who were chasing him. A boundless flame started to burn in his right eye. Finally, it turned into a purple light. With a pu sound, a flaming cloud appeared and burned half the sky, blocking the two people behind him. After the flaming cloud scattered, Xiaochen could no longer be seen in the sky. Ji Changkong landed on the ground with a loud boom. The footprint of Xiaochen's footprints on his face had yet to disappear. The few martial saints of the Ji clan quickly rushed over. When they saw the ashen and furious Ji Changkong, they did not dare to say anything. Ji Changkong said in an ice-cold voice, "Search the entire forest. If we cannot find Xiaochen, I will not return to the south." At the periphery of Savage Forest, Xiaochen held a qi returning pill in his mouth. He continuously used the lightning evasion and rushed towards the illusion formation. After a while, he finally arrived in front of everyone and entered. After entering the illusion formation, Xiaochen saw the familiar Zhuang River and the rocks by the shore. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He pushed off the ground and leaped onto the surface of the Zhuang River. Xiaochen circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art and sped across the surface of the water. With a loud boom, he broke through the waterfall and arrived at the strange rock behind the waterfall. He immediately sat down cross-legged. Qi returning pill, blood replenishing pill. This type of fast recovery medicinal pill had significant side effects. If taken for a long period of time, it would leave behind a serious dependency. Today, Xiaochen had consumed more than 10 qi returning pills. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless. He circulated the essence in his body, trying to force out the remnant medicinal energy in his body. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated in his body over and over again. The remnant medicinal energy in his meridians was continuously washed away. After the essence circulated for a great cycle, it returned to the martial spirit. The blue dragon martial spirit absorbed all the essence. Slowly, it sank into the clear water. Who? A moment later, an even purer wave of yuan qi flowed from the martial spirit to all the major meridians in his body, then seeped into Xiaochen's flesh and bones through the meridians. Xiaochen repeated this process for a total of 80 cycles of the purple thunder divine incantation. After that, a black viscous substance slowly flowed out of the countless pores in Xiaochen's body. The medicinal dregs that had been lingering in his body for a long time were all forced out. After the medicinal power was forced out, Xiaochen only felt that his body was incomparably weak. Moreover, the black viscous substance on his skin was very uncomfortable. Xiaochen hurriedly jumped out of the waterfall. With a splash, he jumped directly into the turbulent Zhuang River. The black sticky substance on his body was immediately washed away by the river water. Xiaochen came out of the water and took a deep breath. He felt very refreshed. Although his body was still very weak, he was very spirited and full of energy. Bang! Xiaochen's body leaped gently in the water like a flood dragon coming out of the water. He created a long splash as he landed firmly on the riverbank. Xiaochen took out a set of clean clothes from the universe ring and changed into them. He did not do anything else. He found a comfortable place and lay down to sleep. Early the next morning, the sun rose from the east. The melodious chirping of birds in the forest woke Xiaochen up. He opened his eyes reluctantly. Xiaochen slowly stood up and stretched. He felt very comfortable, his body and mind had returned to their peak state. Smiling faintly, Xiaochen took out all the spatial rings of the noble clan's disciples from the universe ring. Although he did not obtain the inheritance of the sage or the heavenly emperor's heavenly flame in this trip to the underground palace, his harvest was not small. First, Xiaochen took out Duanmuking's spatial ring and poured all the things in it on the ground. Immediately, a large pile of spirit stones, battle armor, spirit weapons, and medicinal pills fell to the ground. Xiaochen looked carefully and counted. There were more than 100 inferior grade spirit stones, 20 medial grade spirit stones, 2 superior grade earth-ranked battle armor, 2 earth-ranked spirit weapons, 10 odd medicinal pills above rank 4, and finally, an ancient martial technique manual. It looks like the wealth of those martial sages has been divided among them. Otherwise, even if they are noble clans, they would not have so many treasures on them, Xiaochen said softly. Xiaochen did not hesitate and searched for the spatial rings of the noble clans. With a hua-la-la-la sound, the ground was covered with spirit stones and spirit weapons. I have struck it rich this time. With so many spirit stones, spirit weapons, and medicinal pills, it will be sufficient for me to cultivate to martial saint. Xiao Chen was wild with joy. He had obtained all the gains of the noble clans in the underground palace. The value of these things added together was equivalent to the wealth of half a noble clan. To anyone, this was a huge treasure. Xiao Chen started to reorganize the items. He had obtained a total of 300 inferior-grade spirit stones, 80 medial-grade spirit stones, 5 earth-ranked spirit weapons, 3 superior-grade earth-ranked battle armor, 6 ancient martial techniques, and countless medicinal pills. Dong! Xiao Chen pushed aside a pile of spirit stones and a small, exquisite, silver warship appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Damn! Someone really found an ancient-era secret treasure in the underground palace, Xiao Chen said in astonishment as he held the silver warship in his hand. Xiao Chen sent his spiritual sense into the interior of the silver warship. Instantly, he felt like he had entered a huge world. However, this world was very damaged. A piece was missing from a corner of the warship. The formations inside were not complete and were severely damaged. This caused the silver warship to be completely devoid of spiritual energy. Most people would not be able to discover that this was a secret treasure. After withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen looked at the silver warship in his hand. He felt that it was a pity. After all, tens of thousands of years had passed. It was unavoidable for the secret treasure to be damaged. Furthermore, the offensive formations in it were completely damaged. There was no possibility of repairing them. Even if they could repair them, they could only be used as a transportation tool. However, Xiao Chen still decided to repair it. With his current strength, it would be impossible for him to refine such a magic treasure. Not to mention his cultivation realm, he would not be able to complete the task of finding the materials without a few years. Now that there was a nearly complete magic treasure before him, it would be inexcusable if he did not make use of it. As for the offensive formations on it, he could wait until his strength increased before he could carve another one. The most important thing was that this should be a secret treasure refined by a sage. After tens of thousands of years, the sage's imprint had already taken root in the interior of the silver warship. It was as firm as a boulder. From the looks of it, the secret treasure refined by an ancient sage is 100% certain to be a magic treasure from the Compendium of Cultivation, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Could the Compendium of Cultivation be related to this world? Xiao Chen shook his head and recollected his thoughts, no longer thinking about this question. Xiao Chen placed the spirit stones and battle armor on the ground into his universe ring. Then, he executed the gravity spell and soared into the air, heading for the mountain wall with the waterfall. The wind howled on the mountain wall. The strange rocks were sharp and there was an old tree growing on the cliff. Xiao Chen looked up and saw an even taller mountain peak in front. Clouds shrouded the peak, making it look hazy and mysterious. It should be there, Xiao Chen said softly and continued flying upwards. A biting cold wind blew past him. Xiao Chen's clothes fluttered and his long hair fluttered non-stop. The higher he went, the fiercer the cold wind became. It blew so hard that he could not open his eyes. After a long time, Xiao Chen landed on the mountain peak with a hoot sound. If he stretched out his hand, he would be able to touch the white clouds. The surrounding spiritual energy was incomparably dense, giving him a faintly discernible sense of spirituality. Xiao Chen found an empty space and took out the inferior-grade spirit stones from his universe ring. He prepared to lay down a small spirit-gathering formation and gather the spirituality of the silver warship. Actually, if he used medial-grade spirit stones to lay down the spirit-gathering formation, the effects would be more obvious. However, Xiao Chen could not bear to part with these medial-grade spirit stones. A medial-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 inferior-grade spirit stones. However, no one would be foolish enough to exchange for one. This was because medial-grade spirit stones were too rare in the Great Qin nation. After a while, a small spirit-gathering formation appeared. Xiao Chen placed the silver warship in the center of the formation. Then, he slowly infused his essence into it. A faint light flowed along the formation lines and started flowing slowly. The dense spiritual energy in the surroundings poured in wildly. Within the formation lines, the surrounding spiritual energy was like a mist. After a while, it actually gathered into droplets of spiritual energy. Pu-ci. A resplendent pillar of light suddenly lit up in the center of the formation and rushed to the sky. The small silver warship quickly rose up from the pillar of light. The body of the warship flickered with two different lights. Shao Chen extended his spiritual sense into the silver warship. The formation lines carved on the silver warship spun rapidly, continuously absorbing the horrifying spiritual energy contained in the pillar of light. After half an hour, the spirit stones on the ground started to crack. Shao Chen said in astonishment, "Not good. The amount of spiritual energy required by this silver warship is too horrifying. A small spirit gathering formation would not be able to satisfy it. This fellow's appetite is too big," Shao Chen thought hatefully. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth driven by 100 spirit stones could not even last for 2 hours. This completely exceeded his expectations. Shao Chen took out the Golden Lion King's spirit core from the universe ring. He looked at the silver warship in the sky hesitantly, feeling reluctant to part with it. This golden spirit core contained the spiritual energy that the Golden Lion King had absorbed for hundreds of years. It was incomparably pure. No matter what attribute a cultivator had, they would be able to absorb it. If one placed it in the spirit gathering formation, it would instantly raise the rank of the spirit gathering formation to medial grade. However, Shao Chen was reluctant to part with it. He planned to keep it for when he advanced to Martial King. Martial King was a hurdle. If he could pass it, he would immediately stand at the peak of everyone. If he could not, he would only waste his life. In the end, Shao Chen put it away and took out the medial grade spirit stones. The value of this medial grade spirit stone was not inferior to the spirit core at all. Furthermore, it had great practical value. It was a hard currency everywhere. Shao Chen placed it on the formation runes. His heart felt like it was bleeding. 40 medial grade spirit stones used up close to half of Shao Chen's collection before he finished laying the medial grade spirit gathering formation. Shao Chen formed a hand seal, and a strong wind blew. All the spiritual energy within a kilometer surged over in an endless stream. Dee-da. Dee-da. The spiritual energy turned into water droplets and fell from the mountain peak like rain. These were all the essence of spiritual energy. Shao Chen did not want to waste it. He took out a spatial magic treasure jade bottle and placed it at the side. Then, he collected all the water droplets that fell from the sky. The pillar of light in the center of the formation became even more resplendent. The silver warship started to give off a boundless radiance. Shao Chen could clearly feel the sage Taoist charm in the warship slowly awakening.